Conspiracy in Death by J.D. Robb. For some, death wasn't the enemy. Life was a much less merciful opponent. For the ghosts who drifted through the nights like shadows, the funky junkies with their pale pink eyes, the chemi heads with their jittery hands, life was simply a mindless trip that circled from one fix to the next, with the arcs between a misery. The trip itself was most often full of pain and despair, and occasionally terror. For the poor and displaced in the bowels of New York City in the icy dawn of 2059, the pain, the despair, the terror were constant companions. For the mental defectives and physically flawed who slipped through society's cracks, the city was simply another kind of prison. For the sidewalk sleepers, January in New York brought vicious nights with a cold that could rarely be fought back with a bottle of brew or a few scavenged illegals. Some gave in and shuffled into the shelters to snore on lumpy cots under thin blankets, or eat the watery soup and tasteless soy loaves served by bright-eyed sociology students. Others held out, too lost or too stubborn to give up their square of turf. And many slipped from life to death during those bitter nights. The city had killed them, but no one called it homicide. As Lieutenant Eve Dallas drove downtown in the shivering dawn, she tapped her fingers restlessly on the wheel. The routine death of a sidewalk sleeper in the Bowery shouldn't have been her problem. It was a matter for what the department often called homicide light, the stiff scoopers who patrolled known areas of homeless villages to separate living from dead and take the used-up bodies to the morgue for examination, identification, and disposal. It was a mundane and ugly little job, usually done by those who either still had hopes of joining the more elite homicide unit or those who had given up on such a miracle. Homicide was called to the scene only when the death was clearly suspicious or violent. And, Eve thought, if she hadn't been on top of the rotation for such calls on this miserable morning, she'd still be in her nice warm bed with her nice warm husband. Probably some jittery rookie hoping for a serial killer, she muttered. Beside her, Peabody yawned hugely. I'm really just a extra weight here. From under her ruler straight dark bangs, she sent Eve a hopeful look. You could just drop me off at the closest transpo stop, and I can be back home and in bed in 10 minutes. If I suffer, you suffer. That makes me feel so loved, Dallas. Eve snorted and shot Peabody a grin. No one, she thought, was sturdier, no one was more dependable than her aide. Eve scanned the crumbling buildings, the littered streets. The scars, the warts, the tumors that sliced or bulged over concrete and steel. Steam whooshed up from a grate, shot out from the busy half-life of movement and commerce under the streets. Driving through it was like slicing through fog on a dirty river. Her home, since Rourke, was a world apart from this. She lived with polished wood, gleaming crystal, the scent of candles and hothouse flowers, of wealth. But she knew what it was to come from such places as this, knew how much the same they were, city by city, in smells, in routines, in hopelessness. The streets were nearly empty. Few of the residents of this nasty little sector ventured out early. The dealers and street whores would have finished the night's business, would have crawled back into their flops before sunrise. Merchants, brave enough to run the shops and stores, had yet to uncode their riot bars from the doors and windows. Glide cart vendors, desperate enough to hawk this turf, would carry hand zappers and work in pairs. She spotted the black and white patrol car, scowled at the half-assed job the officers on scene had done with securing the area. Why the hell didn't they finish running the sensors, for Christ's sake? Get me out of bed at 5 in the damn morning, and they don't even have the scene secured? No wonder they're scoopers. Idiots. Peabody said nothing as Eve braked hard behind the black and white and slammed out of the vehicle. The idiots, she thought with some sympathy, We're in for an expert dressing down. By the time Peabody climbed out of the car, Eve had already crossed the sidewalk with long, purposeful strides, heading for the two uniforms who huddled miserably in the wind. She watched the two officers' shoulders snap straight. The lieutenant had that effect on other cops. Peabody mused as she retrieved the field kit from the vehicle. She brought you to attention. It wasn't just the way she looked, Peabody decided, with that long, rangy body, the simple and often disordered cap of brown hair that showed hints of blonde, hints of red, hints Peabody thought of everything. There were the eyes, all cop, and the color of good Irish whiskey, the little dent in the firm chin below a full mouth that could go hard as stone. Peabody found it a strong and arresting face, partially, she decided, because Eve had no vanity whatsoever. She was the best damn cop Peabody had ever known. Pure cop, the kind you'd go through a door with without hesitation, the kind you knew would stand for the dead and for the living. And the kind, Peabody mused, as she walked close enough to hear the end of Eve's blistering lecture, who kicked whatever ass needed kicking. Now, to review, Eve said coolly. You call in a homicide, you drag my butt out of bed, you damn well have the scene secured and have your report ready for me when I get here. You don't stand here like a couple of morons sucking your thumbs. You're cops, for God's sake. Act like cops. Yes, sir, Lieutenant. This came in a wavering voice from the youngest of the team. He was hardly more than a boy, and the only reason Eve had pulled her verbal punch. His partner, however, wasn't a rookie, and she earned one of Eve's frigid stares. Yes, sir, she said between her teeth, and the lively resentment in the tone had Eve angling her head. Do you have a problem, Officer Bowers? No, sir. Her face was the color of aged cherry wood, with her eyes a striking contrast of pale blue. She kept her dark hair short under her regulation cap. There was a button missing on her standard-issue coat, and her shoes were dull and scuffed. Eve could have poked her about it, but decided being stuck in a miserable job was some excuse not to buff up for the day. Good. Eve merely nodded, but the warning in her eyes was clear. She shifted her gaze to the partner and felt a little stir of sympathy. He was pale as a sheet, shaky, and so fresh from the academy she could all but smell it on him. Officer Trueheart, my aide will show you the proper way to secure a scene. See that you pay attention. Yes, sir. Peabody? At the single word, her field kit was in her hand. Show me what we've got here, Bowers. Indigent, male, Caucasian, goes by the name of Snooks. This is his crib. She gestured to a rather cleverly rigged shelter comprised of a packing crate cheerfully painted with stars and flowers and topped by the dented lid of an old recycling bin. There was a moth-eaten blanket across the entrance and a hand-drawn sign that simply said Snooks strung over it. He inside? Yeah. Part of the beat is to give a quick eye check on the cribs looking for stiffs to scoop. Snooks is pretty stiff, she said at what Eve realized after a moment was an attempt at humor. I bet. My, what a pleasant aroma, she muttered, as she moved closer and the wind could no longer blow the stench aside. That's what tipped me. It always stinks. All these people smell like sweat and garbage and worse. But a stiff has another layer. Eve knew the layer all too well. Sweet, sickly. And here, sneaking under the miasma of urine and sour flesh, was the smell of death. And, she noted with a faint frown, the bright metallic hint of blood. Somebody stick him? She nearly sighed as she opened her kit to take out the can of Seal-It. What the hell for? These sleepers don't have anything worth stealing. For the first time, Bowers allowed a thin smile to curve her lips, but her eyes were cold and hard, with bitterness riding in them. Somebody stole something from him, all right. Pleased with herself, she stepped back. She hoped to God the tight-ass lieutenant got a nice hard shock at what she'd see behind the tattered curtain. "You call the M.E.?" Eve asked as she clear-coated her hands and boots. "First on scene's discretion," Bowers said primly, with the malice still bright in her eyes. "I opted to leave that decision to homicide." "For God's sake, is he dead or not?" Disgusted, Eve moved forward, bending a bit to sweep back the curtain. It was always a shock, but not the hard one Bowers had hoped for. Eve had seen too much too often for that. But what one human could do to another was never routine for her, and the pity that stirred underneath and through the cop was something the woman beside her would never feel and never understand. "Poor bastard," she said quietly, and crouched to do a visual exam. Bowers had been right about one thing. Snooks was very, very dead. He was hardly more than a sack of bones and wild, straggly hair. She noted that his boots, while cracked and scarred, had plenty of wear left in them, as did the blanket that had been tossed to the side of the box. He had some trinkets as well: a wide-eyed doll's head, a penlight in the shape of a frog, a broken cup he'd filled with carefully made paper flowers, and the walls were covered with more paper shapes: trees, dogs, angels, and his favored stars and flowers. She could see no signs of struggle, no fresh bruising or superfluous cuts. Whoever had killed the old man had done so efficiently. No, she thought, studying the fist-sized hole in his chest. Surgically. Whoever had taken Snooks's heart had very likely used a laser scalpel. "You got your homicide, Bowers." Eve eased back, let the curtain fall. She felt her blood rise and her fist clench when she saw the self-satisfied smirk on the uniform's face. "Okay, Bowers, we don't like each other. Just one of those things. But you'd be smart to remember that I can make it a hell of a lot harder on you than you can on me." She took a step closer, bumping the toe of her boots to the toe of Bowers' shoes. Just to be sure her point was taken. "So be smart, Bowers, and wipe that fucking sneer off your face and keep out of my way." The sneer dropped away, but Bowers's eyes shot out little bullet points of animosity. "It's against departmental code for a superior officer to use offensive language through a uniform." "No kidding. Well, you be sure to put that in your report, Bowers, and you have that report done in triplicate and on my desk by 10:00. "Stand back," she added, very quietly now. It took 10 humming seconds, with their eyes warring, before Bowers dropped her gaze and shifted aside. Dismissing her, Eve turned her back and pulled out her communicator. "Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. I've got a homicide." Now why, Eve wondered, as she hunkered inside the crate to examine the body, would someone steal a so obviously used-up heart? She remembered that for a period after the urban wars, stolen organs had been a prized commodity on the black market. Very often, dealers hadn't been patient enough to wait until a donor was actually dead to make the transfer, but that had been decades ago, before man-made organs had been fully perfected. Organ donating and brokering were still popular, and she thought there was something about organ building as well, though she paid little attention to medical news and reports. She distrusted doctors. Some of the very rich didn't care for the idea of a manufactured implant, she assumed. A human heart or kidney from a young accident victim could command top prices, but it had to be in prime condition. Nothing about Snooks was prime. She wrinkled her nose against the stench, but leaned closer. When a woman detested hospitals and health centers as much as she did, the faintly sick smell of antiseptic sent the nostrils quivering. She caught it here, just a trace, then frowning, sat back on her heels. Her prelim exam told her the victim had died at 02:10, given the outside temperature through the night. She'd need the blood work and tox reports to know if there'd been drugs in his system, but she could already see that he'd been a brew guzzler. The typical brown refillable bottle used to transport homebrew was tucked in the corner, nearly empty. She found a small, almost pitiful stash of illegals. One thin, hand-rolled joint of Zoner, a couple of pink capsules that were probably Jags, and a small, filthy bag of white powder she assumed, after a sniff, was Grin laced with a whiff of Zeus. There were telltale spiderwebs of broken blood vessels over his dented face, obvious signs of malnutrition, and the scabs of what was likely some unattractive skin disease. The man had been a guzzler, smoked, ate garbage, and had been nearly ready to die in his sleep. Why kill him? "Sir?" Eve didn't glance back as Peabody drew back the curtain. "ME's on scene." "Why take his heart?" Eve muttered. "Why surgically remove it? If it was a straight murder, wouldn't they have roughed him up, kicked him around? If they were into mutilation, why didn't they mutilate? This is textbook work." Peabody scanned the body, grimaced. "I haven't seen any heart ops, but I'll take your word on that." "Look at the wound," Eve said impatiently. "He should have bled out, shouldn't he? A fist-sized hole in the chest, for Christ's sake. But they, whatever it is, clamped, closed off the bleeders, just like they would in surgery. This one didn't want the mess, didn't see the point in it. No. He's proud of his work," she added, crab walking back through the opening, then standing to take a deep gulp of the much fresher air outside. "He's skilled. Had to have had some training, and I don't think one person could have managed this alone. You send the scoopers out to canvass for witnesses?" "Yeah." Peabody scanned the deserted streets, the broken windows, the huddle of boxes and crates deep in the alleyway across the street. "Good luck to them." "Lieutenant?" "Morris!" Eve lifted a brow as she noted she'd hooked the top medical examiner for an on-scene. "I didn't expect to get the cream on a sidewalk sleeper." Pleased, he smiled, and his lively eyes danced. "I was available, and your sleeper sounded quite interesting. No heart? Well, I didn't find one." He chuckled and approached the crate. "Let's have a look-see." She stuffed her hands in the pockets of her leather jacket, hunched her shoulders against the bite of the wind, and watched Morris do his job. "Beautiful work," Morris breathed. "Absolutely beautiful. He had training, right?" "Oh, yes." Affixing micro-goggles over his eyes, Morris peered into the open chest. "Yes, indeed, he did. This is hardly his first surgery. Top-of-the-line tools as well. No homemade scalpel, no clumsy rib spreaders. Our killer is one mag surgeon. Damn if I don't envy his hands." "Some cults like to use body parts in their ceremonies," Eve said half to herself. "But they generally hack and mutilate when they kill, and they like rituals, ambiance. We've got none of that here." "Doesn't look like a religious thing. It looks like a medical one." "Yeah?" That corroborated her thoughts. "One person pull this off?" Doubt it." Morris pulled out his bottom lip, let it snap back. To perform a procedure this slick under these difficult conditions, he'd need a very skilled assistant. "Any idea why they'd take his heart, if it wasn't to worship the demon of the week?" "Not a clue," Morris said cheerfully, and gestured for her to back up. When they were outside again, he blew out a breath. "I'm surprised the old man didn't die of asphyxiation and all that stink. But from a visual exam, my guess would be that heart would have had very few miles left on it. Got your prints and DNA sample for IDing? Already sealed and ready for the lab. Then we'll bag him, take him in." Eve nodded. "You curious enough to bump him to the top of your stack of bodies?" "As a matter of fact, I am." He smiled, gestured to his team. "You should wear a hat, Dallas. It's fucking freezing out here." She sneered, but she'd have given a month's pay for a hot cup of coffee. Leaving Morris to his work, she turned to meet Bowers and Trueheart. Bowers clenched her teeth. She was cold, hungry, and she bitterly resented the chummy consult she'd witnessed between Eve and the chief medical examiner. Probably fucking him, Bowers thought. She knew Eve Dallas, knew her type. Damn right she did. A woman like her only moved up the ranks because she spread her legs while she made the climb. The only reason Bowers hadn't moved up herself was because she refused to do it on her back. That's the way the game's played. That's how. And her heart began to pound in her chest, the blood to thunder in her head. But she'd get her own one day. Whore. Bitch. The words echoed in her brain, nearly trembled off her tongue, but she sucked them in. She reminded herself, still in control. Your report, officer? Nobody saw anything. Nobody knows anything, Bowers snapped. That's the way it is with these people. They stay in their holes. Though Eve had her eyes on Bowers, she caught the slight movement from the rookie. Following instinct, she dug in her pocket and pulled out some loose credits. Get me some coffee, Officer Bowers. Disdain turned so quickly to insulted shock, Eve had to work hard to hold off a grin. Get you coffee? That's right. I want coffee. She grabbed Bowers's hand, dumped the credits into it. So does my aide. You know the neighborhood. Run over to the nearest 24/7 and get me some coffee. Trueheart's lowest rank. Was I talking to Trueheart, Peabody? Eve said pleasantly. No, Lieutenant, I believe you were addressing Officer Bowers. As Peabody didn't like the woman's looks either, she smiled. I take cream and sugar. The lieutenant goes for black. I believe there's a 24/7 one block over. Shouldn't take you long. Bowers stood another moment, then turned on her heel and stalked off. Her muttered bitch came clearly on the cold wind. Golly, Peabody, Bowers just called you a bitch. I really think she meant you, sir. Yeah. Eve's grin was fierce. You're probably right. So, Trueheart, spill it. Sir? His already pale face whitened even more at being directly addressed. What do you think? What do you know? I don't... When he glanced nervously at Bowers's stiff and retreating back, Eve stepped into his line of vision. Forget her. You're dealing with me now. I want your report on the canvas. His Adam's apple bobbed. No one in the immediate area admits to having witnessed any disturbance in the vicinity or any visitors to the victim's crib during the time in question. And? It's just that... I was going to tell Bowers, he continued in a rush, but she cut me off. Tell me, Eve suggested. It's about the gimp. He had his crib on this side, just down from Snook's, as long as I've had the beat. It's only a couple of months, but... You patrolled this area yesterday? Eve interrupted. Yes, sir. And there was a crib by Snook's? Yes, sir, like always. Now he's got it on the other side of the street, way at the end of the alley. Did you question him? No, sir, he's zoned. We couldn't roust him, and Bowers said it wasn't worth the trouble anyway because he's stone drunk. Eve studied him thoughtfully. His color was back, pumped into his cheeks from nerves and the slap of the wind. But he had good eyes, she decided, clear and sharp. How long have you been out of the academy, Trueheart? 3 months, sir. Then you can be forgiven for not being able to recognize an asshole in uniform. She cocked her head when a flash of humor trembled on his mouth. But I have a feeling you'll learn. Call for a wagon and have your pal, the Gimp, taken down to the tank at Central. I want to talk to him when he's sobered up. He knows you? Yes, sir. Then you stay with him, and bring him up when he's coherent. I want you to stand in on the interview. You want me to... Trueheart's eyes went huge and bright. I'm assigned to Light. Bowers is my trainer. Is that how you want it, officer? He hesitated, blew out a quiet breath. No, sir. It's not. Then why aren't you following my orders? She turned away to harass the crime scene team and left him grinning after her. That was really sweet, Peabody said, when they were back in their vehicle with cups of hot, horrible coffee. Don't start, Peabody. Come on, Dallas, you gave the guy a nice break. He gave us a potential witness, and it was another way to burn that idiot Bowers's ass. She smiled thinly. Next chance you get, Peabody, do a run on her. I like to know everything I can about people who want to rip the skin off my face. I'll take care of it when we're back at Central. You want hard copy? Yeah. Run Trueheart, too, just for form. Wouldn't mind running him. Peabody wiggled her eyebrows. He's very cute. Eve slanted her a look. You're pathetic, and you're too old for him. I can't have more than a couple, maybe 3 years on him, Peabody said with a hint of insult. And some guys prefer a more experienced woman. I thought you were still tight with Charles. We date. Peabody lifted her shoulders, still uncomfortable discussing this particular man with Eve. But we're not exclusive. Tough to be exclusive with a licensed companion, Eve thought, but held her tongue. Snapping out her opinion of Peabody developing a relationship with Charles Monroe had come much too close to breaking the bond between them a few weeks before. You're okay with that, she said instead. That's the way we both want it. We like each other, Dallas. We have a good time together. I wish you... She broke off, firmly shut her mouth. I didn't say anything. You're thinking pretty damn loud. Eve set her teeth. They were not, she promised herself, going back there. What I'm thinking, she said evenly, is about getting some breakfast before we start on the paperwork. That works for me. The best that could be said about the slop served at Cop Central's eatery was that it filled the hole serious hunger could dig. Between bites of what was supposed to be a spinach omelet, Peabody accessed data on her Palm PC. Ellen Bowers, she reported, no middle initial. Graduated from the Academy, New York branch, in 46. I was there in 46, Eve mused. She'd have been right ahead of me. I don't remember her. I can't get her Academy records without authorization. Don't bother with that. Scowling, Eve hacked at the cardboard disguised as a pancake on her plate. She's been on the force a dozen years, and she's scooping stiffs downtown? Wonder who else she pissed off. Assigned to the 162 for the last 2 years, spent another couple at the 47. Before that, assigned to traffic. Man, she's bounced all over Dallas. Sounds like our friends had trouble finding her niche, or the department's been shuffling her. I've got that she's single, never married, no kids. She's 35, parents live in Queens, 3 sibs, 2 brothers and 1 sister. And we have my personal take, Peabody added as she set the PPC aside. I hope we're done with her because she'd really, really like to hurt you. Eve only smiled. That's got to be frustrating for her, doesn't it? Do you have a personal take on why? Not a clue, except you're you, and she's not. Uneasy, Peabody moved her shoulders. I'd pay attention, though. She looks like the kind who'd come at you from behind. We're not likely to run into each other on a regular basis. Eve filed the matter, dismissed it. Eat up. I'm going to go see if this sleeper of Trueheart's knows anything. She decided to use an interview room, knowing the stark formality of that often loosened tongues. One look at the gimp warned her that while he might be coherent now, thanks to a hefty dose of sober-up, his skinny body still jittered and his nervous eyes jumped. A quick spin through the decontamination tank had likely chased off any parasites and had laid a thin layer of faux citrus over the stink of him. An addict, Eve thought, with an assortment of vices that had certainly fried a good portion of his brain cells. She brought him water, knowing most brewhounds suffered from dry mouth after decon. How old are you, Gimp? Dunno, maybe, 50. You got another name? He shrugged. They'd taken away his clothes and disposed of them. The gray smock and drawstring pants hung on him and were nearly the same color as his skin. Dunno. I'm Gimp. Okay. You know Officer Trueheart here, right? Yeah. Suddenly, the beaten face glowed with a smile as pure as a baby's. "Hi. You slipped me some credits. Said I should get some soup." The smile faded as his busy eyes landed on Eve again. "Who are you? How come I have to be here? I didn't do nothing. Somebody's going to take my stuff if I don't watch out." "Don't worry about your stuff, Gimp. We'll take care of it." "I'm Dallas." She kept her voice low and easy, her face bland. Too much cop, she thought, would just spook him. "I just want to talk to you. You want something to eat?" "Don't know. Maybe." "We'll get you something hot after we talk. I'm going to turn on the recorder so we get it all straight." "I didn't do nothing." "Nobody thinks you did." "Engage recorder," she ordered. "Interview with witness known as the Gimp regarding case number 28913-H. Interviewer Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Also attending Peabody, Officer Delia, and Trueheart, Officer—" She glanced over. "Troy." He flushed. "Troy Trueheart?" Eve said with her tongue in her cheek. "Okay." "Subject witness is not under suspicion for any wrongdoing. This investigator appreciates his cooperation. Do you understand that, Gimp?" "Yeah, yes." "What?" "You're not here because you're in trouble. I appreciate you talking to me. I hear you moved your crib last night." "Don't know." "You used to have it across the street, near Snooks. You know Snooks, don't you, Gimp?" "Maybe." His hand shook, slopping water on the table. "He draws pictures. Nice pictures. I traded him some Zona for a pretty one of a tree. He makes flowers, too. Nice." "I saw his flowers. They're pretty." "He was kind of a friend of yours?" "Yeah." His eyes filled, and tears spilled over the red rims. "Maybe. Don't know." "Somebody hurt him, Gimp. Did you know that?" Now he shrugged, a hard jerk of the shoulder, and began to look around the room. Tears were still rolling down his cheeks, but his eyes were glazed with confusion. "Did you see who hurt him?" "Can I keep these clothes? Am I going to keep them?" "Yeah, you can keep them." Narrowing her eyes, she went with her gut. "How come you didn't take his boots, Gimp? He was dead, and they were good boots." "I don't steal from Snooks," he said with some dignity. "Not even when he's dead. You don't steal from your bud. No way, no how." "How come you think they done that to him?" Looking genuinely puzzled, he leaned forward. "How come you think they put that big hole in him?" "I don't know." Eve leaned forward, too. "I keep wondering about that. Was anybody mad at him?" "Snooks! He don't hurt nobody. We just mind our own, that's what. And Snooks, he sells us paper flowers sometimes, and we can get some brew or some smoke and mind our own. No call to put a big hole in him, was there?" "No. It was a bad thing they did to him." "You saw them last night?" "Don't know. Don't know what I saw." "Hey!" He beamed that smile at Trueheart again. "Maybe you give me some credits again, all right? For some soup?" Trueheart shot a glance at Eve, got her nod. "Sure, Gimp. I'll give you some before you go. You just have to talk to the lieutenant for a while more." "You liked old Snooks, right?" "I liked him fine." Trueheart smiled and, taking the cue from Eve, sat. "He drew nice pictures. He gave me one of his paper flowers." "He'd only give 'em to people he liked," Gimp said brightly. "He liked you." "Said so." "Didn't like that other one. And me neither. She's got mean eyes. Like to kick you in the teeth if she could." "What are you doing going around with her?" "She's not here now," Trueheart said gently. "The lieutenant is. Her eyes aren't mean." "Maybe not. Cops, though. Cops' eyes. Cops, cops, cops," he giggled. "I feel really bad about old Snooks," Trueheart continued. "I bet he'd want you to tell Lieutenant Dallas what happened. He'd want it to be you who tells because you were buds." "You think?" "I do. Why don't you tell her what you saw last night?" "Don't know what I saw." People coming around. Don't see people coming around at night that way. Driving a big black car. Big fucker. Shined in the dark. They don't say nothing. Eve held up a finger, indicating to Trueheart that she was taking over again. How many people, Gimp? 2. Wore long black coats. Looked warm. Had masks on, so all you can see is the eyes. I think, hey, it ain't fucking Halloween. He broke himself up, laughing delightedly. It ain't fucking Halloween, he repeated, snorting. But they got masks on, and they're carrying bags, like for trick-or-treat. What did the bags look like? One has a nice big black one. Shines, too. And the other has something else. It's white, and it makes sloshy noises when he walks with it. They go right into Snooks's crib, like they was invited or something. I don't hear nothing but the wind. Maybe I go to sleep. Did they see you? Eve asked him. Don't know. They got warm coats and good shoes. Big car. You don't go thinking they're going to put a big hole in Snooks. He leaned toward her again, his homely face earnest, tears trembling again. If you think that, you try to stop them, maybe, or go run for the beat droid, 'cause you're buds. He was crying now. Eve leaned over, laid a hand over his, despite the scabs that covered it. You didn't know. It's not your fault. It's their fault. What else did you see? Don't know. Sleep, maybe. Then maybe I woke up and looked out. No car now. Was there a car there? Don't know. It's getting light out, and I go over to see Snooks. He'll know maybe if there was a big black car. And I see him. See that big hole in him? And the blood. His mouth's wide open, and his eyes, too. They put a big hole in him. And maybe they want to put one in me, so I can't be there. Can't do that. No way, no how. So I have to get my stuff away from there. All my stuff, right away from there. So that's what I do, you bet. And then I drink all the rest of the brew I got and go back to sleep. I didn't help old Snooks. You're helping him now. Eve leaned back. Let's talk about the 2 people in the long coats some more. She worked him another hour, tugging him back when he wandered too far for too long. Though she didn't slide any more information out of him, Eve didn't consider the hour wasted. He should have been in psych, she thought, or in a halfway house. But he wouldn't have stuck. She'd long ago accepted that you couldn't save everyone. You did a good job with him, Trueheart. He blushed again, and while she found the trait a bit endearing, she hoped he'd learn to control it. The other cops would eat him alive before the bad guys had a chance for a nibble. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you giving me a chance to help with him. You found him, Eve said simply. I figure you've got plans for yourself out of Homicide Light. This time he squared his shoulders. I want a detective shield when I've earned it. You can start earning it by sticking. I could and would be willing to put in a plug for your transfer. See that you get another beat and another trainer. But I'm going to ask you to stay where you are. You've got good eyes, Trueheart, and I'd like you to use them on your beat until we close this case. He was so overwhelmed with the offer and the request, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. I'll stick. Good. Bowers is going to give you grief over this. He grimaced. I'm getting used to it. Fine, then. Go back to your station and write your report. If you come across anything you think might apply to this case, get in touch with either me or Peabody. She headed to her office, already issuing orders to Peabody to have the interview disc duped. And let's get the rundown on known dealers in that area. We can't absolutely rule out the illegals connection. I can't think of a chemi dealer who offs his deadbeat clients by surgically removing vital organs, but stranger things have happened. We'll run known cults, too, she continued, as Peabody input the orders into her memo pad. It feels wrong, but we'll give it some attention. And let's see if we can get a real ID on the victim, she continued when they stepped off the glide. We got his prints and DNA sample. If Morris is into the post-mortem, he should at least have an approximate age. I'll get right on it. Peabody swung left, heading through the bullpen, as Eve turned into her office. Sitting down, she engaged her telelink with the intention of harassing Morris. "Dallas." Morris's face swam on screen. "You know how I hate being interrupted when I've got my hands in someone's brains. I have a witness who puts 2 people on the scene. Big shiny car, nice shiny shoes. One carried a leather bag, the other a white bag that made, I quote, sloshy noises. Ring any bells?" "I hear a ding," Morris said, frowning now. "Your witness see what happened?" "No, he's a brewhead, slept through most of it. They were gone when he woke up, but according to the timeline, he discovered the body. Would that sloshy bag be what I think it would be?" "Could be an organ transport sack. This is neat professional work here, Dallas. First-rate major organ removal. I've got some of the blood work back. Your victim was given a nice, comfy dose of anesthesia. He never felt a thing. But if what's left in him is any indication, his heart was next to worthless. His liver's shot, his kidneys are a mess, his lungs are the color of a coal mine. This is not someone who bothered with anti-cancer vaccines or regular medical treatments. His body's full of disease. I'd have given him 6 months, tops, before he'd have kicked from natural causes." "So they took a worthless heart," Eve mused. "Maybe they figure on passing it off as a good one. If it's like the rest of him, a first-year med student would spot the condition. They wanted it. It's too damn much trouble to go through just to kill some sidewalk sleeper." Possibilities circled in her mind. Revenge? Some weird cult? A black market scam? Kicks? Entertainment? Practice? "You said it was first-rate work. How many surgeons in the city could handle it?" "I'm a dead doctor. Live ones don't run in the same circles. Snazziest private hospital in New York would be the Drake Center. I'd start there." "Thanks, Morris. I can use the final reports as soon as you can manage it." "Then let me get back to my brain." With that, he ended transmission. Eve turned to her computer, eyes narrowed. It was making a suspicious buzzing noise, one she'd reported twice to the jokers in maintenance. She leaned toward it, teeth bared in threat. "Computer, you sack of shit! Search for data on the Drake Center Medical Facility, New York City." "Working." The Drake Center of Medicine, located 2nd Avenue, New York City. Established 2023 in honor of Walter C. Drake, credited with the discovery of anti-cancer vaccine. This is a private facility which includes hospital and healthcare clinics, rated Class A by the American Medical Association. Teaching and training facilities also rated Class A, as well as research and development laboratories with Class A ratings. Do you wish list of board members on all facilities? Yes, on-screen and hard copy. Internal error. There was a distinct increase in the buzzing noise, and the screen began to shimmer. Please repeat command. I'm going to eat those maintenance assholes for lunch. Command does not compute. Do you wish to order lunch? Ha ha, no. List board members on all facilities of the Drake Center of Medicine. Working. Health Center Board, Colin Cagney, Lucille Mendez, Tia Woe, Michael Waverly, Charlotte Mira. Dr. Mira? Eve murmured. It was a good connection. The doctor was one of the top criminal profilers in the city and affiliated with the New York Police and Security Department. She was also a personal friend. Eve drummed her fingers, listening to the names of the board of the teaching facilities. 1 or 2 vaguely rang a bell, but the ringing became louder when the computer reached the board of the research and development arm. Carlotta Zemwe? Rourke? Hold it! Hold it! Her drumming fingers curled into fists. Rourke? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Can't he stay out of anything? Please rephrase question. Shut the hell up. Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes, sighed. Continue list, she ordered as her stomach continued to sink. Print out, then disengage. Internal error. Unable to comply with multiple commands at this time. She didn't scream, but she wanted to. After a frustrating 20 minutes of waiting for the data to dribble out, she swung through the detective's bullpen and around to the stingy area where aides and adjutants were penned in cubicles. "Peabody, I have to head out." "I've got data incoming. Do you want me to transfer it to my portable unit?" "No, you stay here, finish the runs. I shouldn't be more than a couple of hours. When you're done with this, I want you to go find a hammer." "Sir, a hammer?" "That's right. A really big, heavy hammer. Then you can take it into my office and beat that fucking useless excuse for a data spitter on my desk to dust." "Ah." Because she was a wise woman, Peabody cleared her throat rather than loosen the chuckle. "As an alternate to that action, Lieutenant, I could call maintenance." "Fine, you do that, and tell them that at the very first opportunity, I'm coming down there and killing all of them. Mass murder. And after they're all dead, I'm going to kick the bodies around, dance on top of them, and sing a happy song. No jury will convict me." Because the idea of Eve singing and dancing anywhere made her lips twitch, Peabody bit the inside of her cheek. "I'll inform them of your dissatisfaction with their work." "You do that, Peabody." Turning on her heel, Eve shrugged into her jacket and stalked out. It would have been more logical for her to hunt up Mira first. As a psychiatrist, a medical doctor, a criminologist, Mira would be a valuable source on the case. But Eve drove uptown to the shimmering sphere of a building that was Rourke's New York headquarters. She slipped her vehicle into the space Rourke had reserved for her in the multi-level garage. The computerized voice greeted her by name, wishing her well, and told her as she stepped in that Rourke would be informed of her visit. Eve jammed her hands in her pockets, paced the glide on its smooth ride to the top of the sphere. When the doors whispered open, Rourke's assistant was waiting with a polite smile. As always, she was perfectly groomed, her snow-white hair sleekly styled. "Lieutenant, how nice to see you again. Rourke's in a meeting. He asked if you'd mind waiting in his office just a few moments." "Sure, fine. Okay." She led Eve through the glass breezeway where New York rushed by some 60 stories below. "If you haven't had lunch, I can shift Rourke's next appointment to accommodate you." "No, this shouldn't take long, thanks." "Just let me know if I can do anything for you." Discreetly, she closed the doors and left Eve alone. The office was huge, of course. Rourke liked his space. The sea of windows were tinted to cut the glare and offer a staggering view of the city. The trinkets in the room were clever and unique. The furnishings, sleek and comfortable. Efficiency, elegance, power. He never lacked for any of them. And when, 10 minutes later, he came in through a side door, it was so easy to see why.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Efficiency, elegance, power. Rourke never lacked for any of them. And when, 10 minutes later, he came in through a side door, it was so easy to see why. He could still stop her heart. Just the look of him, that glorious face, as perfectly sculpted as a Renaissance statue, was highlighted by eyes impossibly blue, and a mouth designed to make a woman crave it on hers. His black hair fell nearly to his shoulders, adding just a touch of the rogue, and she knew just how strong and sleek that body was, now elegantly clad in a tailored black suit. "Lieutenant," Ireland whispered, silky and romantic in his voice. "An unexpected pleasure." I need to talk to you. About? Murder. Ah. He had already taken her hands in his, was already leaning down for a long, slow kiss of greeting. Am I under arrest? Your name popped up during a data search. What are you doing on the board of the Drake Center's R&D unit? Being an upstanding citizen. Being married to a cop does that to a man. He ran his hands up her arms to her shoulders, felt the tension there, and sighed. Eve, I'm on all sorts of tedious boards and committees. Who's dead? A sidewalk sleeper named Snooks. I don't believe we were acquainted. Sit down. Tell me what this has to do with me being on the board of the Drake Center. Possibly nothing, but I have to start somewhere. She didn't sit, but roamed the room. The victim's heart was surgically removed while he was in his crib down in the Bowery. The ME claims the procedure required a top-flight surgeon, and the Drake was my first pass. Good choice. It's the best in the city, and likely the best on the East Coast. Considering, Rourke leaned back against his desk. They took his heart? That's right. He was a brewhead, an addict. His body was worn down. Morris says the heart was no good anyway. The guy would have been dead in 6 months. She stopped pacing and faced him. What do you know about organ trading on the black market? It wasn't something I dabbled in, even in my more flexible days, he added with a faint smile. But the advances in man-made organs, the supply still available from accidental deaths, the strides in healthcare and organ building, all have cut the market for street organs down to nothing. That area peaked about 30 years ago. How much for a heart off the street? She demanded. I really don't know. His brow winged up. Do you want me to find out? I can find out myself. She began to pace again. What do you do on that board? I'm an advisor. My own R&D department has a medical arm that cooperates and assists Drake's. We have a contract with the center. We supply medical equipment, machines, computers. He smiled again. Artificial organs. Drake's R&D deals primarily with pharmaceuticals, prostheses, chemicals. We both manufacture replacement organs. You make hearts, among other things. We don't deal in live tissue. Who's the best surgeon on staff? Colin Cagney is the chief of staff. You've met him, Rourke added. She only grunted. How could she remember all the people she'd met in some social arena since Rourke came into her life? Wonder if he makes, what did they call them? Home calls. House calls, Rourke corrected with a hint of a smile. I can't quite see the distinguished Dr. Cagney performing illegal surgery in a sidewalk sleeper's crib. Maybe I'll have a different vision once I meet him again. She let out a deep sigh. Sorry to interrupt your day. Interrupt it a bit longer, he suggested, and indulged himself by crossing to her and rubbing his thumb over her full bottom lip. Have lunch with me. Can't. I've got more legwork. But the light friction on her lip made it curve. So, what were you buying? Australia, he said, then laughed when she gaped at him. Just a small piece of it. Delighted with her reaction, he yanked her close for a quick, hard kiss. Christ, I adore you, Eve. Yeah, well, good. It continually left her hot and loose to hear it, to know it. I gotta go. Would you like me to see what I can find out about organ research at Drake? That's my job, and I know how to do it. It'd be really nice if you didn't get mixed up in this one. Just go by the rest of Australia or something. I'll see you at home. Lieutenant. He turned to his desk, opened a drawer. Knowing how she worked, he tossed her an energy bar. Your lunch, I imagine. Thanks. When she closed the door behind her, he glanced at his wrist unit. 20 minutes before his next meeting, Rourke calculated. Time enough. He took a seat at his computer, smiled a little as he thought of his wife, then called up data on the Drake Center. Eve discovered it was just as well she hadn't gone after Mira first. The doctor was out. She shot off a quick email requesting a case consult the following day, then headed down to Drake. She hated hospitals. The fact that she was going into this one as a cop and not a patient didn't seem to make a difference. Impatient, and because it was the section she knew best, Eve pulled her car into the ER lot, then snarled at the meter that demanded to know the extent of the injuries she suffered. She shoved her badge into the view screen. Police business, deal with it. While the meter squawked, she turned away to stride across the lot toward the hated glass double doors. The ER was full of wailing, sobbing, and complaining. Eve located the first map and asked for the surgical wing. The quickest route was the underground tram, so she joined a moaning patient strapped to a gurney, 2 exhausted-looking interns, and a couple who sat close together whispering about someone named Joe and his chances with his new liver. When she reached the right wing, she took the glide up a level. She chose one of a half a dozen reception consoles at random and flashed her badge at the clerk to ensure no evasions. "I need to speak with Dr. Colin Cagney." "One moment, please, while I locate the doctor." The clerk ran a location search on his board, then offered Eve a polite smile. "Dr. Cagney is on the 10th floor. That's the consultation level. He is currently with a patient." "Is there a private waiting area on that level?" "There are 6 private waiting areas on 10. Let me see if one is available for you." He called up another board, sent lights blinking red or green. "Waiting area 3 is available. I'll be happy to reserve it for you here." "Fine. Tell Dr. Cagney I'm waiting to speak with him, and I'm pressed for time." "Of course. Take any elevator in Bank 6, Lieutenant. Good health." "Right," she muttered. Anyone that incessantly polite made her shudder. Edgy, she rode the car up and searched out the right waiting room. It was a small, tastefully decorated room with a mood screen set to soft, shifting colors. The first thing she did was turn it off. Ignoring the low sofa and 2 deep chairs, she roamed the room. The door opened behind her. "Lieutenant!" The doctor had a dazzling smile, his teeth as white and straight as a navy band. He flashed it as he crossed the room. "Dr. Cagney, I hoped you'd remember to call me Colin." The smile spread again as he squeezed and released her hand. "We've met a few times at various functions, but I imagine between your business and Rourke's, you meet seas of people." "True enough, but I remember you." She had, as soon as she'd seen him. "I appreciate you agreeing to speak with me. I hope you haven't come seeking my professional services. You're not ill?" "No, I'm fine. It's my profession that brings me to you." Though she'd rather have remained on her feet, she sat. "I'm working on a case. A sidewalk sleeper was murdered earlier this morning by someone with excellent surgical skills." "I don't understand." "His heart was removed and taken from the scene. A witness described one of the suspects carrying what you call an organ sac." "My God." Concern flitted along with confusion in his eyes. "I'm appalled to hear it, but I still don't understand. You're telling me his heart was surgically removed and transported?" "Exactly. He was anesthetized and murdered in his own crib. 2 people were seen entering. One carried what sounds very much like a doctor's bag, and the other the transfer sac. The operation was performed by someone very skilled." "For what purpose? I haven't heard about organ theft, not of this nature, for years. A sidewalk sleeper? Have you determined his state of health before this was done?" "The M.E. says he'd have died in his sleep in a matter of months. We don't believe they took a prime heart out of him." With a heavy sigh, he sat back. "I imagine you see all manner of what men do to men in your line of work, Lieutenant. I've pieced back bodies that have been torn, broken, hacked. Men continually find new ways to kill men." "And always will," Eve agreed. "But instinct tells me this man's death was incidental. They got what they wanted from him. I have to ask, Dr. Cagney, where were you this morning between 1 and 3 a.m.? He blinked, and his well-formed mouth fell open before he recovered. "I would have been at home, sleeping with my wife. Do I require a lawyer, Lieutenant?" "That's up to you," she said evenly, "but I see no reason for one at this time. I will need to speak with your wife at some point." Mouth grim now, he nodded. "Understood." Each of our professions runs on routines that are often unpleasant. This is mine. I need a list of the top surgeons in the city, starting with those who specialize in organ transplants. He rose at that, paced to the window. "Doctors stand for each other, Lieutenant. There's pride and loyalty involved here. Cops stand for each other. And when one of them is found to be dirty, it smears us all. I can go through other channels to get the list I need," she added, rising. "But I'd appreciate your cooperation. A man's been murdered. Someone decided he shouldn't be allowed to finish out his life. That pisses me off, Dr. Cagney." "I'll send you a list, Lieutenant," he said without turning around. "You'll have it by the end of the day." "Thanks." She drove back to Cop Central, remembering her energy bar as she swung into the garage. She ate it on the way up to her office, chewing nutrients and chewing over her impressions of Cagney. He had a face a patient would trust, even fear a bit, she imagined. You would tend to believe his word. Medically, was law. She intended to do a run on him, but calculated him in his mid to late 60s. That meant he'd been a doctor for more than half of his life so far. He could kill. She learned that anyone could under the right circumstances, but could he kill so cold-bloodedly? Would he protect, under the guise of professional loyalty, someone else who had? She wasn't sure of the answers. The light on her computer was blinking green, indicating a new input of data. Peabody, she thought, had been hard at work. After stripping off her jacket, she called it up. It only took 5 frustrating minutes of grinding noises before the data popped. Victim identified as Samuel Michael Petrinsky, born 5/6/1961, Madison, Wisconsin. ID number 12176-VSE12. Parents deceased. No known siblings. Marital status divorced, June 2023. Former spouse Cheryl Petrinsky Silva, age 92. 3 children from marriage, Samuel, James, Lucy. Data available on request in cross-file. No known employment in last 30 years. What happened to you, Sam? She wondered. Why'd you leave the wife and kids and come to New York to fry your mind and wreck your body on brew and smoke? Hell of a way to end up, she muttered, then asked for the cross-reference on his children. She would have to notify next of kin. You have performed an illegal function. Please delete request and enter your ID number immediately, or all unsaved data will be destroyed. You son of a bitch! Furious, Eve leaped to her feet and punched the side of her computer with a bunched fist. Even as the pain sang in her knuckles, she prepared to punch it again. A problem with your equipment, Lieutenant. She hissed, set her teeth, and straightened. It was rare for Commander Whitney to visit her office, and not too happy a moment to have him do so when she was beating up departmental property. Respectfully, sir, this unit sucks. It might have been a smile that flitted into his dark eyes, but she couldn't be sure. I suggest you contact maintenance, Dallas. Maintenance, Commander, is full of morons. And the budget is full of holes. He stepped in, shut the door at his back, which made Eve's stomach jitter uneasily. He glanced around, then shook his head. Your rank entitles you to an office, Dallas, not a dungeon. This suits me, sir. So you always say. Is that auto chef stocked with your coffee or the department's? Mine, sir. Would you like some? I certainly would. She turned to order him a cup. The closed door meant he wanted privacy. The request for coffee indicated he wanted to put her at ease. The combination made Eve nervous. but her hand was steady as she offered him the cup, and her eyes stayed level on his. "You caught a homicide early this morning," he began, pausing long enough to sip and appreciate the genuine coffee from genuine beans Rourke's money could buy. "Yes, sir. The victim has just been identified. I'll be notifying next of kin." She shot her computer a vicious look. "When I can drag the data out of that heap, I'll have an updated report for you by end of day." "I have a report from the first officer on scene on my desk now, along with a complaint. You and Bowers appear to have bumped heads. I came down on her. She deserved it. She's filed a complaint that you used abusive and inappropriate language." When Eve rolled her eyes, he did smile. "You and I both know that kind of a complaint is no more than a nuisance, and generally makes the complainant look like a soggy-spined fool. However," his smile faded, "she also claims that she observed your work on scene as sloppy and careless, that you misused her trainee and threatened her with physical harm." Eve felt the blood begin to sizzle hot under her skin. "Peabody recorded the on-scene investigation. I'll have a copy of it on your desk immediately. I'll need that to dismiss the complaint officially. Unofficially, I'm fully aware it's bullshit. I'd like to hear your take on this before I act. My investigation will stand, and so will my report." He laced his fingers, kept the expression on his wide face bland. "Dallas," was all he said, and had her blowing out a huff of breath. "I handled it. I don't believe in running to a superior officer or filing papers over a minor incident between cops." When he only continued to stare, she jammed her hands in her pockets. "The ranking officer on scene had not secured the area properly upon my arrival. She was appropriately chastised about the lack of proper procedure. Officer Bowers displayed a marked tendency toward insubordination, which was dealt with, again, in my opinion, appropriately. On his own, her trainee indicated to me that on previous scans of the area there had been another crib beside the victim's, which had, since the day before, been moved. He had reported same to his trainer, and his observation had been dismissed. This observation, when followed up on, netted a witness. I invited the trainee, Officer Trueheart, to join in the interview of this witness, who was known to him. Trueheart, as will be stated in my report, shows excellent potential." She paused in her flat recitation, and heat flashed in her eyes for the first time. "I deny all charges but the last. I might very well have threatened Officer Bowers with physical harm, and will ask my aid for verification. My regret at this time is that I did not follow through with any threat I may have made and knock her on her fat ass. Sir." Whitney lifted his brows, but managed to conceal amusement. "Had you followed through, Lieutenant, we'd have a nice little mess on our hands. I assume, knowing exactly how thorough you are, that you or your aide has done a run on Officer Bowers, at least a minimal run, and are therefore aware of her record of transfer. She is what we call a problem child. The department tends to move their problem children from area to area. Bowers is also a champion filer. Nothing she likes better than to file complaints. She's taken a strong dislike to you, Dallas, and off the record, I'm warning you that she's likely to make trouble for you, however she can. She doesn't worry me. I came down here to tell you that she should. Her type feeds on trouble, on causing trouble for other cops, and she's aiming for you. She copied Chief Tibble and her department representative on this complaint. Get the on-scene record and your report and a carefully worded response to this complaint on my desk before end of day." "Sir?" Resentment shimmered in her voice, in her eyes, but she held her tongue. "Lieutenant Dallas, I've never had a better cop under my command than you, and my personal response to the complaint will say so. Cops like Bowers rarely go the distance. She's stumbling her way out of the department, Dallas. This is only a hitch in your stride. Take it seriously, but don't give it more of your time and energy than necessary. Thank you for your support." Damn good coffee, he said wistfully, and set aside the empty cup. By end of shift, Dallas, he added, as he walked out. Yes, sir. She got it done, keeping her tone coolly professional throughout. During the final pass of her response, the list she requested from Cagney came through. Ignoring the headache beginning to blaze a trail behind her eyes, she copied all disks pertaining to the case, made a call to maintenance — she only called the morons twice — then took everything with her. It was end of shift, and by God, she was going home on time for a change, even if she did intend to work once she got there. But her temper began to simmer and spike as she drove. Her hands clenched and unclenched on the wheel. She'd worked hard to become a good cop. She trained and studied and observed and was willing to work until she dropped to stay a good cop. Her badge didn't simply define what she did, but who she was. And in some ways, Eve knew that badge, what it meant, had saved her. The first years of her life were either gone or a blur of pain and misery and abuse, but she'd survived them. Survived the father who had beaten her, raped her, who had damaged her so badly that when she was found broken and bleeding in an alley, she hadn't even remembered her name. So she'd become Eve Dallas, a name given to her by a social worker, and one she had fought to make mean something. Being a cop meant she wasn't helpless any longer. More, it meant she was able to stand for those who were helpless. Every time she stood over a body, she remembered what it was like to be a victim. Every time she closed a case, it was a victory for the dead and for a young girl without a name. Now, some stiff scooper with an attitude had attempted to put a smear on her badge. For some cops, it would be an annoyance, an irritation. For Eve, it was a deep personal insult. So she drove through the gates and up the gracious sweep of private road to the stunning house of stone and glass that was Rourke's. She left her car in front, hoping, really hoping, that tight-ass Somerset said something snotty about it. She barely felt the cold as she jogged up the steps and opened the tall front door. There she waited. 1 beat. 2. It normally took Rourke's butler no longer than that to slide into the foyer and insult her. Today she wanted him to, craved it. When the house remained silent, she snarled in frustration. The day, she thought, was going just perfectly. She couldn't even take a swing at her worst enemy to release some steam. She really, really wanted to hit something. She stripped off her leather jacket, deliberately tossed it over the carved newel post. But still he didn't materialize. Bastard, she thought in disgust, and stalked upstairs. She stepped into the bedroom, intending to sulk in a hot shower before going to work. And there was Rourke. She eyed him narrowly. Obviously, he'd just come in himself and was just hanging his suit jacket in the closet. He turned, angled his head. The glittering eyes, flushed face, and aggressive stance told him just what kind of mood she was in. He closed the closet door and smiled. "Hello, darling, and how was your day?" "It sucked. Where's Somerset?" Rourke arched a brow as he crossed the room. He could all but see waves of temper and frustration pumping off her. "He has the evening off." "Great. Fine." She swung away. "The one time I actually want the son of a bitch, he's not here." Rourke's eyebrow stayed lifted as he slanted a look toward the fat gray cat curled on the bed. They shared a brief, silent stare, and Galahad, preferring to avoid violence, leaped to the floor and slinked out the door. Cautious himself, Rourke ran his tongue around his teeth. "Something I can do for you?" She whipped her head around, scowled at him. "I like your face, so I don't want to break it." "Lucky me," Rourke murmured. "That's a lot of energy you've got going on in there, Lieutenant. I think I can help you with that." "If you tell me to take a goddamn soother, I'm gonna—" It was as far as she got before her breath whooshed out and she found herself tackled onto the bed. "Don't mess with me, Ace." She shifted, bucked. "I'm in a pisser of a mood." "So I see." He barely blocked her elbow, managed to cuff her wrists with one hand, and used his weight to keep her pinned. "Let's just put all of that to good use, shall we? When I want sex, I'll let you know," she said between her teeth. "Okay." Even as she hissed at him, he lowered his head and bit her lightly on the throat. "While I'm waiting, I'll just amuse myself a bit. You have a ripe taste when you're mad." "Damn it, Rourke!" But his tongue was doing incredible things to the side of her neck, and the juices stirred by anger began to swim in a different direction. "Cut it out," she muttered. But when his free hand closed over her breast, her body arched toward him. "Nearly done." His mouth skimmed her jaw, then crushed onto hers in the fierce and feral kiss her mood seemed to demand. His body tightened, his own needs flashed. But when he eased back, he gave her a bland smile. "Well, if you'd rather be alone." She broke his loosened hold on her hands and grabbed him by the front of his shirt. "Too late, pal. Now I want sex." Grinning, he let her shove him onto his back. She straddled him, planted her hands on his chest. "And I'm feeling mean," she warned him. "Well, I did say for better or worse." Her mouth dived to his, taking greedily, driving the kiss toward violence. Glorying in it, she clawed at him, ripping at his clothes as they rolled over the bed. Wrestling now, hands grappling to take, mouths ravenous, frantic groans. Quick shudders came from both of them as weaknesses were sought out and exploited. They knew each other's bodies and those weaknesses well. All the frustrated energy peaked into hunger, a need to take, and take quickly, to take all. His teeth on her naked breast, his hand bruising her flesh in their rush to possess, only heightened the appetites. There was a feral sound in her throat as he yanked her up to her knees, as their bodies met, torso to torso, and mouth plundered mouth. "Now, damn it!" Her nails bit into his back, scraped, slid off skin gone damp with sweat. Desire, of the darkest and most dangerous hue, was swirling inside her. She saw something of the same mirrored in Rourke's brilliant blue eyes as they dragged each other down again. She rose over him, lowered onto him in two agile motions, and arched her back with a moan as pleasure lanced through her. Then it was all speed again. Speed, motion, still more greed. More and more was all she could think as he pounded into her, harder, faster. The orgasm had claws. He watched her give herself to it, to him. Her body bowed back now, gleaming with sweat. Her eyes dark and blind to everything but what they brought to each other. And when she shuddered, when she screamed, he yanked her down, shoving her onto her back, and dragging her hips high, thrusting deep, deeper, drove them both over. Lazily, Rourke nuzzled Eve's throat. He loved the dark, rich taste that good, healthy sex brought to her skin. "Feel better now?" She managed something between a grunt and a moan, and made his lips curve. "Why don't we have a shower? Then, over dinner, you can tell me what's upset you." "I'm not hungry." "I am." He simply pulled her off the bed with him. Knowing Eve, he decided whatever had put her blood on boil was job-related. She would tell him, he thought, as he chose stuffed shells for both of them from the menu of the auto chef. Sharing her burdens wasn't a natural act for her, but she would tell him. He poured wine, then sat across from her at the cozy eating area tucked under the window. "Did you identify your sidewalk sleeper?" "Yeah." She ran a fingertip up the stem of the wine glass, then shrugged. "He was one of those post-urban war dropouts. It's unlikely anyone will be able to say why he traded an ordinary life for a miserable one. Maybe his ordinary one was miserable enough. Yeah, maybe. She picked up her fork, stabbed one of the shells on her plate without interest. If more people would do their jobs instead of screwing with people doing theirs, we'd be a hell of a lot better off. Ah, he thought. So, who's screwed with you, Lieutenant? She started to shrug again, wanted to act as if it didn't matter a damn. But it came bubbling up her throat and out before she could stop it. Fucking stiff scooper. Hated me on sight, who knows why. And assuming a stiff scooper is what its colorful name indicates, does he have a name? She, half-ass Bowers from the 162, filed a complaint against me after I gave her a wrist slap for sloppy work. Over 10 years on the force, I've never had an official complaint on my record. God damn it. She snatched up her wine, gulped. Is it serious? It's bullshit, she tossed back, but it's there. Tell me about it. It spewed out of her with considerably less restraint than the formal oral report she'd given Whitney. But as she snapped the words out, she began to eat without realizing it. So, he said, when she'd run down, basically, you pissed off a troublemaker who retaliated by filing a whiny complaint, something she appears to have a habit of doing, and your commanding officer is officially and personally in your corner. Yeah, but... She closed her mouth, simmered in silence for a moment, because he'd encapsulated it all so neatly. It's not as simple as you make it sound. Maybe not, but the fact is, if anyone put your record against hers, she'd just look like more of an idiot than she does now. That cheered her a little. She put a smear on my record, Eve continued. The goons in IAB love to look at smears, and I had to take time away from a case to answer her stupid accusation. Otherwise, I'd have been able to run data scans on the surgeons Cagney sent me. She doesn't give a damn about the case. She just wanted to take a shot at me because I dressed her down and sent her off for coffee. She's got no business on the force. Very likely, she's never made the mistake of going after a cop quite so clean and well-respected as you. He watched her brows draw together at his comment, smiled a little as she squirmed. I want to go stomp on her face. Of course, Rourke said lightly, or you wouldn't be the woman I adore. He picked up her hand, kissed her fingers, and was pleased to see a reluctant smile soften her lips. She glanced down with some surprise at her empty plate. She supposed she'd been hungry after all. Sex, food, and a sympathetic ear. Just more of the wonders she thought of marriage. Thanks. Looks like I do feel better. Let's go up to my office. I have something for you. Wary suspicion narrowed her eyes. I told you after Christmas, no more presents. I like to give you presents, he said, and opted for the elevator rather than the stairs. He trailed a fingertip down the sleeve of the cashmere sweater he'd given her. I like seeing them on you, but this isn't that kind of present. I've got work, time to make up. Get us some coffee, will you? He said it carelessly as he stepped out into his office and made her grind her teeth. She had to remind herself that he'd let her vent her frustrations, that he'd listened to her side of things. But her teeth were still clamped together in annoyance when she set the coffee on his console. He gave her an absent hum of thanks and was already fiddling with controls. Want dessert, too? Maybe later. His gaze glanced over her face before he nodded to the opposing wall. On screens. What? Your list of surgeons, along with personal and professional data. She whirled around, then back so quickly she would have knocked his coffee onto his controls if he hadn't snatched it out of the way in time. Careful, darling. Damn it, Rourke! Damn it! I told you specifically to stay out of this. It would appear I disobeyed. This is my job, and I know how to do it. I don't want you running names and accessing data. I see. Well, He passed his hand over something, and the screens across the room went blank. "All gone," he said cheerfully, and watched with delight as her mouth dropped open. "I'll just catch up on my reading while you spend the next hour or so accessing the data I already had for you. That makes sense." She could think of nothing to say that wouldn't sound idiotic, so she merely made frustrated sounds. It would indeed take her an hour minimum, and in all likelihood she wouldn't be able to go as deep as he had. "You think you're so damn smart." "Aren't I?" She managed to choke back a laugh and folded her arms. "Bring it back." "You can bring it back." "Of course, but now it'll cost you." He angled his head, crooked a finger. "What?" she demanded, then swore when he yanked her onto his lap. "I'm not playing any of your perverted games, pal." "And I had such hopes." He passed a hand over the controls again, and the data popped back on the screens. "There are 7 surgeons in the city who meet the requirements of your case." "How do you know the requirements? I didn't get that specific when I saw you today." She turned her head until they were nose to nose. "Did you poke into my case files?" "I'm not going to answer that without counsel present." "Your witness indicated 2 people?" he continued while she studied him with narrowed eyes. "I'm assuming you're not ruling out women." "Do I poke into your files?" she demanded, jabbing a finger into his shoulder to emphasize each word. "Do I go sneaking around into your stock options or whatever? Would you like to see the video record of my last board meeting?" She would have told him to bite her, but he already had. Never mind. She turned around again and tried not to be overly pleased when his arms came cozily around her. Still, she leaned back against him and settled in. "Tia Woe, general surgeon with specialty in organ transplant and repair, private practice affiliated with Drake, Eastside Surgery, and the Nordic Clinic, Chicago." She read the initial data thoughtfully. "Description and visual on screen. She's 6 foot, Eve noted, and hefty. Easy for a brewhead to mistake her for a man in the dark, especially if she was wearing a long coat. What do we know about Dr. Woe?" Responding to her voice command, the computer began to list details while Eve studied the image of an unsmiling woman of 58 with straight dark hair, cool blue eyes, and a sharply pointed chin. Her education had been excellent, her training superior, and her nearly 30 years as an organ plucker had earned her a dazzling annual salary, which she supplemented by endorsing the products of New Life Organ Replacement Incorporated, a manufacturing firm that, Eve noted with barely a sigh, was owned and operated by Rourke Enterprises. She'd been twice divorced, once from a man, once from a woman, and had held single status for the last 6 years. She had no children, no criminal record, and only 3 malpractice suits pending. "Do you know her?" Eve asked. Very slightly. Cold, ambitious, very focused. She's reputed to have the hands of a god and the mind of a machine. As you see, she was president of the American Medical Association 5 years ago. She is a powerful woman in her field." "She looks like she'd enjoy cutting people open," Eve murmured. "So I'd imagine. Why else do it?" She jerked a shoulder and requested the rest of the names. "How many of these people do you know?" "All of them," Rourke told her, "in a disconnected, social way for the most part. Fortunately, I've never required their professional services." "Who's the most powerful here?" "Power, that would be Cagney, Woe, Waverly." "Michael Waverly," she murmured, calling back his data. 48, single, chief of surgery at Drake, and current president of the AMA. She studied the elegant face, the intense green eyes, and the golden mane of hair. "Who's the most arrogant?" she asked Rourke. "I believe that's a requirement of all surgeons, but if I had to choose degrees, I'd go for Woe again, certainly Waverly, and toss in Hans van der Haven, head of research at Drake, another organ plucker affiliated with the top 3 health centers in the country, with solid connections abroad. He's about 65 and on his 4th marriage. Each successive wife goes down a decade in age. This one's a former body sculpting model and barely old enough to vote. I wasn't asking for gossip, Eve said rather primly, then caved. What else? His former wives hate his guts. The last one tried to perform a little impromptu surgery on him with a nail file when she discovered him playing doctor with the model. The AMA's morals board wagged their finger at him over it and did little else. Those are the ones I'll look at first, she decided. What was done to Snooks took arrogance and power as well as skill. You're going to run into a lot of walls on this one, Eve. They'll close ranks on you. I've got murder 1 with body mutilation and organ theft backing it. When the heat's turned up high enough, people roll over. If one of these slicers knows something, I'll get it out of them. If you want a more personal look, we can attend the Drake Center's fundraiser fashion show and dinner dance at the end of the week. She winced. She'd rather have gone bare-knuckled with a Zeus addict. Fashion show? She suppressed a shudder. Whoopee! Yeah, we'll do that, but I should put in for distress pay. Leonardo's one of the designers, he told her. Mavis will be there. The thought of her freewheeling, uniquely stylish friend at a stuffy medical fundraiser perked Eve up. Wait till they get a load of her. If it hadn't been for the Bowers situation, the following day Eve would have opted to work in her home office on a computer that didn't give her grief. But as a matter of pride, she wanted to be visible at Cop Central when the buzz started. Her first move was to hunt up Peabody. Dallas! Ian McNabb, an up-and-coming detective assigned to the Electronic Detective Division, loitered outside Peabody's cubicle. Things slow in EDD, McNabb? Never. He flashed his grin. I just did a search and run for one of your boys here. Thought I'd harass Peabody before I headed back to where real cops work. Would you get this pimple off of my butt, Lieutenant? Peabody complained. I haven't touched her butt. Yet, McNabb smiled. Thought maybe you could use a little e-work on this problem you've got. Well able to read between the lines, Eve lifted a brow. He was offering to bypass channels and dig into Bowers. I'm handling it, thanks. I need Peabody, McNabb. Shoo? Your call. He glanced back into the cubicle, leered. Catch you later, she-body. Even as she hissed at him, he swaggered away, whistling. Jerk, was all Peabody could say as she got to her feet. My reports are filed, Lieutenant. The ME's findings came in an hour ago and are waiting for you. Shoot everything pertaining to the current homicide down to Dr. Mira. Her office is squeezing me in on a quick consult. Add this, she said, passing Peabody a disk. It's a list of the top surgeons in the city. Clean up as much of the paperwork as you can in the next couple of hours. We're going back to the scene. Yes, sir. Eve turned and headed for her office. And there she found a message from the idiots in maintenance telling her there was nothing wrong with her equipment. She was reduced to scowling as she engaged her telelink to contact Feeney in EDD. His comfortably rumpled face filled her screen. Dallas, what is this pile of shit? Who the hell is Bowers, and why are you letting her live? She had to smile. There was no one more reliable than Feeney. I don't have time to waste on her. I've got a dead sidewalk sleeper missing his heart. Missing his heart? Why didn't I hear that? Must be slipping, she said easily. And it's more fun to gossip about cops squaring off against each other than one more dead sleeper. But this one's interesting. Let me give you the rundown. She told him, in that quick, formal shorthand cops use like a second language. Life just gets sicker, he said when she'd finished. What do you need? Can you do a quick light crimes check for me? City, national, international, interplanetary? She tried a winning smile. All? As much as you can by end of shift? You never ask for the little things, kid. Yeah, we'll get on it. Later, he said, and disconnected. She coaxed her machine, by ramming it twice with her fist, to spill out the list of dealers and chemiheads from the area surrounding the crime scene. And a single name made her smile, thin and sharp. Good old Lido, she mused, and sat back in her chair. She had thought the longtime dealer of smoke and jazz had been a guest of the state. Apparently, he'd been kicked 3 months before. It wouldn't be hard to track Lido down, she decided, and to coax him to chat. But Mira came first. Gathering up what she would need for both interviews, Eve started out of her office. She tagged Peabody en route and ordered her aide to meet her in the garage of the vehicle in 1 hour. Mira's office might have been a clearinghouse for emotional and mental problems. It might have been a center for the dissemination, examination, and analysis of the criminal mind, but it was always soothing, elegant, and classy. As usual, Mira gestured Eve to one of her chairs and ordered tea from her auto chef. How are you, Eve? Okay. Eve always had to remember to change gears when meeting with Mira. The atmosphere, the woman, the attitude didn't allow her to dive straight into business. The little things mattered to Mira, and over time, Mira had come to matter to Eve. She accepted the tea she would pretend to drink. How was your vacation? Mira smiled. Pleased, Eve remembered she'd been away for a few days and had thought to ask. It was marvelous. Nothing revitalizes body and soul quite so much as a week at a spa. Eve, I've heard about this difficulty you're having with one of the uniforms. I'm sorry for it. Eve breathed a sigh. It pisses me off. She's a sloppy cop with an attitude, and now she's put a blotch on my record. I know how much that record means to you. Mira leaned forward, touched her hand to Eve's. You should know that the higher you rise and the more your reputation shines, the more a certain type of person will want to tarnish it. This won't. I can't say much, as it's privileged, but I will tell you that this particular officer has a reputation for frivolous complaints and is not taken seriously in most cases. You've tested her? I can't comment on that. But she made certain Eve knew the answer was affirmative.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 2. This is cassette number 2.
You've tested Bowers? Eve said. I can't comment on that. But Mira made certain Eve knew the answer was affirmative. I simply want, as a friend and a colleague, to offer you my complete support. Now, she sat back again, sipped her tea again. On to your case? The killer has to be trained and highly skilled in laser surgery and organ removal. Yes, I read Dr. Morris's conclusions and agree. This doesn't, however, mean you're looking for a member of the medical community. She held up a finger before Eve could protest. He could be retired, or he could have, as many surgeons do, burnt out. Quite obviously, he's lost his way, or he would never have violated the most sacred of oaths and taken a life. Whether or not he's licensed and practicing, I can't tell you. But you agree that if not now, at one time he was. Yes. Undoubtedly, based on your findings at scene and Morris's post-mortem, you're looking for someone with specific skills that require years of training and practice. In this investigation, I think we can agree straight off on some basic points. You are not looking for someone with a personal grudge against the victim. He is not driven by rage or violence. He is controlled, purposeful, organized, and detached. Wouldn't any surgeon have to be? Eve asked. Yes. He performed an operation, successfully, for his purpose. He cares about his work, demonstrated by the time and effort he took in the operation. Organ removal and transplant is well out of my field, but I am aware that when the donor's life is not a concern, such a procedure doesn't require this kind of meticulous care. The careful incision, the sealing of the wound. He's proud of what he is, very likely past the point of arrogance. He is not afraid of consequences, in my opinion, because he doesn't believe there will be any. He is above that. He doesn't fear being caught. No, he doesn't. Or he feels protected in the event his actions are discovered. I would conclude that he is successful, whether he is now actively practicing or not, secure, devoted to his task, and very likely enjoys some prominence in his circle. Mira sipped her tea again, frowned. I should say, they. Your report stated there were 2 involved. I would think it would be standard practice to bring an anesthesiologist or trained assistant to handle that end of the procedure, or a second surgeon with some knowledge of anesthesia to assist. They didn't have to worry about the patient surviving, Eve pointed out. But I'd think he wouldn't settle for anyone but the best, and it would have to be someone he trusted, or controlled, someone he knew was loyal to the purpose. Eve lifted her cup, then had to control a wince when she remembered it wasn't coffee. What's the purpose? As to the motive behind taking the heart, I only see 2 avenues. One is profit, which seems very narrow, given Dr. Morris's evaluation of the victim's overall health. The second would be experimentation. What kind of experiments? I don't know, but I'll tell you, as a doctor myself, the possibility frightens me. During the height of the urban wars, illegal experimentation on the dead and dying was quietly accepted. The justification was that so much could be learned, other lives saved. But there is no justification. She set her tea aside, folded her hands on her lap. I'm praying, Eve, that this is an isolated incident. Because if it's not, what you're dealing with is more dangerous than murder. You could be dealing with a mission, cloaked under a veil of the greater good. Sacrifice the few to save the many? Eve shook her head slowly. It's a stand that's been taken before. It always crumbles. Yes. There was something of pity and something of fear in Mira's quiet eyes, but never soon enough. Most people were creatures of habit. Eve figured a second-rate chemi-dealer who enjoyed gobbling up his own products would follow the rule. If memory served, Leto liked to spend his worthless days fleecing suckers at CompuPool or Sexcapades at a nasty little joint called Game Town. She didn't think a few years in a cage would have changed his recreational choices. Put your stunner on wide range, Eve ordered, and though Peabody exhaled sharply, she said nothing. Peabody's run on cults that linked any knowns to the type of murder they were investigating had turned up nothing. She'd been relieved. Having dealt with that kind of terror and butchery once, Peabody knew she'd live happily, never having to deal with it again. But as they drove into the square, she thought she'd take a few bloodthirsty Satan worshippers over the residents of this sector any day of the week. Eve paused to study the flashing lights of Game Town. The murky reds and blues didn't look celebrational. Somehow they looked both sly and hopeless to her. And they reminded her of another garish light, pulsing red against the dirty window of the last dirty room she'd shared with her father, before he'd raped her that final time. Before she'd killed him and left that beaten young girl behind. Sir. I don't remember her, Eve murmured, as the memories threatened to wash over and drown her. Who? Lieutenant. Dallas? Uneasy with the blank look in Eve's eyes, Peabody tried to look everywhere at once. Who do you see? Nobody. Eve snapped back, infuriated that her stomach muscles quivered with the memory flash. It happened now and again. Something would trigger those memories and the fear and guilt that swam with them. Nobody, she said again. We go in together. You stay with me, follow my moves. If things get sticky, don't worry about procedure. Play dirty. Oh, you bet. Swallowing hard, Peabody stepped up to the door, then through, shoulder to shoulder with Eve. There were games, and plenty of them. Blasts, screams, moans, laughter poured out of machines. The walls were alive with screens that flashed action from dozens of sporting events on and off planet. Bets were laid, money lost, fists flew. Eve ignored them, working her way through the areas, beyond privacy tubes where patrons drank and played their games of chance or skill in greedy solitude, past the bar where others sat sulkily, and into the next area, where music played low and dark in an edgy backdrop to more games. A dozen pool tables were lined up like coffins, the border lights flickering as balls clicked or bumped. Eve spotted Lido at the back table, playing with 3 other men. From the smug smile on Lido's face and the dark expression on the others, it was a safe bet who was winning. Then his gaze landed on Eve. He didn't place her right away, but he recognized Cop. Hey, Lido. We need to chat. I ain't done nothing. I got a game going here. Looks like it's time out. She stepped forward. I didn't do nothing, Lido claimed in something close to a wail. Been a while. I've been clean, he said quickly, and she laughed, keeping the sound low and sharp. Don't insult my intelligence. You wouldn't be clean after 6 days in a decontamination chamber. What'd you want? Some jazz? Go smoke? Ecstasy? He started to dig in his pockets. No charge, none whatsoever for you. I don't got it now. I'll get it. Her eyes turned to bright gold slits. You take anything out of your pockets but your ugly fingers, Lido, you're even more stupid than I figured. And I figured you for a brain the size of a walnut. His hands froze. His thin face went blank. Then he tried a manly chuckle, lifting his empty hands clear. Like you said, Dallas, been a while. I guess maybe I forgot how you stand on shit. No harm, right? She said nothing, simply stared him down until the sweat popped out on his upper lip. She'd see he was back in a cage, she mused, at the first opportunity. But for now, she had bigger fish on the line. You want info? I ain't your weasel. Never was any cop's weasel, but I'm willing to trade info. Trade? She said coldly. Give. Even his tiny brain began to click in. You know, you ask, I know, I tell. How's that? That's not bad. Snooks. The old man with the flowers? Lido shrugged what there was of his shoulders. Somebody sliced him open, I hear. Took pieces of him. I don't touch that stuff. You dealt to him. Maybe we had some business off and on. How'd he pay? He'd beg off some credits or sell some of his flowers and shit. He had the means when he needed a hit or something, which was mostly. He ever stiff you or any other dealers? Nah. He don't give sleepers nothing unless they pay up first. Can't trust 'em. But Snooks, he was okay. Good customer, no hassle. You work the area where he camped regularly? Gotta make a living, Dallas. When she pinned him with her stare again, he realized his mistake. Yeah, I deal there. It's mostly my turf. Couple others slide in and out, but we don't get in each other's way. Free enterprise. Did you see anybody who didn't look like they belonged down there lately? Anybody asking about Snooks or those like him? Like the suit? Eve felt her blood jump, but only leaned back casually against the wall. What suit? Guy came down one night, duded top to bottom. Frigid threads, man. Looked me up. Figured at first he didn't want to buy his stuff in his own neighborhood, you know. So he comes slamming, but he wasn't looking for hits. What was he looking for? Snooks, I figure. Dude said what he looked like, but I can't say that meant dick to me. Mostly the sleepers look alike. But he said how this one drew stuff and made flowers, so I copped the Snooks on that. And you told him where Snooks kept his crib. Sure, why not? He started to smile. Then his tiny little brain began the arduous process of deduction. Man, shit! This suit cut Snooks open? Why he do that for? Look, Dallas, I'm clean here. Dude asks where the sleeper flops. I tell him. I mean, why not, right? I don't know he's got in mind to go killing anybody. Sweat was popping again as he jumped to his feet. You can't bounce it back on me. I just talked to the bastard is all. What did he look like? I don't know. Good. A dude. A suit. Clean and shiny. Age, race, height, weight, Eve said flatly. Man! Grabbing hanks of his hair, Lido began to pace the tiny room. I don't pay attention. He was a couple 3 nights ago. A white dude? He posed it as a question, tossing Eve a hopeful look. She only watched him. I think he was maybe white. I was looking at his coat, you know. Long black coat, looked real warm and soft. Moron, was all Eve could think. When you talked to him, did you have to look up or down or straight on? Ah, up! He beamed like a child acing a spelling quiz. Yeah, he was a tall dude. I don't get his face, Dallas. Man, he was dark, and we weren't standing in no light or nothing. He had his hat on, his coat all buttoned. He was cold as a dead whore out there. You never saw him before. He hasn't come around since? No, just that one time. 3 nights back. Just the once. Lido swiped the back of his hand over his mouth. I didn't do nothing. You ought to get that tattooed on your forehead, Lido. Then you wouldn't have to say it every 5 minutes. I'm done for now, but I want to be able to find you real easy if I need to talk to you again. If I have to hunt you up, it's going to piss me off. I'll be around. His relief was so great, his eyes went shiny with tears. Everybody knows where to find me. If you see the suit again, Lido, or one like him, you get in touch. You don't say anything to put the suit off. Then you get your ass on your link and call me. She bared her teeth in a smile that made his bowels loosen. Everybody knows where to find me, too. Eve pulled back up at the scene, scanning the area first. The police sensors were still in place, everything secure. Apparently, there was no one in this neighborhood with the skill or knowledge to bypass them to get to whatever was left in Snooks's crib. Talk to the vendors, Eve ordered Peabody. They see more than most. We could get lucky. I want another look at his crib. Eve uncoded the sensors long enough to pass through. Pulling back the ratty blanket, she ducked inside the crib, hissed once through her teeth at the lingering stench of waste and death. She picked up a small bouquet of paper flowers, coated now with a thin layer of dust the crime team sweepers had left behind. They'd have sucked up hair, fibers, fluids, the dead cells the body sloughs off routinely. There would have been grime and muck and dirt to sift through. A scene as nasty as this one would take time, separating, analyzing, identifying. But she didn't think the findings there would lead her to the answers she needed. You were careful, she murmured to the killer. You were neat. You didn't leave any of yourself here, or so you thought. Both victim and killer always left something. An imprint, an echo. She knew how to look and listen for it. They'd come in their fancy car, in the dead of night, in the dead of winter, dressed warmly, dressed well. They hadn't crept in, hadn't attempted to blend. Arrogance. They hadn't rushed, hadn't worried. Confidence. Her eyes were still narrowed in concentration when her communicator sounded. Laying the paper flowers aside, she reached for it. Dallas. Feeney's mournful face swam on the mini-screen. I found another one, Dallas. You better come in and have a look. Aaron Spindler, Feeney began, nodding toward the image on the view screen in one of the smaller conference rooms at Cop Central. Mixed-race female, age 78, licensed companion, retired. Last few years, she ran a small stable of LCs, all street workers. Got slapped regularly with citations. Let some of her pony's licenses lapse, or didn't bother with the regulation health checks. She got roused for running scams on Johns a few times, but slithered clear. Eve studied the image. A sharp, thin face, skin faded to yellow paste, eyes hard, mouth flat with a downward, dissatisfied droop. What section did she work? Lower East Side. Started out uptown. Looks like she had some class if you go back 50 years. Started using, started sliding. He moved his shoulders. Had a taste for jazz, and that doesn't come cheap uptown. She went from appointment book whore to pick up by the time she hit 40. When was she murdered? 6 weeks ago. One of the LCs found her in her flop down on 12th. Was her heart taken? Nope. Kidneys. Feeney turned and brought straight data on screen. Her building didn't have any security, so there's no record of who went in and out. Investigators' report is inconclusive as to whether she let the killer in or he bypassed her locks. No sign of struggle, no sexual assault, no apparent robbery. Victim was found in bed, minus the kidneys. Post-mortem puts her dead for 12 hours before discovery. What's the status in the case? Open. Feeney paused. And inactive. What the hell do you mean, inactive? Thought that would get you. His mouth thinned as he brought up more data. The primary, some dickhead named Roswell attached to the 162nd, concluded the victim was killed by an irate John. It's his decision that the nature of the case is unclosable and not worth the department's time or efforts. The 162? Same house as Bowers. Do they breed morons down there? Peabody, she snapped, but her aide already had her link out. Yes, sir. Contacting Roswell at the 162. I assume you'll want him here as soon as possible for a consult. I want his sorry ass in my office within the hour. Good tag, Feeney. Thanks. You get any others? This was the only local that fit like crimes. I figured you'd want to move on it right away. I've got McNabb running the rest. Let him know I want to call if anything pops. Can you feed this data into my office and home units? Already done. With the faintest of grins, Feeney tugged on his ear. I haven't had much fun lately. Mind if I watch you ream Roswell? Not a bit. In fact, why don't you help me? He let out a sigh. I was hoping you'd say that. We'll do it in here. Peabody? Roswell will report in 1 hour, Lieutenant. Struggling not to look smug, she pocketed her link. I believe we could say he's terrified of you. Eve's smile was slow and grim. He should be. I'll be in my office. Tag me when he gets here. In her office, she engaged her computer. Her mood was distracted enough that she didn't bother to smack it when it buzzed at her. She called up the files from Snooks and Spindler, ordered both images on, split screen. Used up, she thought. Self-abuse, neglect. It was there on both faces. Display crime scene photos, Spindler, she ordered. The room was a flop, small, crowded, with a single window the width of a spread hand in one wall. But, Eve noted, it was clean, tidy. Spindler lay on the bed, on faded sheets that were stained with blood. Her eyes were closed, her mouth lax. She was nude, and her body was no pretty picture. Eve could see that what appeared to be a nightgown was neatly folded and laid on the table beside the bed. She might have been sleeping. if not for the blood that stained the sheets. They drugged her, Eve decided, then undressed her, folded the gown, tidy, organized, precise. How had they chosen this one, she wondered, and why? In the next shot, the crime scene team had turned the body. Dignity, modesty were cast aside as the camera zoomed in. "Close-up of injury," she ordered, and the picture shifted. They had opened her, the slices narrower than Eve had imagined, nearly delicate. And though no one had bothered to close her back up, they had used what she now knew was surgical freeze coat to stop the flow of blood. Routine again, she concluded. Pride. "Computer, analyze surgical procedure on both subjects. Run probability scan thereafter. What probability percentage that both procedures were performed by the same person?" "Working. Analysis will require approximately 10 minutes. "Fine." She rose, walked to her window to watch the air traffic sputter. The sky had gone the color of bruises. She could see one of the mini-copters wavering as it tried to compensate for a gust of wind. It would snow or sleet before the end of shift, she thought. The drive home would be hideous. "Analysis complete. Probability that the procedures on both subjects were done by the same person is 97.8%. "Okay," Eve said softly. "He did them both. Now, how many more?" "Insufficient data to compute—" "I wasn't asking you, asshole." She spoke absently, then, leaning forward, forgot her queasy stomach, her aching head, as she began to pick her way through data. She'd worked through the bulk of it when Peabody knocked briskly and stuck her head in the door. "Roswell's here." Great. There was a gleam in Eve's eyes as she rose that had Peabody feeling a stir of pity for Roswell and a ripple of anticipation for the show about to start. Roswell was fat and bald. A detective's salary would have covered standard body maintenance if he was too lazy or stupid to exercise. It would have covered elementary hair replacement treatment if he had any vanity. What Eve saw waiting in the conference room was a washed-up cop, one who'd lost his edge and was simply cruising his way toward his pension. He didn't rise when she came in, but continued to slouch at the conference table. To establish dominance, Eve merely stared at him silently until he flushed and got to his feet. "Lieutenant Dallas?" "That's right, Roswell." She invited him to sit by jabbing a finger at the chair. Once again, she said nothing. Silence had a way of scraping the nerves raw, and raw nerves had a way of stuttering out the truth. His eyes, a cloudy hazel in a doughy face, shifted from her to Feeney to Peabody, then back. "What's this about, Lieutenant?" "It's about half-assed police work." When he blinked, Eve sat on the edge of the table. "The Spindler case. Your case, Roswell. Tell me about it." "Spindler?" Face blank, he lifted his shoulders. "Jesus, Lieutenant, I got a lot of cases. Who remembers names?" A good cop remembers, she thought. "Aaron Spindler, retired LC. Maybe this'll jog your memory. She was missing some internal organs." "Oh, sure." He brightened right up. "She bought it in bed. Kinda seems funny since she got bought there plenty." When no one cracked up at his irony, he cleared his throat. "It was pretty straight, Lieutenant. She ragged on her ponies and their johns all the time. Had a rep for it. Kept herself whacked on street jazz most of the time. Nobody had a good word to say about her, I can tell you. Nobody shed a tear. Figures one of her girls or one of the customers got fed up and did her." "What's the deal?" he asked, lifting his shoulders again. "No big loss to society." "You're stupid, Roswell, and while that annoys me, I have to figure maybe you were born stupid. But you've got a badge. So that means you can't be careless, and you sure as hell can't decide a case isn't worth your time. Your investigation in this matter was a joke, your report pathetic, and your conclusions asinine. Hey, I did my job. The hell you did. Eve engaged the computer, shot an image on screen. The neat slice in Spindler's flesh dominated. You're telling me a street pony did that? Why the hell isn't she raking in 7 figures a year at a health center? A John? Maybe. But Spindler didn't work the Johns. How did he get to her? Why? Why the hell did he take her kidneys? I don't know what's in some lunatic killer's mind, for Christ's sake. That's why I'm going to see to it that you're not working homicide after today. Wait just a damn minute! He was on his feet, eyeball to eyeball with her. Peabody gave Feeney a quick glance to gauge his reaction and saw his thin, wicked grin. You got no cause to go to my boss on this and make trouble for me. I followed the book on this case. Then your book's missing a few pages. Her voice was calm, deadly calm. You didn't pursue organ replacement or disbursement centers. You didn't do a run on surgeons. You never attempted contact with black market sources on illegal organ transfer. Why the hell would I? His toes bumped hers as he leaned forward. Some sicko cut her open and took some souvenirs. Case closed. Who the hell gives a shit about some worn-out whore? I do. And if you're not out of my face in 5 seconds, I'll write you up. It took him 3, with teeth grinding audibly, but he shifted away. I did the job, he said, with the words bitten off sharp as darts. You got no cause to poke into my caseload and give me grief. You did a crappy job, Roswell. And when one of your cases crosses one of mine, and I see just how crappy a job you did, I've got plenty of cause. I've got a sidewalk sleeper missing a heart. My probability scan tells me the same one who opened him up did Spindler. I heard you screwed up on that one. He smiled now, panicked enough to challenge her. No Bowers, do you? She smiled back so fiercely he began to sweat again. She ain't no fan of yours. Now that hurts, Roswell. It really hurts my feelings. And when my feelings get hurt, I like to take it out on somebody. She leaned down. Want it to be you? He licked his lips. If they'd been alone, he could have backed down easily, but there were 2 more cops in the room, 2 more mouths that could flap. If you lay hands on me, I'll file a complaint, just like Bowers. Being Whitney's pet won't save you from an IAB investigation then. Her hand curled into a fist, and oh yes, she yearned to use it, but she only kept her eyes steady on his. Hear that, Feeney? Roswell here's gonna tell teacher on me. I can see you're shaking in your boots over that, Dallas. Cheerfully, Feeney moved forward. Let me punch this fat-ass fucker for you. That's real nice of you, Feeney, but let's try to handle this like mature adults first. Roswell, you make me sick. Maybe you earned that badge years ago, but you don't deserve it now. You don't deserve to work the shit and piss detail on body removal. And that's just what it's going to say in my report. Meanwhile, you're relieved as primary on the Spindler case. You'll turn over all data and reports to my aide. I don't do that unless I get it straight from my boss. I don't work for you, Dallas, and your rep, your rank, and all your husband's money don't mean squat to me. So noted, Eve said levelly. Peabody, contact Captain DeSevers at the 162. Yes, sir. She held her temper, but it cost her. The headache turned up from simmer to boil, and the knots in her stomach grew teeth. It helped a little to watch Roswell sweat while she meticulously outlined the details, tore his investigation into tattered shreds, and requested the transfer of the case, with all data and reports, to her. DeSevers asked for an hour to review the matter, but everyone knew that was for form's sake. Roswell was out, and very likely soon to receive a much pithier dressing down from his own division head. When she ended transmission, Eve gathered up files and disks. You're dismissed, Detective. His face was bone white with fury and frustration. He got to his feet. "Bowers had it right. I hope she buries you." Eve glanced in his direction. "Detective Roswell, you are dismissed." "Peabody, contact Morris at the ME's office. He needs to be made aware of this connecting homicide. Feeney, can we light a fire under McNabb? See what he's come up with?" The embarrassment of being ignored washed color, ugly and red, back into Roswell's face. When the door slammed behind him, Feeney flashed Eve a grin. "You sure are making lots of new friends these days." "It's my sparkling wit and personality. They can't resist it." "God, what an ass," Eve said. But she sat, struggling to shrug off annoyance. "I'm going to check out the Canal Street Clinic. Spindler used it for her health checks over the last 12 years. Maybe Snooks hit it a couple times. It's a place to start. Peabody, you're with me." She took the elevator straight down to the garage level and had just stepped through the doors when Feeney tagged her by communicator. "What have you got?" "McNabb hit on a chemie-head named Jasper Mott. Another heart theft 3 months back." 3 months? Who's the primary? What are the leads? "It wasn't NYPSD's deal, Dallas. It was Chicago." "Can you get Peabody the name of the primary on it, the necessary data? I'll have her contact CPSD for the files and status." "Sure, no problem." "Tell McNabb I said good work, and keep at it." Eve crossed to her car, uncoded, and climbed in. "We got another one in Chicago. Feeney's going to send you the details. Put out a request to the primary and his division head for a copy of appropriate data. Copy to the commander. Do it by the book, but do it fast." "Unlike some," Peabody said primly, "I know all the pages." "How come a jerk like Roswell makes detective?" "Because life," Eve said with feeling, "often sucks." Life definitely sucked for the patients at the Canal Street Clinic. The place was jammed with the suffering, the hopeless, and the dying. Eve waded her way through to the window where the nurse on duty manned a desk. "Enter your data on the proper form," she began, the edge of tedium flattening her voice. "Don't forget your medical card number, personal ID, and current address." For an answer, Eve took out her badge and held it up to the reinforced glass. "Who's in charge?" The nurse's eyes, gray and bored, flicked over the badge. "That would be Dr. D'Amato today. She's with a patient." "Is there an office back there, a private room?" "If you want to call it that." When Eve simply angled her head, the nurse, annoyed, released the coded lock on the door. With obvious reluctance, she shuffled in the lead down a short hallway. As they slipped through the door, Peabody glanced over her shoulder. "I've never been in a place like this before." "Consider yourself lucky." Eve had spent plenty of time in such places. A ward of the state didn't rate private health care or upscale clinics. The office didn't boast a window, but someone had tried to brighten it up with a couple of art posters and a struggling green vine in a chipped pot. And there, on a wall shelf, tucked between a teetering stack of medical discs and a model of the human body, was a small bouquet of paper flowers. "Snooks," Eve murmured. "He used this place." "Sir?" "His flowers." Eve picked them from the shelf. "He liked someone here enough to give them, and someone cared enough to keep them. Peabody, we just got our connection." She was still holding the flowers when the door burst open. The woman who strode in was young, tiny, and with the white coat of her profession slung over a baggy sweater and faded jeans. Her hair was short and even more ragged than Eve's. Still, its honeycomb color set off the pretty rose and cream face. Her eyes were the color of storms, and her voice was just as threatening. "You've got 3 minutes. I've got patients waiting, and a badge doesn't mean dick in here." Eve arched a brow. The opening would have irritated her under most circumstances, but she noted the shadows of fatigue under the gray eyes and the stiffness of posture that was a defense against it. She'd worked until exhaustion often enough to recognize the signs and sympathize with them. "We sure are popular these days, Peabody." "Dallas," she said briefly. "Lieutenant Eve. I need data on a couple of patients." "D'Amato, Dr. Louise, and I don't give data out on patients. Not to cops, not to anyone. So if that's all, dead patients," Eve said, as Louise spun toward the door again. "Murdered patients. I'm homicide." Turning back, Louise took a more careful look at Eve. She saw a lean body, a tough face, and tired eyes. "You're investigating a murder?" "Murders, too." Watching Louise, she held out the paper flowers. "Yours?" "Yes. So—" She trailed off, and concern washed over her face. "Oh, not Snooks. Who would kill Snooks? He couldn't have been more harmless." "He was your patient?" "He wasn't anyone's patient, really." She moved over to an ancient auto chef and programmed coffee. "We take a Medivan out once a week, do on-site treatments. I used to see Snooks around when it was my rotation in the Medivan. I bribed him into a street exam one night about a month ago. It cost me 10 credits to find out he'd be dead of cancer in about 6 months without treatment. I tried to explain it all to him, but he just didn't care. He gave me the flowers and told me I was a nice girl." She let out a long sigh. "I don't think anything was wrong with his mind, though I couldn't bribe him into a psych. He just didn't give a damn." "You have records of the exam?" "I can dig them up, but what's the point? If he was murdered, cancer didn't get him." "I'd like them for my files," Eve said, "and any records you have on Erin Spindler. She got her health checks here." "Spindler?" Louise shook her head. "I don't know if she was one of mine, but if you want patient records, Lieutenant, you're going to have to give me more data. How did they die?" "During surgery, so to speak," Eve said, and told her. After the first shock leaped into Louise's eyes, they went cool and flat. She waited, considered, then shook her head. "I don't know about Spindler, but I can tell you that there was nothing in Snooks worth harvesting, not even for black market use. Somebody took his heart, and they did a superior job of it. Who's your top surgical consult?" "We don't have outside consults," Louise said wearily. "I'm it. So if you want to take me in for interview or to charge me, you'll have to wait until I finish with my patients." Eve nearly smiled. "I'm not charging you, Doctor, at this time, unless you'd like to confess to this." From her bag, Eve took 2 stills, one of each victim, offered them. Lips pursed, Louise studied them, breathed out slow. "Someone has magic hands," she murmured. "I'm good, but I'm not even close to this level of skill. To manage this in a sleeper's crib, for God's sake, under those conditions?" She shook her head, handed the stills back. "I can hate what those hands did, Lieutenant, but I admire their ability." "Any opinion on whose hands they might be?" "I don't mingle with the gods professionally, and that's what you're looking for here. One of the gods. I'll have Jan get you what you need. I have to get back to my patients." Louise walked out to where the hurt and hopeless waited. I am amused. Great work must be balanced by periods of rest and entertainment, after all. In the midst of mine, I find myself pitted against a woman with a reputation for tenacity. A clever woman, by all accounts, and a determined one with great skill in her chosen field. But however tenacious, clever, and determined Eve Dallas might be, she remains a cop. I've dealt with cops before, and they are easily dispatched in one manner or another. How absurd that those who impose laws that change as easily and often as the wind, should believe they have any jurisdiction over me. They choose to call what I do murder. The removal, the humane removal, I should add, of the damaged, the useless, the unproductive is no more murder than the removal of lice from a human body is murder. Indeed, the units I have selected are no less than vermin, diseased and dying vermin at that, contagious, corrupted, and condemned by the very society whose laws would now avenge them. Where were the laws and the cries for justice when these pathetic creatures huddled in their boxes and laid in their own waste? While they lived, they were held in disgust, ignored, or vilified. These vessels serve a much grander purpose dead than they ever could have achieved alive. But if murder is their term, then I accept, as I accept the challenge of the dogged lieutenant. Let her poke and prod, calculate and deduce. I believe I will enjoy the bout. And if she becomes a nuisance, if by some stroke of luck she stumbles too close to me and my work, she'll be dealt with. Even Lieutenant Dallas has her weaknesses. McNabb found another sidewalk sleeper dead in the alleyways of Paris. He'd been missing his liver, but his body had been so mutilated by the feral cats that roamed the slums that most of the physical evidence had been destroyed. Still, Eve put the name into her files. She took them all home with her, opting to work there until Rourke got back from New L.A. Somerset didn't disappoint this time, but slipped into the foyer moments after she came through the door. His dark eyes skimmed over her, his elegant nose wrinkled. "Since you're quite late, Lieutenant, and didn't see fit to notify me of your plans, I assume you've already had your evening meal?" She hadn't eaten since the chewy bar she'd scavenged, but only jerked her shoulders as she shrugged out of her jacket. "I don't need you to fix my dinner, Ace." "That's fortunate." He watched her sling her jacket over the newel post, an act they both knew she repeated because it annoyed his rigid sense of order. "Because I have no intention of doing so, since you refuse to keep me informed of your schedule." "That'll teach me. You have an aide, Lieutenant. It would be a simple matter to have her notify me of your plans, so the household could maintain some order. Peabody's got better things to do, and so do I. Your job doesn't concern me," he said with a sneer. "This household does. I've added the AMA fundraiser to your calendar. You will be expected to be ready and presentable." He paused long enough to sniff at her scarred boots and wrinkled trousers. "If that's possible, by 7:30 on Friday." She took one meaningful step forward. "Keep your bony fingers out of my calendar." "Rourke requested I make the notation and remind you of the engagement." Pleased, he smiled. She decided she'd have a little chat with Rourke about foisting his personal Nazi on her. "And I'm telling you to keep out of my business. I take my orders from Rourke, not you. And I don't take them from either of you," she tossed back as she started upstairs. "So bite me." They separated, both of them fairly well satisfied with the encounter. She went straight to the auto chef in her office kitchen and would have been mortified if she'd known Somerset had planted the thought of dinner in her mind. There was a beef and dumpling stew at the top of the menu, and since it was one of her personal favorites, she programmed a bowl. Eve carried stew and coffee to her desk, eating absently as she engaged her machine and began to review data. Her scan of Spindler's medical records from the Canal Street clinic had stated that the patient had a kidney disorder, a result of some childhood infection. Her kidneys had been functional but damaged and had required regular treatment. A bum heart, she mused, and faulty kidneys. She'd bet a month's pay when she got data on the hits in Chicago and Paris. Those organs would prove to be damaged as well. Specific, she thought. Specific victims for specifically flawed parts. "You get around, don't you, Dr. Death?" New York, Chicago, Paris? Where else had he been? And where would he go next? He might not be based in New York after all, she speculated. He could be anywhere, traveling the world and its satellites for his pickings. But someone knew him, would recognize his work. She'd have to start scraping into the Drake Research Department. What link could she find between the health palace of Drake and the ghetto of the Canal Street Clinic? Somehow, he'd seen the records, knew the patients. He knew their habits and their flaws. It was the flaws he was after. Brows knit, she ordered a search for articles and data on organ transplant and reconstruction. An hour later, the words were blurring, her head was throbbing. Frustration had risen to top levels as she'd been forced to ask for definitions and explanations of hundreds of terms and phrases. It would take her forever to access and dissect this medical bullshit, she thought. She needed an expert consultant, somebody who either knew this area already or who could study and relate it to her in layman's terms, in cop terms. A glance at her wrist unit told her it was nearly midnight and too late to contact either Mira or Morris. These were the only medical types she trusted. Hissing in impatience, she began to slog through yet another article. Then her brain cleared with a jolt as she read a report from a newspaper article dated 2034. Nordic Clinic for Health announces medical breakthrough. After more than 2 decades of research and study on the construction of artificial organs, Dr. Wesley Friend, Chief of Research for the Nordic Clinic, has announced the center's successful development and implantation of a heart, lung, and kidneys into patient X. Nordic, along with the Drake Center in New York, has devoted nearly 20 years to research on developing organs that can be mass-produced to replace and outperform human tissue. The article continued, detailing the impact on medicine and health. The Nordic Center in Chicago. The Drake in New York. One more link. Computer, search and display data on friend Dr. Wesley attached to Nordic Clinic for Health, Chicago.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Computer, search and display data on friend Dr. Wesley attached to Nordic Clinic for Health, Chicago. Working. Friend Dr. Wesley. ID number 987-002-34RF. Born Chicago, Illinois. December 15th, 1992. Died September 12th, 2058. Died? How? Death ruled self-termination. Subject injected fatal dose of barbiturates. He is survived by spouse, Ellen, son, Wesley Jr., daughter, Claire, grandchildren. Stop, Eve ordered. She would worry about personal details later. Access all data on subject suicide. Working. Request denied. Data is sealed. Sealed my ass, Eve thought. She'd get around that in the morning. She rose to pace and think. She wanted to know all there was to know about Dr. Wesley Friend, his work, and his associates. She'd link the 2 centers, the 2 cities. Would she find that there was a sister center in Paris as well? And maybe other cities, other places? It made sense, didn't it? The killer would find his specimen, take his sample, then wouldn't he want to work in worthy surroundings? Top-notch labs, places where he would be known and not questioned? Then she shook her head. How could he run experiments, do research or whatever the hell he was doing in the lab of a reputable facility. There had to be paperwork. There would be staff. There had to be questions and procedures. But he was taking the damn things, and he had a purpose. She rubbed her tired eyes, gave in enough to sit down in her sleep chair. A 5-minute break, she told herself, to give her brain a chance to play with this new information. Just 5 minutes, she thought again, and closed her eyes. She dropped into sleep like a stone into a pond. As her plans had been to dive straight into work, Eve wasn't pleased to see IAB waiting in her office the next morning. She wouldn't have been pleased in any case. "Get out of my chair, Webster." He kept his seat, turned his head, and flashed her a smile. She'd known Don Webster since her early days at the academy. He'd been a full year ahead of her, but they'd bumped into each other from time to time. And one night, during her rookie year after her first homicide, they'd had a drink and sex. She'd concluded that it had been no more than a distraction for both of them, and they'd remained marginally friendly. Then Webster had shifted into internal affairs, and their paths had rarely crossed. "Hey, Dallas, looking good." "Get out of my chair," she repeated, and walked straight to the auto chef for coffee. He sighed, rose. "I was hoping we could keep this friendly." "I never feel friendly when the rat squad's in my office." He shrugged off the insult, then turned to close the door. "When the complaint came down, I asked to take it. I thought I could make it easier." "I'm not interested in easy. I don't have time for this, Webster. I've got a case to close." "You're going to have to make time. The more you cooperate, the less time you'll have to make. You know that complaint's bullshit." "Sure, I do." He smiled again and sent a single dimple winking in his left cheek. "The legend of your coffees reached the lofty plains of IAB. How about it?" She sipped, watching him over the rim. If, she thought, she had to deal with this nonsense, best to deal with it through the devil you know. She programmed another cup. "You were a pretty good street cop, Webster. Why'd you transfer to IAB?" "2 reasons. First, it's the most direct route to administration. I never wanted the streets, Dallas. I liked the view from the tower." Her brow lifted. She hadn't realized he had ambitions that pointed to chief or commissioner. Taking the coffee out, she handed it to him. "And reason number 2? Wrong cops piss me off." He sipped, closed his eyes in pleasure, sighed gustily. "It lives up to the hype." He shifted, straightening. "I didn't take this complaint just for old times' sake, Dallas. We didn't have enough old times to generate a sake." He smiled again. "You're a good cop, Dallas." He said it so simply it dulled the leading edge of her temper. She turned, stared out the window. "She smudged my record. Only on paper. I like you, Dallas. Always did. So I'm stepping out of procedure here to tell you, to warn you. She wants your blood." "What the hell for? Because I slapped her down over sloppy work?" "It goes deeper. You don't even remember her, do you? From the academy?" "No." "You can bet your excellent ass she remembers you. She graduated with me. We were on our way out when you were coming in, and you shone, Dallas, right from the start. Classes, simulations, endurance tests, combat training. Instructors were saying you were the best to ever come through the doors. People talked about you." He smiled again when she glanced over her shoulder, her brows knit. "No, you wouldn't have heard," he said, "because you wouldn't have been listening. You concentrated on one thing, getting your badge." He leaned a hip on her desk, savoring the coffee as he spoke. "Bowers used to bitch about you to the couple of friends she'd managed to make. Muttered that you were probably sleeping with half the instructors to get preferential treatment. I had my ear to the ground even then," he added. "I don't remember her," Eve shrugged. but the idea of being gossiped about burned a hole in her gut. You wouldn't, but I can guarantee she remembered you. I'm going to stay outside of procedure and tell you that Bowers is a problem. She files complaints faster than a traffic droid writes citations. Most are dismissed, but every now and again she finds a thread to tug and a cop's career unravels. Don't give her a thread, Dallas. What the hell am I supposed to do? Eve demanded. She fucked up. I pinned her for it. That's the whole deal here. I can't sit around worrying she's going to make life tough for me. I'm after somebody who's cutting people open and helping himself to their parts. He's going to keep doing it unless I find him, and I can't find him unless I can do my goddamn job. Then let's get this over with. He took a micro recorder out of his pocket, set it on her desk. We do the interview. Keep it clean and formal. It gets filed, and we forget this ever happened. Believe me, nobody in IAB wants to see you take heat for this. We all know Bowers. Then why the hell aren't you investigating her? Eve muttered, then pursed her lips when Webster smiled, thin and sharp. Well, well, maybe the rat squad has some uses after all. The experience left her feeling raw and irritated, but she told herself the matter was now closed. She put a call in to Paris first, and wound her way through red tape until she reached Detective Marie Dubois, primary on the light crime case. Since her French counterpart had little English, and Eve had no French, they worked through the translation program on their computers. Okay, I have 2 light crimes, Eve began, and as quickly as possible outlined her situation and requests. I'll send you copies of my files once I have clearance, Marie agreed. I believe you'll see that, given the condition of the body at the time of discovery, the missing organ was not considered unusual. The cats, she added with a curl of her lip, had dined well on him. Eve thought of Galahad and his ravenous appetite, then quickly decided not to go there. I think we'll find your victim fits into the profile. Have his medical records been checked? There was no call. The Leclerc case is not a priority, I'm afraid. The evidence was compromised. But now I would like to see also your data on the light crimes. I can do that. Can you give me a list of the top medical care and research centers in Paris, particularly any center that has an extensive organ replacement facility? Marie's brow winged up. Yes. This is where your investigation is leading? It's an avenue, and you'll want to find out where Leclerc got his health checks. I'd like to know the condition of his liver before he lost it. I'll start on the paperwork, Lieutenant Dallas, and try to push it through so that we both have what we need as soon as possible. It was determined that Leclerc was an isolated incident. If this is incorrect, the priority on the case will be changed. Compare the stills of the bodies. I think you'll want to bump up the priority. Thanks. I'll be in touch. You think this guy's cruising the world for samples? Peabody asked when Eve disengaged. Specific parts of the world, specific victims, specific samples. I think he's very organized. Chicago's next. Eve had a great deal more trouble with Chicago than she'd had with Paris. The investigating officer had retired less than a month after the onset of the case. When she asked to speak with the detective who'd taken over, she was put on hold and treated to a moronic advertisement for a CPDS fundraiser. Just about the time she decided her brain would explode from the tedium, a detective Kimiki came on. Yeah, what can I do for you, New York? She explained the situation and her requests, while Kimiki looked faintly bored. Yeah, I know that case. Dead end. McRae got nowhere to go. We got it open, and it's on his percentage record, but it's been shifted down to unsolved. I've just told you I've got light crimes here, Kimiki, and a link. Your data is important to my case. Data's pretty thin. And I can tell you I'm not bouncing this to the top of my list. But you want it? I'll ask the boss if it can be transferred. Hate to see you work up such a sweat, Kamiki. He merely smiled at the sarcasm. Look, when McRae took early retirement, most of his opens got dumped on me. I pick and choose where I sweat. I'll get you the data when I can. Chicago out. Putz, Eve muttered, then rubbed at the tension building at the base of her neck. Early retirement? She glanced at Peabody. Find out how early. An hour later, Eve was pacing the corridors of the morgue, waiting to be cleared into Morris. The minute the lock snicked open, she was through the doors and into the autopsy room. The smell hit her first, hard, making her suck air between her teeth. The sweet, ripe stink of decomposing flesh blurred the air. She grabbed an air mask. Jesus, Morris, how do you stand it? He continued to make his standard Y cut, his breath coming slow and even through his own mask. Just another day in paradise, Dallas. Did you compare the Spindler data to Snook's? I did. My report's not quite finished, but since you're here, I assume you want answers now. My opinion is the same hands were used on both. I've got that. Tell me why the Spindler case was closed. Sloppy work, he muttered. I didn't do the PM on her, or I'd have clicked to it right away when I saw your body. Of course, if I'd done the PM, I would have had different findings. The examiner who did the work has been reprimanded. He looked up from his own work and met Eve's eyes. I don't believe she'll make a similar mistake again. Not to excuse her, but she claims the primary pushed her through, insisted he knew how it went down. However it happened, I need the full records. Now Morris stopped and looked up. Problem there. We can't seem to locate them. What do you mean? I mean they're gone. All her records are gone. I wouldn't have known she came through here if you hadn't been able to access the primaries files. We've got nothing. What does your examiner have to say about that? She swears everything was filed properly. Then she's either lying or stupid, or they were wiped. Now, I don't see her as a liar, and she's a bit green at the edges, but not stupid. The records could have been inadvertently wiped, but the search and retrieve found nothing. Zip. We don't even have Spindler on the initial sign-in. Purposely wiped, then. Why? She hissed through her breathing tube, jammed her hands in her pockets. Who has access to the records? All the first-level staff. For the first time, his concern began to show. I've scheduled a meeting, and I'll have to implement an internal investigation. I trust my people, Dallas. I know who works for me. How tight's the security on your equipment? Obviously not tight enough. Somebody didn't want the connection made. Well, it's been made, she said half to herself as she paced. That idiot from the 162nd is going to have a lot to answer for. I've got light cases, Morris, so far in Chicago and Paris. I'm afraid I'm going to find more. She paused, turned. I've got a possibility, a strong one, of a connection with a couple of high-class health centers. I'm trying to slog through a bunch of medical articles and jargon. I need a consultant who knows that stuff. If you're looking at me, I'd be happy to help you, but my field is a different channel. You want a straight and smart medical doctor. Mira? She's a medical doctor, Morse agreed, but her field's also in a different channel. Still, between the two of us... Wait, I think I might have someone. She turned back to him. I'll try her first. Somebody's screwing with us, Morris. I want you to make disk copies for me of all the data you have on Snooks. Make one for yourself and put it someplace you consider safe. A smile ghosted around his mouth. I already have. Yours is on its way to your home via private courier. Call me paranoid. No, I don't think so. She pulled off the mask and headed for the door. but some instinct had her looking back one more time. "Morris, watch your ass." Peabody got up from her seat in the corridor. "I finally accessed some data on McRae from Chicago. It's easier to get the scoop on a psycho than a cop." "Protect your own," Eve mumbled as she strode to the exit door. That was worrying her. "Yeah, well, our colleague's barely 30, only had 8 years in. He retires on less than 10% of his full pension. Another 2 years, he could have doubled that. No disability, no mental fatigue, no admin request to resign? None on record, what I can get." The wind slapped Peabody in the face with glee as she stepped outside. "What I can get," she said again, once she had her breath back, "is he was a pretty solid cop, worked his way up the ranks, was in line for a standard promotion in less than a year. He had a good percentage rate on closing cases, no shadows on his record, and worked homicide the last 3 years. Got any personal data? Spousal pressure might have pushed him out of the job, money problems, threat of divorce. Maybe he boozed or drugged or gambled. It's tougher to get personal data. I have to do the standard request and have cause." "I'll get it," Eve said, slipping behind the wheel. She thought of Rourke and his skills, and his private office with the unregistered and illegal equipment. "When I have it, you'd be better off not asking how I came by it." "Came by what?" Peabody asked with an easy smile. "Exactly. We're taking a little personal time now, Peabody. Call it in. I don't want our next stop on the log." "Great. Does that mean we're going to hunt up some men and have disgusting impersonal sex?" "Aren't you getting enough with Charles?" "Well, I can say I'm feeling a little looser in certain areas these days." "Dispatch," she said into her communicator. "Peabody, Officer Delia, requesting personal time on behalf of Dallas, Lieutenant Eve." "Received and acknowledged. You are off log." "Now, about those men," Peabody said comfortably. "Let's make them buy us lunch first." "I'll buy you lunch, Peabody, but I'm not having sex with you. Now, get your mind off your stomach and your glands, and I'll update you." By the time Eve pulled up in front of the Canal Street Clinic, Peabody's eyes were sober. "You think this goes deep, a lot deeper than a handful of dead street sleepers and LCs. I think we start making a safe copy of all reports and data, and we keep certain areas of investigation quiet." She breezed through the doors of the clinic, noted that the waiting area looked very much as it had on her previous visit, and walked straight to the check-in window. "I need to speak with Dr. D'Amato." Jan, the nurse, gave Eve a sulky look. "She's with a patient." "I'll wait. Same place as before. Tell her I won't take much of her time." "Dr. D'Amato is very busy today." "That's funny. So am I." She let loose the same gusty sigh as she had on Eve's first visit, shoved out of her chair with the same irritable shrug of motion. Eve went through the doors and settled into the cramped little office to wait for Louise. It took 20 minutes, and the doctor didn't look particularly pleased to see Eve again. "Let's make this fast. I've got a broken arm waiting to be set." "Fine. I need you as an expert consultant on my case for the medical end of things. The hours suck, the pay's lousy, there may be some possibility of risk, and I'm very demanding of the people who work with me." "When do I start?" Eve smiled with such unexpected warmth and humor, Louise nearly goggled. "When's your next day off?" "I don't get whole days, but I don't start my rotation tomorrow until 2. "That'll work. Be at my home office tomorrow, 8 sharp. Peabody, give her the address." "Oh, I know where you live, Lieutenant." It was Louise's turn to smile. "Everyone knows where Rourke lives." "Then I'll see you at 8. Satisfied, Eve headed back out. "I'm going to like working with her." "Do you want me to put in the request and papers to add her as consult?" "Not yet." thinking of wiped records, of cops that didn't seem particularly interested in closing cases. She shook her head as she climbed back into her vehicle. Let's keep this unofficial for a while yet. Put us back on log. Using her best pitiful look, Peabody said only, "Lunch? Hell. All right, but I'm not buying anything in this neighborhood for internal consumption." A woman of her word, she headed uptown and stopped when she saw a fairly clean glide cart. Normally, Eve approached splashy social events like medicine. She avoided them whenever possible, which wasn't often enough now that she was married to Rourke, and when she couldn't wiggle out, she gritted her teeth, swallowed fast and hard, and tried to ignore the bad taste in her mouth. But she was looking forward to the fundraiser for the Drake Center. This time, she approached the event like a job. But she was going to miss the comforting weight of her weapon. There was no place to conceal it in the dress she wore. It had seemed appropriate to wear one of Leonardo's designs, as he would be one of the couturiers spotlighted in the fashion show. Champagne and other fashionable exotic drinks were served in crystal glasses by waiters in distinguished black uniforms. Conversation was a sophisticated murmur, punctuated by an occasional muted laugh. To Eve's eye, nothing could have looked more contrived, more staged, or more tedious. She was about to say just that to Rourke, when there was a delighted squeal, a flurry of color and movement, and the sharp sound of crystal shattering on the floor. Mavis Freestone waved a jubilant hand that was studded with rings on every finger, offered a giggling apology to the waiter she bumped, and dashed across the ballroom through the perfectly poised crowd on 5-inch silver heels designed to show off toenails painted a blistering blue. "Dallas!" She squealed again, and all but launched herself into Eve's arms. "This is so mag! I didn't think you'd show! Wait till Leonardo sees you. He's back in the dressing area having a real case of nerves. I told him to take a chill pill or something, or I swear he's just going to woof all over somebody. Hey, Rourke!" Before Eve could speak, Mavis had leaped over to hug Rourke. "Man, do you two look frigid. Have you had a drink yet? The tornadoes are killers. I've had 3. "They seem to agree with you." Rourke couldn't help but grin. "Yeah, you bet. I've got some sober-up with me so I can maintain while Leonardo's designs hit the ramp. But for now..." She started to snag another glass from a passing waiter, nearly teetered over. Eve simply slid an arm around her shoulders. "For now, let's check out the eats." "We get real food after the show," Mavis commented, but popped a canapé into her mouth. "Why wait?" Amused by the brilliant shine in Mavis's eyes, Eve nonetheless piled a plate with finger food, then held it while her friend plowed through. "Man, this stuff rocks!" She swallowed. "What is it?" "Fancy." "I guess I'll take my sober up and go back to see Leonardo. Really glad you guys are here. Most of these people are, drags." "You get to go back and hang with Leonardo," Eve said. "I have to stay out here and talk to the drags." "We'll sit together at dinner, okay, and make fun of them. I mean, some of these outfits." With a shake of her blue hair, she scampered off. "We're releasing her recording and video later this month," Rourke told Eve. "What is the world going to make of Mavis Freestone? They won't be able to resist her." Smiling now, she looked up at Rourke. "So, introduce me to some of the drags. I'm hoping to make somebody very nervous tonight." Eve didn't think of the tedium now. Every new face she met was a potential suspect. Some smiled, some nodded, some lifted eyebrows when they learned she was a homicide cop. She spotted Dr. Mira, Cagney, and with some surprise, Louise D'Amato. She'd save them for later, Eve decided, and held out her hand to formalize her introduction to Dr. Tia Woe. "I've heard of you, Lieutenant." "Really?" "Yes, I never miss the local news. You've been featured quite a bit the last year or so, through your own exploits and your connection with Rourke." Her voice was gravel rough, but not unpleasant. She looked both stark and dignified in basic black. She wore no jewelry but for a small gold pin, the ancient medical symbol of two snakes wound around a staff topped by wings. "I never thought about police work being exploits." "No offense meant. I often consider the news the highest form of entertainment. More than books or videos, it shows people in their genuine form, reciting their own lines. And I'm quite fascinated with crime." "Me too." As openings went, it was perfect. "I have one you'd find interesting. I'm investigating a series of murders. The victims are sidewalk sleepers, addicts, street LCs. It's an unfortunate life for them. An unfortunate death for some. Each of these victims had an organ surgically removed, quite skillfully removed, stolen from the unwilling donor." Woe's eyes flickered, narrowed. "I've heard nothing of this." "You will," Eve said easily. "I'm making connections right now, following leads. You specialize in organ transplants, Dr. Woe?" She waited a bit, while Woe's mouth opened and closed. "I wonder if you might have any theories from a medical standpoint." "Oh, well." Her fingers lifted to toy with her pin. "The black market would be a possibility, though the easy availability of artificial organs has cut that venue down dramatically." "These weren't healthy organs." "Unhealthy? A madman," she said with a shake of her head. "I've never understood the mind. The body is basic. It is form and function, a machine that can be repaired, tuned, so to speak. But the mind, even when clinically or legally healthy, has so many avenues, so many quirks, so much potential for error. But you're right. It's quite fascinating." Her eyes had shifted, making Eve smile to herself. She wants to be gone, Eve thought, but hasn't quite worked out how to ditch me without insulting Rourke and all his money. "My wife is a tenacious cop." Rourke slid a hand over Eve's shoulder. "She won't give up until she finds who and what she's looking for. I suppose you have a lot in common," he continued smoothly. "Cops and doctors, a demanding schedule and a singular purpose." "Ah." "Yes, ah," Woe signaled, lifting one finger. Eve recognized Michael Waverly from his photo on his data sheet. He was the youngest on her list of surgeons. Single, she recalled, and the current president of the AMA. He was tall enough, she decided, to have had Lido looking up at him. He was slickly attractive, at ease, and slightly less traditional than his colleagues. "Tia!" Despite her stiff posture, he kissed her on the cheek, then held out a hand to Rourke. "Nice to see you again. We at Drake very much appreciate your generosity. As long as it's put to good use, it's my pleasure." "My wife," Rourke said. "Eve Dallas, Lieutenant Dallas." "Lieutenant?" Waverly offered his hand and another smile. "Oh, yes, I'm sure I knew that. I'm delighted to meet you. Can we assume the city's safe, as you're free to join us tonight?" "A cop never assumes, Doctor." He laughed, giving her hand a friendly squeeze. "Has Tia confessed her secret fascination with crime? The only thing I've ever seen her read, other than medical journals, are murder mysteries." "I was just telling her about one of mine, of the non-fiction variety." Eve outlined the facts, watched a variety of expressions cross Waverly's face. mild interest, surprise, puzzlement, and finally, understanding. You believe it's a doctor, a surgeon. That's very difficult to accept. Why? Dedicating yourself to years of training and practice to save lives, only to take them for no apparent reason? I can't fathom it. It's baffling, but intriguing. Do you have a suspect? A number of them, but no prime as yet. I'm taking a close look at the top surgeons in the city at this point. Waverly gave a short laugh. And that would include me and my friend here. How flattering, Tia. We're suspects in a murder investigation. Sometimes your humor falls very flat, Michael. With anger sparking in her eyes, Woe turned her back on them. Excuse me. She takes things quite seriously, Waverly murmured. Well, Lieutenant, aren't you going to ask me my whereabouts on the night in question? I have more than one night in question, Eve said easily, and that would be very helpful. He blinked in surprise, and his smile didn't shine quite so brightly. Well, this hardly seems the time and place to discuss it. I'll schedule an interview as soon as possible. Will you? His voice had dropped several degrees and bordered on cold. You're straight to the point, I see, Lieutenant. Eve decided she'd insulted him, but hadn't unnerved him. He wasn't a man who expected to be questioned, she concluded. I appreciate your cooperation. Rourke, we should say hello to Mira. Of course. Excuse us, Michael. That was smoothly done, he murmured in Eve's ear as they moved through the crowd. I've watched you cut somebody off at the knees politely often enough to get the hang of it. Thank you, darling. I'm so proud. Good. Find me another one. Rourke scanned the crowd. Hans Vanderhaven should suit your mood. He steered her through the crowd toward a big man with a gleaming bald head and a natty white beard, standing beside a tiny woman with enormous breasts and a waterfall of gilt-edged red hair. That would be the doctor's newest wife, Rourke murmured in Eve's ear. Likes them young, doesn't he? And built, Rourke agreed, moving forward before Eve could add a pithy comment to his observation. Hans! Rourke! His voice was huge, barreling out and echoing through the room. Lively eyes the color of chestnuts landed on Eve, took her measure. This must be your wife! Enchanted! You're with the police department? That's right. She didn't much care for the way he took her hand, or the way those eager eyes played over her as he kissed her knuckles. But it didn't seem to bother the newest Mrs. Vanderhaven, who stood smiling inanely with a glass of champagne in one hand and a diamond the size of Pittsburgh on the other. My wife, Fawn. Rourke and Dallas. Eve Dallas. Oh, Fawn giggled, batted eyes of Easter egg blue. I've never talked to a policewoman before. If Eve had anything to do with it, they weren't going to change that record by much. She merely smiled, giving Rourke a light but none too subtle elbow nudge. Understanding, he shifted toward Fawn and, recognizing type and priorities, began to compliment her on her dress. Eve turned away from the giggle and gave her attention to Vanderhaven. I noticed Dr. Woe had a pin like the one you're wearing. He lifted a wide, capable hand to the gold pin on his lapel. The caduceus, our little Medal of Honor. I imagine those in your profession have their own symbols. Now, I don't imagine you asked Rourke to distract my delightful wife so we could discuss accessories. No, you're observant, Doctor. His eyes sobered. Colin told me you were investigating a homicide that involves organ theft. Is it true you believe a surgeon is involved? That's right. A very skilled one. So, Eve thought, there would be no dancing, no pleasantries. I hope I can count on your cooperation. I'll be scheduling interviews over the next several days. It's insulting. Necessary from your viewpoint, I'm sure, but insulting. No surgeon, no doctor would have willfully, uselessly terminated a life as you described to Colin. It's only useless until we know his motive, Eve said evenly, and watched Vanderhaven's lips tighten. The murder was done, the organ taken, and according to several expert sources, the surgical procedure was performed by skilled hands. Do you have another theory? Occult. He said it shortly, then took a sip of whiskey, took a deep breath. You'll pardon me for being sensitive about this issue, but we're speaking about my community, my family, in a very real way. Occult, he repeated in a tone that demanded she accept. With a member or members trained in the medical field, certainly. The days of doctors mining bodies for parts went out with catgut. We have no use for damaged organs. She kept her eyes level on his. I don't believe I mentioned the organ taken was damaged. For a moment, he only stared, then blinked. You've said it came from an indigent. It was bound to be flawed. Excuse me, my wife and I should mingle. He took the still simpering fawn firmly by the elbow and drew her away. You owe me. Rourke grabbed a flute of champagne off a tray and took one long sip. I'm going to have that irritating giggle in my sleep. Interesting. He was right up front about the case and pretty steamed about my angle of investigation. It sounds to me as if he and Cagney have had a consult about it. That's understandable. They're friends as well as colleagues. Maybe Mira can give me some personal data on this group. Rourke caught the change in rhythm of the music. The fashion show's about to start. We'll have to mingle with Mira later. She seems to be having a very intense conversation at the moment. Eve had seen that for herself. Cagney, bent down close, kept one hand on Mira's arm. The music flashed. The crowd swirled to ensure good views for the fashion display. Eve lost sight of Mira and found herself face to face with Louise. Dallas? Louise nodded coolly. Her hair was styled and sleek, her siren-red dress simply and beautifully cut. The diamonds in her ears didn't look like simulations. I didn't expect to see you here. Same goes. Or to see you, Eve thought, looking polished, perfumed, and prosperous. You're a long way from the clinic, Dr. D'Amato. You're a long way from Cop Central, Lieutenant. I live to socialize, Eve said so dryly that Louise's lips twitched. About as much as I do, I imagine. I'm Louise D'Amato. She held out a hand to Rourke. I'm going to be consulting on a case for your wife. I believe we'll either be fast friends or hate each other before we're done. Rourke grinned. Should I lay bets? Haven't quite figured the odds yet. She glanced over to watch the first models parade down the runway. Eve shifted her gaze from the display of the hot look for upcoming spring and studied Louise. How does a doctor doing time at a free clinic rate a ticket to a major event for Drake? By being the niece of the chief of staff. Louise managed to reach through bodies and snag a flute of champagne. She used it to toast. You're Cagney's niece? That's right. Friends, colleagues, relatives, Eve thought. An incestuous little group, and such groups tended to band together like mud balls to block outsiders. And what are you doing working in an armpit instead of uptown? Because, Lieutenant, I do what I want. I'll see you in the morning. She nodded to Rourke, then slipped through the crowd. Eve turned to her husband. I've just taken on a consultant who's the niece of one of my suspects. Will you keep her? For the time being, Eve murmured. We'll see how it shakes out. Instincts, Eve decided the next morning, were one thing, facts another. A family connection between Colin Cagney and her upcoming consultant was just a little too close for comfort. So, with her hands in her pockets and her back to the window, where the thick fall of snow obscured the view, she ordered her computer to run data on Louise D'Amato. D'Amato, Louise, N. ID number 3452-100-34FW. Born March 1, 2030. Westchester, New York. Marital status, single. No children. Parents, Alicia Cagney D'Amato and Mark Robert D'Amato. No siblings. Current residence, 28 Houston, Unit C, New York City. Current position, General Practitioner of Medicine, Canal Street Clinic. Held position for 2 years. Graduate of Harvard Medical School, all honors. Residency completed at Roosevelt Hospital. Financial data, Eve ordered, and glanced over absently as Rourke walked in. Working. Salary from Canal Street Clinic, $30,000 annual. Eve snorted. She didn't buy those rocks she was wearing on her ears with a pitiful $30,000 a year. That's less than I make, for Christ's sake. Income from trust fund, stock dividends, and interest, approximately $268,000 annual. That's more like it. So, with that kind of income, why isn't she living in some fancy digs uptown? $250,000 doesn't buy what it used to, Rourke said easily, and moved over to glance at her monitor. Who are you running, the young doctor? Yeah. She'll be here in a few minutes. I have to decide whether to kick her or bring her in. Eve frowned. A trust fund baby with high connections at Drake, but she puts in miserable time at a free clinic where she treats street people for peanuts. Why? Cocking his head, Rourke sat on the edge of her desk. I know a certain cop who now has what some would call a substantial personal income and high connections at nearly every level of business in any area on or off planet. Yet she continues to work the streets, often putting herself at personal risk. For peanuts. He paused a moment. Why? The money stuff, that's your deal, Eve muttered. No, darling, it's yours. And maybe this is hers. Maybe, like you, this is who she is. She considered a moment, shuffling his money and her part of it aside where she preferred it. You liked her. On brief first impression, yes. More to the point, you do. Maybe I do. She paused a moment. Yeah, I do. But I don't know what she'll do if the arrow points at her uncle. She rolled her shoulders once. I guess we'll just have to find out. Computer, file and save all data and disengage. I have the information you asked me for yesterday. Rourke slipped a disk out of his pocket, slid it into hers. I don't know how helpful it's going to be. I didn't see any connection between your case and Wesley Friend. He didn't appear to have much of an underbelly. He comes off as a man dedicated to his family and his work. The more you know, the more you can cross off. I appreciate it. Any time, Lieutenant. Rourke took her hands, slid his up to her wrists, and tugged her closer. It gratified him to feel her pulse trip just a little faster at the contact. Do I assume you'll be at this most of the day? That's the plan. Aren't you going into your office? No, I'll be working here today. It's Saturday. Oh, right. The little trickle of guilt had her struggling not to squirm. We didn't have, plans for the weekend, did we? No. His lips curved, and taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he shifted his hands to her hips. but I could make some for after hours. He lowered his head to catch and tease her lower lip with his teeth. Her eyes wanted to close. Her bones wanted to melt. "Rourke, you're clouding my mind here." "Why, thank you." With a low laugh, he changed angles to rub his lips over hers. When Louise stepped through the doorway with Somerset just behind her, she stopped abruptly. Somerset cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon. Dr. D'Amato has arrived." Eve fought with embarrassment, tried to seem casual. All the while, her blood was running as sweet and thick as heated syrup. "You're prompt, Doctor," she managed. "Always, Lieutenant." "Good morning, Rourke." "Good morning." Amused at all of them, Rourke loosened his hold on Eve. "Can we offer you something? Coffee?" "I never turn down coffee." "You have an exceptional home," she added as she continued into the room. "This place?" Eve's voice was desert dry. "It'll do until we find something bigger." Louise laughed, set her briefcase aside. The thin light through the window caught the little gold pin on her lapel. Eve lifted a brow. Dr. Woe had one of those on her dress last night. So did Vanderhaven.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 3. This is cassette number 3.
Louise laughed, set her briefcase aside. The thin light through the window caught the little gold pin on her lapel. Eve lifted a brow. Dr. Woe had one of those on her dress last night. So did Vanderhaven. This? Absently, Louise lifted a hand to the pin. Tradition. Right after the turn of the century, most medical facilities began to give a caduceus pin to doctors who'd completed their internship. I imagine a lot of them end up in a dusty drawer somewhere, but I like it. "I'll let you get down to work." Rourke handed Louise her coffee, then glanced over at his wife. The gleam in his eye said it all. "I'll see you later, Lieutenant, and we can firm up those plans." "Sure." Damn it, her lips were still vibrating from his. "We'll do that." Louise waited until he'd gone through a connecting door and shut it. "I hope you won't take offense if I say that is the most beautiful man I've ever seen." "I rarely take offense at the truth, so let's try for another. Your uncle is one of my suspects. At this time, he is on my short list and can't be eliminated. Is that going to be a problem for you?" A line formed instantly and deeply between Louise's brows. Straight irritation, Eve decided. "It won't be a problem because I've every confidence I'll help you eliminate him very quickly. Uncle Colin and I disagree in many areas, but he is, above all else, dedicated to ensuring the quality of human life." Eve nodded. "We'll see. I want you to take a look at the data I've accessed, then translate it for me in terms someone who didn't graduate from Harvard Medical can understand." Louise's brows winged up. "You checked up on me." "Did you think I wouldn't?" "No." Once again, Louise's face relaxed into a smile. "I was certain you would. It's nice to be right. Then let's get started." Late in the afternoon, while the snow continued to fall, Eve sat alone in her office and read over Louise's simple translation of the medical data that had been gathered. Basically, artificial organs, the process initially discovered by Friendly and his team and refined over the years, were cheap, efficient, and dependable. The transplant of human organs was not. It was necessary to find a match, to remove from a donor a healthy specimen to preserve and transport the organ. The building of organs from the patient's own tissues was more advantageous as there was no risk of rejection, but was costly in time and money. With current medical knowledge, human donors were few and far between. For the most part, healthy organs were harvested, donated, or brokered from accident victims who could not be repaired. Science, according to Louise, was a two-sided coin. The longer we were able to preserve life, the more rare human donors became. More than 90% of successful transplants were artificial. Certain conditions and diseases could be and were cured, leaving the patient with his original organs in good repair. Others, too far progressed and most usually in cases of the poor or disenfranchised, left the organ too damaged and the body too weak for these treatments. Artificial replacements were the only course of treatment. Why take what was useless? Eve asked herself. Why kill for it? She looked up as Rourke came in. Maybe it's just another mission after all, she began. Just one more lunatic, this one with a highly honed skill and a personal agenda. Maybe he just wants to rid the world of those he considers beneath him, and the organs are nothing more than trophies. There's no connection between the victims. Snooks and Spindler both had connections to Canal Street, and that's it. There's no other link between them, or to hook them to the victims in Chicago and Paris, except when you look at what they were. She didn't need to bring up the new data on Leclerc to refresh her memory. The guy who bought it in Paris was a chemihead, late 60s, no known next of kin. He had a flop when he could pay for it, lived on the street when he couldn't. He used a free clinic off and on, playing the system to get his social program meds when he couldn't buy a fix. You have to submit to a physical if you want the drugs. Medical records indicate he had advanced cirrhosis of the liver. And that's what links them. Liver, heart, kidneys. He's building a collection. It comes out of a health center, I'm sure of it. But whether it's Drake or Nordic or another one altogether, I don't know. Maybe it's not only one, Rourke suggested, and Eve nodded. I've thought of that, and I don't like the implications. The guy I'm looking for is high-placed. He feels protected. Well, he is protected. She pushed back. He's educated, successful, and organized. He's got a reason for what he's doing, Rourke. He was willing to kill a cop to protect it. I just can't find it. Kicks? I don't think so. She closed her eyes and brought the image of each victim into her head. There was no glee in it. It was professional each time. I bet he got a thrill out of it, but that wasn't the driving force. Just a happy byproduct, she murmured. You need a change of scene, he decided. A distraction, so you can come back to this with your mind clear on Monday. Let's go. Go? Where? She gestured to the window. In case you haven't noticed, we're getting dumped on. So why not take advantage of it? He tugged her to her feet. Let's build a snowman. He surprised her constantly, but this time she simply gaped. You want to build a snowman? Why not? I thought we'd fly out, spend the weekend in Mexico, but... Still holding her hand, he looked out the window and smiled. How often do we get an opportunity like this? I don't know how to build a snowman. Neither do I. Let's see what we can come up with. A weekend with Rourke, Eve thought, could smooth out the rough edges of broken glass. The man was amazingly inventive. She'd intended to work on Sunday, but before she could roll out of bed, she was being plucked out and carried off to the hollow room. The next thing she knew, she was buck naked on a simulation of Crete. New York was buried under 2 feet of snow. Jet ski patrols were handling any threat of looting, and medevac teams were scouting out the snow wrecked. All but emergency and necessary city personnel were ordered to stay home. So why not spend the day at the beach eating fat purple grapes? When she woke Monday morning, she was limber, clear-headed, and refueled. She kept one ear tuned to the news on the bedroom screen as she dressed. Reports were that all major streets had been cleared. When the link beeped, she finished buttoning her shirt, scooped up her coffee, and answered. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Report to Sleeper Village, Bowery. Reported homicide. Priority 1. Uniforms on scene. Notify Peabody, Officer Delia. I'll pick her up en route. I'm on my way. Dallas out. She broke transmission, exchanged her coffee for a weapon harness. God damn it. He got another one. Watch your back, Lieutenant, Rourke ordered as she strode out. It didn't lift her mood to see the uniforms on scene were Bowers and Trueheart. She fought her way to the curb on the streets that were lumpy and slick with snow, then gave herself time for one long breath. If I look like I'm going to deck her, yes, sir, let me, Eve snapped and pushed out of the car. Her boots sank into the snow, and she kept her eyes on Bowers as she plowed through it. The sky overhead was as hard and cold as her heart. Officer Bowers, your report? Subject female, undetermined age and identity. Out of the corner of her eye, Eve saw Trueheart open his mouth, then shut it again. We found her in a crib, as with victim Snooks. However, there is considerable blood in this case. As I am not a medical technician, I cannot verify which piece of her was removed, if any. Eve scanned the area, saw this time that there were more than a dozen faces, pale, thin, with dead eyes staring over the line of police sensors. Have you questioned any of these people? No. Do so, she ordered, then turned to start toward the crib that had been marked with blipping police sensors. Bowers jerked her head at Trueheart, sending him on his way, but fell into step beside Eve. I've already filed another complaint. Officer Bowers, this is not the time or place to discuss interdepartmental business. You're not going to get away with calling me at home, threatening me. You stepped way over, Dallas. Both baffled and irritated, Eve stopped long enough to study Bowers's face. There was anger, yes, and resentment, but there was also a sticky kind of smugness in her eyes. Bowers, I didn't contact you at home or anywhere else, and I don't make threats. I've got my link log as evidence. Fine. But when Eve started forward again, Bowers grabbed her arm. Eve's hand curled into a fist, but she managed to keep it from ramming into Bowers' face. Officer, we are on record, and you are interfering with my investigation of a reported homicide. Step back. I want it on record. Bowers shot a glance at the lapel recorder on Peabody's uniform. Excitement was pumping through her, and the control was slipping greasily out of her hands. I want it on record that I've gone through proper official channels to report your conduct, and that if appropriate action isn't taken by the department against you, I'll exercise my right to file suit against both you and the department. So noted, officer. Now step back before I start exercising my rights. You want to take a swing at me, don't you? Her eyes glittered. Her breath began to heave. That's how your type handles things. Oh, yeah. I'd love to kick your arrogant ass, Bowers, but I have something a little more pressing to do at the moment. And since you refuse to follow orders, you are relieved of duty as of this moment. I want you off my crime scene. It's my crime scene. I was first on scene. You've been relieved, officer. Eve jerked her arm free, took 2 steps, then swung around, teeth bared, as Bowers made another grab. You lay hands on me again, and I'll kick your face in. Then I'll have my aide place you under arrest for interfering with an investigation. We've got a personal problem here, fine and dandy. We can handle it later. You can pick the time and place, but it won't be here, it won't be now. Get the fuck off scene, Bowers. She waited a beat, straining to hold her own snapping temper in check. Peabody, notify Bowers' lieutenant that she has been relieved and ordered from the scene. Request another uniform to be sent to our location to assist Officer Trueheart in crowd control. I go, he goes. Bowers, if you are not behind the sensors in 30 seconds, you will be put in restraints and charged. Not trusting herself, Eve turned away. Peabody, escort Officer Bowers back to her vehicle. My pleasure, sir. Horizontal or vertical, Bowers, she said pleasantly. I'm going to take her down. Bowers' voice shook with rage. And you're going with her. Already composing her follow-up complaint, Bowers stomped through the snow. You all right, Dallas? I'd be better if I could have pounded on her a while, Eve hissed a breath out through her teeth. But she wasted enough of our time. Let's do our job. She approached the crib, crouched, pulled back the tattered plastic that served as a doorway. Blood, rivers of it, had spilled, pooled, congealed. Reaching into her field kit, Eve took out Seal It. Victim is female, black, age between 90 and 110. Visible wound in abdomen appears to be cause of death. Victim has bled out. There are no apparent signs of struggle or sexual abuse. Eve inched into the crib, ignoring the blood that stained the tips of her boots. Notify the ME, Peabody. I need Morris. At a guess, I'd say her liver's gone. Jesus. But he wasn't worried about being neat this time. The edges of the wound are straight and clean, she added, after she fixed on micro-goggles and bent closer. But there is no clamping as evidenced on other victims, no sealing to prevent bleeding. She was still wearing her shoes, Eve noted, the hard, black slip-ons many of the city's shelters handed out to the homeless. There was a mini-player beside the thin mattress and a full bottle of street brew. No robbery, she murmured, and continued to work. Time of death? Calculating lowest ambient temperature is established on scene at 02:30. She reached out, found an expired beggar's license. Victim is identified as Jalessa Brown, age 98, of no fixed address. Lieutenant, can you move your left shoulder? I need to give a full body shot for record. Eve shifted to the right, eased in another inch, and felt her boot scrape something under the pool of blood. Reaching down, she closed her sealed fingers over a small object and drew out a gold pin. The coiled snakes of the caduceus ran with blood. Look what we have here, she murmured. Peabody, on record. A gold lapel pin, catch apparently broken, was found near the victim's right hip. Pin is identified as a caduceus, a symbol of the medical profession. She sealed it, slipped it into her bag. He was very, very sloppy this time. Angry? Careless? Or just in a hurry? She moved back, let the plastic fall into place. Let's see what Trueheart knows. Eve wiped the blood and sealant from her hands as Trueheart reported. Mostly they called her Honey. She was well-liked, kind of motherly. No one I've spoken with saw anything last night. It was rough out here, really cold. The snow finally stopped around midnight, but the winds were vicious. That's why we've got all these drifts. And why we'll never get any casts worth a damn. She looked at the trampled ground. We'll find out what we can about her. Trueheart, it's up to you, but if I were in your shoes, I'd request another trainer when I got back to your station. When the dust clears some, I'm going to recommend your transfer to Central, unless you have other ideas. No, sir, no. I'm very grateful. Don't be. They work your butt off at Central. She turned away. Peabody, let's go by Canal Street before we head in. I'd like to see if Jalessa Brown was a patient there. Louise was out in the Medivan doing on-site treatments for frostbite and exposure. Her replacement in the clinic looked young enough to have still been playing doctor in the back seat of a souped-up street buggy with the prom queen. But he told her that Jalessa Brown was not only a patient, but a favorite at the clinic. A regular, Eve mused as she fought traffic and clogged streets on her way to Central. One who'd come in at least once a week over the last 6 months for cancer of the liver, advanced stage. There had been some hope for remission, if not reversal. Now there would be neither. Her message light was glowing when she stepped into her office, but she ignored it and tagged Feeney. I've got another one. So I hear. Word travels. There was a lapel pin at the scene. It's this medical symbol. I took it by the lab, sat on Dickhead until he verified it was gold. The real thing. Can you run it for me? See if you can find out who sells them. Will do. You talked to McNabb? Not yet. Her stomach hitched. Why? He sighed, and paper rattled as he reached into his bag for his favorite almonds. London, 6 months ago. Funky junkie found in his flop. He'd cooked for a few days before they found him. Kidneys were missing. That's what we had with Spindler. But this scene was a mess. Blood everywhere. He was either in a hurry or he doesn't care anymore. I'll tag McNabb and get the details. He's on his way over there. Send the pin back with him, and I'll run it. Thanks. Her link beeped incoming the minute she ended transmission. Dallas. I need you in my office, Lieutenant. Now. Bowers was all Eve could think, but nodded briskly. Yes, Commander. On my way. She hailed Peabody on her way out. McNabb's on his way over with details on a potential victim in London. Work with him on it. Use my office. Whitney didn't keep Eve waiting, but cleared her straight through. He was at his desk, his hands folded, his eyes neutral. Lieutenant, you had another altercation with Officer Bowers. Yes, sir. On record at the scene this morning. God damn it, Eve thought. She hated this. It was like playing tattletale with the school principal. She became difficult and insubordinate. She laid hands on me and was ordered off scene. He nodded. You couldn't have handled it differently? Biting back a retort, Eve reached into her bag and pulled out a disc. Sir, this is a copy of the record from the crime scene. You look at it, then tell me if I could or should have handled it differently. Sit down, Dallas. Sir, if I'm to be reprimanded for doing my job, I prefer to be reprimanded while I'm on my feet. I don't believe I have reprimanded you, Lieutenant. He spoke mildly, but he rose himself. Bowers had already filed another complaint before this morning's little incident. She claims that you contacted her at home Saturday evening and threatened her with physical harm. Commander, I have not contacted Bowers at home or anywhere else. It was difficult, but she kept her eyes flat and her voice cool. If and when I have threatened her after provocation, it's been face-to-face and on record. She's introduced a copy of a link log on which the caller identifies herself as you. Eve's eyes chilled. My voice print is on record. I request that it be compared with the print from the link log. Good. Dallas, sit down, please. He watched her struggle, then sit stiffly. I have no doubt the prints won't match, just as I have no doubt that Bowers will continue to make trouble for you. I want to assure you that the department will handle this, and her. Permission to speak frankly? Of course. She shouldn't be on the street. She shouldn't be in uniform. She's dangerous, Commander. That's not a personal jab, it's a professional opinion. And one I tend to agree with. But it's not always as simple as it should be. Which brings me to another issue. The mayor contacted me over the weekend. It appears he was contacted by Senator Brian Whalen with a request that the investigations over which you are primary be reassigned. Who the hell is Whalen? Eve was on her feet again. What's some overfed politician have to do with my case? Whalen is a staunch supporter of the American Medical Association. His son is a doctor and on staff at the Nordic Center in Chicago. It's his belief that your investigation and the resultant media has impugned the medical community, that it may start a panic. The AMA is concerned and willing to fund its own private investigation into these matters. I'm sure they would, as it's clear it's one of their own who's killing people. This is my case, Commander. I intend to close it. It's likely that you'll get little cooperation from the medical community from this point on, Whitney continued. It's also likely that there will be some political pressure brought to bear against the department to shift the nature of the investigation. I want you to close this case, Dallas, and quickly. I don't want you distracted by a personal irritant, he decided. And so I'm asking you to let the department handle the Bowers situation. I know my priorities. Good. Until further notice, this case and all related data are blocked from the media. I want nothing new to leak. Any and all data relating is to be on a need-to-know basis, with full copies encoded to my attention. You believe we have a leak in the department? I think East Washington is much too interested in our business. Put together a team. Keep it Code 5 from this point, he ordered, blocking any unsealed interdepartmental reports and adding a media block. Put this one to bed. Bowers stomped up the stairs from the subway at Delancey. She was, for Ellen Bowers, decidedly cheerful. As far as she was concerned, she'd scalded Eve Dallas's ass. Fried the bitch, she thought, and very nearly skipped down the sidewalk. It had been so gratifying to stand in front of a camera, have a reporter nod understandingly while she detailed all the abuse she'd suffered. Man, oh man, it was about fucking time it was her face on screen, her words being heard. She'd wanted to tell them how it all had started years ago, back in the academy, when Dallas had walked in and taken over. Fucking taken over. Broken all the records. Oh yeah, she'd broken them. All right. Broken them by giving instructors blowjobs. Probably gone down on the female supervisors, too. And anybody with any sense knew the slut had been doing Feeney and probably goddamn Whitney for years. God knew what kind of sick sex game she played with Rourke in that big fancy house. Her days were over, Bowers decided, and treated herself by stopping into a 24/7 and springing for a quart of chocolate chunky ice cream. Bitch thought she could kick Ellen Bowers around and get away with it. Surprise, surprise! All that bouncing around from precinct to precinct, from assignment to assignment, had finally paid off. She had contacts. Damn right. She knew people. She knew the right people. This time, the destruction of Eve Dallas would be her springboard to fame, respect, and she'd be the one sitting at a desk in homicide. She'd be the one with her face on the screen. Yeah. It was about goddamn time, she thought again as black hate crawled into her belly. And when she was done grinding Dallas into dust, she was going to see to it that that prick, Trueheart, paid for his disloyalty. She knew damn well Dallas had let him fuck her. That's the way it was. That's the way it worked. That's why she'd never let some slick-talking creep stick his dick into her. She knew what people thought. She knew what people said. Sure she did. They said she was a troublemaker. They said she was a sloppy cop. They said maybe she had a little blip in the brain somewhere. They were all assholes, every last one of them. They weren't going to slide her quietly out of the department, shake her loose of the job with half pension. She'd fucking own the NYPSD when she was done. All of them were coming down, all of them, starting with Dallas. Because it all started with Dallas. The rage worked under her cheer. It was always there, whispering to her, but she could control it. She'd controlled it for years, because she was smart, smarter than all of them. Every time some department asshole ordered her to take a personality test, she'd hushed those whispers with a careful dose of Calmit and passed. Maybe she needed higher doses just lately, and it was best if she mixed some Zoner in for a nice soothing cocktail, but she was still in control. She had an inside track, and nobody knew but her. And now she had a nice, tidy pile of untraceable credits just for doing what she'd wanted to do in the first place, going public. Her teeth flashed in a smile as she turned the corner and headed down the dark street toward her building. She was going to be rich, famous, powerful, as she was meant to be. And with a little help from her friend, she'd pin Dallas to the wall. Officer Bowers? Yeah? Eyes narrowed. She turned, peered into the dark. Her hand lowered, hovered near her stunner. What? I have a message from your friend. Oh, yeah? Her hand shifted, reached up to pat her container of ice cream. What's the message? It's delicate. We need privacy. No problem. She stepped forward, thrilled that there might be more she could use. Come on up. I'm afraid you need to come down. The droid leaped out of the dark, his eyes colorless, his face blank. He swung the metal pipe once, cracking it against the side of her head before she could suck in air to scream. Sloppy, half-assed work. Eve fumed as she paced Rourke's office. She had to bitch to someone, and he was there. 2 different primaries, she continued, striding around the office. 2 different cops, and both of them fucked up the case. What are they using to train them in Chicago? Old videos of the 3 boobs? I think that's stooges, Rourke murmured. What? He glanced up, focused fully on her, and smiled at the absolute baffled fury on her face. Stooges, darling? The 3 stooges? What's the difference? They're still incompetent knotheads. Half the paperwork's missing. There's no documentation of witness interviews or reports. The post-mortem documents are lost. They did manage to ID the victim, but nobody did a background check, or if it was done, it's not in the file. What do you have? A dead guy, she snapped, with a missing heart. She frowned as Rourke rose and walked over to select a bottle of wine from his chill box. Maybe somebody got to them. Bribed. Threatened. Shit. The leak on this might not just be in the NYPSD. It might be all over the damn place. And your interfering senator is from the great state of Illinois, as I recall. Yeah. Christ, she hated politics. I have to clear it with the commander, but I should probably dance with Chicago in person. Taking his time, Rourke poured 2 glasses, carried both across the room to stand in front of her. I'll take you. It's cop business. And you're my cop. He lifted her hand, curled her fingers around the stem of the glass. Now, drink some wine and tell me the rest. She could have argued, for form's sake, but it seemed like a waste of energy. Bowers filed a couple more complaints. She ordered herself to relax her jaw and sip. She was first on scene this morning, and she caused trouble, so I relieved her of her duty. It's on record, and when they review, they won't be able to fault my actions, but she's really getting in my face. Darling, The world is full of assholes and morons. He reached up, skimmed a finger down the shallow dent in her chin. Most are surprisingly recognizable. She'll end up sinking herself. Yeah, eventually. That's my link, she added, glancing back through the open connecting door to her office. I'll transfer it here. He moved around the desk, tapped a quick series of keys, and had his own link beeping. Rourke? Rourke, damn it, where's Dallas? Nadine first demanded. Nadine was Channel 75 News' sharpest on-screen reporter and also a personal friend of Eve's. He kept his gaze on Nadine's image on screen, catching the brisk shake of Eve's head. Sorry, Nadine, she's not available right now. Can I do something for you? Turn on your screen, Channel 48. Shit, Rourke. You tell her to call me with a rebuttal. I can get it on live the minute she does. I'll let her know. Thanks. He disengaged, then looked across the room. View screen on, Channel 48. Instantly, the screen filled with Bowers's face and a spew of venom. With 3 separate complaints filed, the department won't be able to overlook Lieutenant Dallas's corrupt or abusive behavior any longer. Her thirst for power has caused her to cross lines, to ignore regulations, to slant reports, and to misuse witnesses in order to close cases in her favor. Officer Bowers, those are serious accusations. Each one is fact. Bowers jabbed a finger toward the perfectly groomed reporter. And each will be proven through the internal investigation already underway. I've assured the Internal Affairs Bureau that I'll be turning over all documentation in these matters, including those that prove Eve Dallas has habitually traded sexual favors for information and for promotions within the NYPSD. Why, you slut, Rourke said easily, and slipped a supportive arm around his wife, even as his own blood began to boil. I'll have to divorce you now. It's not a joke. She's a joke, Eve. A poor and pitiful one. Screen off. No, screen on. I want to hear it all. It's long been suspected, and will be verified, that Dallas's husband, Rourke, is involved in a variety of criminal activities. He was, in fact, a prime suspect in a murder investigation early last year, an investigation Dallas was conveniently in charge of. Rourke was not charged in that matter, and Dallas is now the wife of a powerful, wealthy man who uses her connections to cover his own illegal activities. She's gone too far. Under Rourke's hand, Eve began to vibrate with rage. She's gone too far when she brings you into it. His eyes were cool, much too cool, as he studied the face on screen. I could hardly be left out. Officer Bowers, by your own admission, Lieutenant Dallas is a powerful, perhaps dangerous woman. The on-air reporter couldn't keep the gleam of delight out of his eyes. Tell me, why are you risking going public at this time with your suspicions? Someone has to speak the truth. Bowers stared directly into the camera. The department may choose to cover up for a dirty cop, but I honor my uniform too much to be a part of it. They'll hang her for this. Eve drew in a breath, let it out slowly. However much sticks to me, she's just terminated her own career. They won't transfer her this time. They'll kick her. Screen off, Rourke ordered again, then wrapped Eve in his arms. She can't hurt you. She can, for the short term, inconvenience and irritate, but that's all. You can sue for defamation. She crossed several steps over from freedom of speech, but... He ran his hands up and down Eve's back. Take the advice of someone who's dodged those slings and arrows before. Let it go. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, to support and to soothe. Say no more than necessary. Stay above it, and the longer you do, the quicker it'll pass. Closing her eyes, She let him draw her in, cradle her head on his shoulder. I want to kill her. Just one quick snap of the neck. I can have a droid made up in her likeness. You can kill it as often as you like. It made her laugh a little. It couldn't hurt. Listen, I'm going to try to get some work done. I can't think about her. It makes me crazy. All right. He let her go, slipped his hands into his pockets. Eve? Yeah. She paused in the doorway, glanced back. You could see if you looked at her closely, looked at her eyes. She's not quite sane. I did look. And no, she's not. Therefore, Rourke mused as his wife closed the door between them, Bowers was that much more dangerous. The lieutenant wouldn't approve, he thought, but it couldn't be helped. He would work in his private room that evening on his unregistered equipment, and any and all data on Bowers would be in his hands by morning. Eve headed straight to the conference room when she arrived at Central and, grumbling when she found it empty, sat down to man the computer herself. She had, by her calculations, an hour to work before she had to head to Drake and keep her first interview appointments. Peabody had her doctors lined up like arcade ducks. Eve intended to knock them off one at a time before the end of the day. With any luck, she mused, any luck at all, she'd ring a few bells. She brought up data. Drake Center, New York. Nordic Clinic, Chicago. St. Joan d'Arc, France. Millcount Center, London. 4 cities, she thought. 6 bodies known. After hammering her way through the data McNabb had accessed, she narrowed her search down to these health and research centers. All had one interesting thing in common. Wesley Friend had worked at, lectured at, or endorsed each of them. Good work, McNabb, she murmured. Excellent job. You're the key, Dr. Friend. And you're another dead man. Just whose friend were you? Computer, any personal or professional connection between Friend Dr. Wesley and Cagney Dr. Collin? Working. Don't be in such a hurry, she said mildly. All similar connections between subject Friend and Woe Dr. Tia, Waverly Dr. Michael, Vanderhaven Dr. Hans. Enough of a list for now, she decided. Engage. Recalibrating. Working. You do that, little thing, she murmured, and pushed away from the desk to get a cup of coffee. She winced at the smell instantly, and wished to God that Peabody would report in so she could get some decent coffee out of her office. She was considering making a dash for it herself when Peabody walked in, closed the door behind her. You're late, Eve began. How the hell am I supposed to... She trailed off, focusing on Peabody's face. Sheet white with eyes huge and dark. What is it? Sir. Bowers. Oh, fuck Bowers. I don't have time to worry about her now. We're working murder here. Dallas. She's dead. Peabody took a concentrated breath, in and out, to help slow the rapid thump of her heart. Somebody beat her to death last night. They found her a couple of hours ago in the basement of her building. Her uniform, weapon, ID had all been stripped and taken from the scene. They ID'd her by prints. Peabody swiped a hand over white lips. Word is there wasn't enough left of her face to make her visually. It's a positive ID. It's her. I went down and checked after I heard it in the bullpen. Prints and DNA match. They just confirmed. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Staggered, Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes, tried to think. Data is complete. Display, vocal, or hard copy? Save and file. God. She dropped her hands. What have they got on it? Nothing. At least nothing I could dig out. No witnesses. She lived alone, so nobody was expecting her. There was an anonymous call reporting trouble at that location. Call came in about 5:30. A couple of uniforms found her. That's all I know. Robbery? Sexual assault? Dallas, I don't know. I was lucky to get this much. They're shutting in fast. No data in, no data out. There was a sick ball in her stomach, a slick weight rolling there she didn't quite recognize as dread. Do you know who's primary? I heard Baxter, but I don't know for sure. Can't confirm. Okay. She sat, tunneled her fingers through her hair. If it's Baxter, he'll give me what data he can. Odds are it's not connected to ours, but we can't discount it. Eve lifted her gaze again. Beaten to death. Yeah. Peabody swallowed. It's a bad way, she managed. I'm sorry for it. She was a wrong cop, but I'm sorry for it. Everybody's pretty shaken up. I don't have much time here. She pinched the bridge of her nose. We'll tag Baxter later, see if he can fill in some details. But for now, we've got to put this aside. I've got the interviews starting in less than an hour now, and I need to be prepared. Dallas, you need to know. I heard your name come up. What? My name? About Bowers, she began, then broke off in frustration as the link beeped. Hold on. Dallas. Lieutenant, I need you upstairs, immediately. Commander, I'm prepping for a scheduled interview session. Now, he said briefly, and broke transmission. Damn it. Peabody, look through the data I just accessed, see what rings, and make a hard copy. I'll review it on the way to interview. Dallas, hold the gossip until I have time. She moved fast, her mind on the upcoming interviews. Distracted, she walked into Whitney's office. The little ball of dread in her stomach rolled again, hard, when she saw Webster, her commander, and Chief Tibble waiting. Sir? Close the door, Lieutenant. No one sat. Whitney remained standing behind his desk. Eve had a moment to think he looked ill before Tibble stepped forward. Lieutenant, I want to advise you that you're entitled to have your advocate present at this time. My advocate, sir? She let herself glance at Webster, then back at her chief. That won't be necessary, sir. If IAB has more questions for me, I'll answer them without the buffer. I'm aware there was a media broadcast last night where accusations and statements about my character and professional behavior were attacked. They are groundless. I'm confident any internal investigation would prove them to be so. Dallas, Webster began, then closed his mouth when Tibble pinned him with a look. Lieutenant, are you aware that Officer Ellen Bowers was murdered last night? Yes, sir. My aide just informed me. I need to ask you your whereabouts last evening between 1830 and 1900 hours. She'd been a cop for 11 years and couldn't remember ever being sucker-punched so effectively. Her body jerked before she could control it. Her mouth went dry. She heard her own breath catch, then release. Chief Tibble, am I to understand I'm a suspect in the murder of Officer Bowers? His eyes never wavered. The department requires verification of your whereabouts during the time in question, Lieutenant. Sir, between 1830 and 1900 hours, I was en route from Central to my home. I believe I logged out at 1810. Saying nothing, Tibble walked to the window and stood with his back to the room. Dread was an ache now, which spread in the gut with tiny, scrabbling claws. Chief Tibble, Bowers was causing me difficulties, potentially serious ones, which I handled through proper channels and through proper procedure. That's documented, Lieutenant, and understood. He kept his hands behind his back, linked together with frustration. Proper procedure must be followed. An investigation into the murder of Officer Bowers is underway, and at this time you are a suspect. It is my belief that you'll be cleared quickly and completely. Cleared? Of beating a fellow cop to death? Of abandoning everything I believe in and I've worked for? And why would I have done this? Panic had a line of sweat, icy cold, snaking down her spine. Because she tried to smear me in the department and in the media? For Christ's sake, Chief, anyone could see she was on self-destruct. Dallas. This time Webster stepped forward. You threatened her with physical harm on record. Call your advocate. Don't tell me to call my advocate, she snapped. I haven't done anything but my job. Panic was growing teeth now, edgy and sharp. All she could do was fight it with temper. You want me an interview, Webster? Fine, let's go. Right here, right now. Lieutenant! Whitney whipped the word out. The department must conduct internal and external investigations into the matter of the death of Officer Bowers. There is no choice. He let out a long breath. There is no choice, he repeated. While this investigation is open and active, you are suspended from duty. He nearly winced when he saw her eyes go from hot and alive to blank and dazed. Nearly cringed when he saw every ounce of color drain out of her face. It is with regret, Lieutenant, great personal regret, that I ask you to turn in your weapon and your shield. Her mind had gone dead, utterly dead, as if some electrical current had been shut off. She couldn't feel her hands, her feet, her heart. My shield. Dallas. He stepped to her, his voice gentle now, his eyes storming with emotion. There's no choice. You are suspended from duty, pending the results of the internal and external investigations in the matter of the death of Officer Ellen Bowers. I must ask you for your weapon and your badge. Her joints felt rusty as she reached down for her badge, then over to release her weapon. Putting them in Whitney's hand was like ripping out her own heart. Someone said her name, twice, but she was walking out of the room, blind, heading toward the glide fast, her boots clicking on scarred tile. Dizzy, she gripped the rail until her knuckles went white. She managed to walk. Her legs felt like rubber, but she put one in front of the other. God, she needed air. Couldn't breathe. Dizzy, she braced a hand on the doorway of the conference room. It seemed to swim in front of her eyes, as if she was looking into water. Peabody. Sir. She sprang up, stared. Dallas? They took my badge. Feeney was across the room like a bullet from a gun. What kind of bullshit is this? Feeney, you have to take the interviews. She laid a hand on his shoulder. She didn't know how much longer she had before she folded. Peabody's got the schedule, the data. His fingers closed gently over hers, and she felt them tremble. What's this about? I'm a suspect. It was so odd to hear the words, hear her own voice float. In the Bowers homicide. That's a fucking crock! I have to go. Wait, just one damn minute. I have to go, she repeated. She looked at Feeney with eyes dazed with shock. I can't stay here.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
I have to go, Eve repeated. She looked at Feeney with eyes dazed with shock. I can't stay here. I'll take you, Dallas. Let me take you. She looked at Peabody, shook her head. No, you're with Feeney now. I can't stay here. She bolted. Feeney, Jesus! Eyes swimming, Peabody turned to him. What can we do? We fix it, goddammit. Son of a bitch, we fix it. Call Rourke, he ordered, and relieved some fury by kicking viciously at the desk. Make sure he's there when she gets home. Rourke stood in the cold, helpless, and waited for Eve to come home. Word had come through in the middle of his delicate negotiations with the pharmaceutical company on Taras II. He intended to buy them out, revamp their organization, and link it with his own company based on Taras I. He had cut them off without hesitation the instant he'd received the transmission from Peabody. The tearful explanation from the habitually stalwart cop had shaken him. There had been only one thought: to get home, to be there. And now, to wait. When he saw the rapid cab coming up the driveway, he felt a hot bolt of fury lance through him. They'd taken her vehicle. Bastards. He wanted to race down the steps, rip open the door, to bundle her out and up and carry her away somewhere she wouldn't hurt as he could only imagine she hurt. But it wasn't his anger she needed now. He came down the steps as she got out of the cab, and she stood pale as death in the hard winter light, her eyes dark, glazed, and, he thought, impossibly young. The strength, the tough edge she wore as naturally as her weapon, was gone. She wasn't sure she could speak, that the words would push through her throat, it burned so, and the rest of her was numb, dead. They took my badge. Suddenly it was real. The brutal reality of it punched like a fist, and grief gushed up, hot, bitter, to spill out of her eyes. Rourke. I know. He was there, his arms hard around her, holding tight as she began to shake. I'm sorry, Eve. I'm so sorry. What will I do? What will I do? She clung, weeping, not even aware that he picked her up, carried her inside, into the warmth and up the stairs. Oh, God, God, God! They took my badge! We'll straighten it out. You'll get it back, I promise you. She was shaking so violently, it seemed her bones would crash together and shatter. He sat, tightened his grip. Just hold on to me. Don't go away. No, darling. I'll stay right here. She wept until he feared she'd be ill. Then the sobs faded away, and she was limp in his arms, like a broken doll, he thought. He ordered a soother and took her to bed. She, who would fight taking a painkiller if she were bleeding from a dozen wounds, sipped the sedative he brought to her lips without protest. He undressed her as he would an exhausted child. They made me nothing again. He looked down at her face, into eyes hollow and heavy. No, Eve. Nothing. She turned her head away, closed her eyes, and escaped. Rourke was studying data. It had been child's play for him to slide into Detective Baxter's computer and access information on Bowers's murder. It was a pity that, as yet, there was little information to be had. But there was plenty of the vile and hysterical variety to be found in Bowers's logs and diaries. He ran a search on them, using Eve's name, and found bits and pieces stretching back for years. Comments, accusations when Eve had been promoted to detective, when she received commendations. Rourke raised both eyebrows when he read Bowers's statement that Eve had seduced Feeney in order to bag him as her trainer, and then the lurid speculation on her affair with her commander to ensure she was assigned important cases. But these and others that popped from time to time were mild compared with the diatribes that began on the day Bowers and Eve had clashed over the body of a sidewalk sleeper. That obsession, Rourke mused, had festered over time until that one moment, that single twist of fate that had burst it and spilled the poison over both of them. Now, one was dead. He looked toward the screen where he could monitor the bedroom and see his wife sleeping. And the other, broken. Still scanning, he waved a hand at his communication screen when Somerset came on. "Not now. I'm sorry to disturb you, but Dr. Mira is here. She'd very much like to speak with you. I'll be down." He rose, studied Eve another moment. "System off," he murmured, and the equipment behind him shifted from a low hum to silence. To save time, he used the elevator. He didn't intend to be away from Eve any longer than necessary. Rourke. Mira sprang up from her chair, hurried across the room to grab both of his hands. Her usual calm face showed strain around the eyes and mouth. "I only just heard. I came right over. I'm so sorry to intrude, but I had to come." "You're never an intrusion." She tightened her grip on his hands. "Please, will she see me?" "I don't know. She's sleeping." He glanced over his shoulder toward the stairs. "I gave her something. I could kill them for this." He spoke almost to himself, his voice soft and terrifyingly gentle. "For putting that look I saw on her face. I could kill them for that alone." Because she believed him, her hands trembled a little. "Can we sit?" "Of course. Sorry, my mind isn't on my manners." "Rourke." She sat in one of the beautifully curved chairs, leaned forward to lay her hand on his again, hoping the contact would help them both. "While others may be outraged or sympathetic or have any variety of reactions to what happened today, you and I are perhaps the only ones who fully understand what this has done to her heart, her sense of self, her identity. It's destroyed her. She'll gather herself again, and she'll stand up to this, but not alone. She can't stand up to this alone. She never has to be alone. What you have with her will save her, just as it saved you. She did save me, and I'd forgotten I was lost. I love her more than life, and I'll do whatever needs to be done." Mira studied her hands a moment, lifted her fingers up, let them fall. "She'll have to grieve, but don't let her grieve too long. At some point, she'll need her anger. It's her most important source of strength. She'll want to hide, in sleep, in silence, in solitude. She may very well lock you out. She won't have much luck with that, but she'll want to try, simply because you're closer to her than anyone ever has been. At some point you may find yourself having to put your sympathy for her situation aside. It would be easier for you to coddle and pamper and let her drift, but I think you'll recognize the point where she'll need you to make her take the next step." She sighed then. "I won't keep you from her any longer, but if there's anything else I can do, if she wants to see me, I'll come." "I'm very grateful." He saw her off, then went back upstairs to watch over Eve. Eve drifted through the day, like someone wandering in and out of sweeps of fog. She avoided her office and Rourke's, used a headache as an excuse to crawl away for a few hours. She took no calls, refused to discuss the situation with Rourke, and finally closed herself in the library on the pretense of choosing reading material. She turned on the search screen so anyone monitoring would think she was browsing through, then ordered curtains closed, lights off, and curled on the couch to escape into sleep. She dreamed of coiled snakes slithering up a gold staff that dripped with blood, and the blood slipped and slid and beaded over paper flowers tucked into a brown glass bottle. She woke, shuddering. On watery legs she got up, lurched toward the elevator. She braced herself against the wall as it took her down. Desperate for air, she stumbled off, hurried outside where the cold bit blood back into her face. She wanted Rourke, she realized. Wanted him to hold her, to make it all go away, to beat the demons back for her. Tears were surging back, and she struggled against them. They made her tired. All she wanted now was Rourke and to crawl into some warm place with him and have him tell her it was going to be all right. The minute Rourke saw her, wet, white, and trembling, fury sprang up to join concern. It was time, he decided, to lead with the fury. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "I just went out for a walk." She sat, but couldn't quite get her frozen fingers to work well enough to peel off her wet shoes. "I needed some air." "So you go out without a coat? Making yourself sick is next in your master plan for dealing with this?" Her mouth fell open. She'd wanted him to comfort and soothe, and he was snapping at her, yanking off her shoes as if she were a child about to be spanked. "I just wanted some air." "Well, you seem to have gotten it." Jesus, he thought. Jesus, her hands were like ice. He yanked back the urge to warm them himself and stood back from her. "Get in the damn shower. Boil yourself as you're prone to." Hurt swam into her eyes, but she said nothing. It only infuriated him more when she rose and walked obediently into the adjoining bath. He closed his eyes when he heard the water running. Let her grieve, Mira had told him. Well, he'd let her grieve long enough. She'd said he'd know the moment to shake her out of it. If not now, he told himself, when? He ordered up brandy for both of them, swirled his without interest as he waited for her. When she came out, wrapped in a robe, he was ready. "Perhaps it's time we talk about your options." "Options? What you'll do?" He picked up the second snifter, put it in her hand, then sat comfortably. "With your training and experience, private security is likely the best avenue. I have a number of organizations where your talents would come in very handy." "Private security? Working for you?" He lifted a brow. "I can promise you, your income would be more substantial than it was, and you'll be kept very busy." He sat back, draped his arm over the back of the sofa, and appeared blissfully relaxed. "That particular option would free up your time, allow you to travel more freely. You'd be expected to accompany me on a number of business trips, so it would have a number of benefits to both of us." "I'm not looking for a damn job, Rourke." "No? Well, my mistake. If you've decided to retire, then, we can explore other options." "Options? For God's sake, I can't think about this." "We could consider making a child." The snifter jerked in her hand, brandy sloshing over the rim as she spun around. "What?" "I imagined we'd start our family a bit farther down the road, but under the current circumstances we could easily push it up." "I can't... She managed to catch her breath. "I don't know anything about babies, kids." "You have a great deal of leisure time just now. You can learn. Retiring makes you a perfect candidate for professional motherhood." "Professional... Jesus!" She was certain she felt all the blood the hot water had stirred back to life in her body drain away again. "You've got to be joking." "Not entirely." He rose, faced her. "I want a family. It doesn't have to be now. It doesn't have to be a year from now. But I want children with you. I also want my wife back." Private security. Families. Her eyes filled and stung again. "Just how much do you want to dump on me when I'm down?" "I expected better of you," he said coolly, and had the tears drying up. "Better? Better of me?" "A great deal better. What have you done the last 30-odd hours, Eve, but cry and hide and feel sorry for yourself? Where do you expect that to get you?" "I expected you to understand." Her voice broke and nearly undid him. "To give me some support. To understand you crawling away, to support your self-pity." He sipped brandy again. "No, I don't think so. It gets tiring, watching you wallow in it." It stole her breath away. the light disgust in his voice, the disinterest in his eyes. "Just leave me alone, then!" She shouted it, tossed the brandy aside so that the glass bounced and rolled as the liquor soaked the carpet. "You don't know how I feel." No. Finally, he thought, finally, here was her fury. "Why don't you tell me?" "I'm a goddamn cop. I can't be anything else. I busted my ass at the academy because it was the answer. It was the only way I knew to make something of myself, to finally be something that wasn't another number, another name, another victim the system sucked up and struggled with. I did it," she said furiously. "I made me so that nothing that happened before had to matter." She whirled away. There were tears again, but these were hot and potent and full of rage. What I didn't remember, what I did, none of it could change where I was going. Being a cop, being in control, using the system that had, by God, used me all my fucking life. From the inside with a badge, I could believe in it again. I could make it work. I could stand for something. "Why have you stopped?" "They stopped me!" She spun back, her hands fisted. 11 years. The years that matter. When I trained and I learned and I worked to make a difference somewhere. The bodies stacked up in my mind, the blood I've waded through, and the waste. I see it in my sleep. Every face of the dead. But it didn't stop me. Never would have stopped me because it matters too much. Because I can look at them and know what I have to do. And I can live with everything that happened to me, even the things I don't remember. He nodded coolly. Then fight back and get what you need. I've got nothing. God damn it, Rourke, can't you see? When they took my badge, they took everything I am. No, Eve. They didn't take what you are unless you let them. They only took your symbols. If you need them, he continued, stepping to her, pull yourself together, stop whining, and get them back. She jerked away from him. Thanks for the support. Her voice cracked like ice under a pick as she turned and walked out of the room. Driven by temper, she stormed through the house, down to the gym. She stripped off the robe, dragged on a unisuit. Her blood blazing, she activated the combat droid and beat the shit out of it. Upstairs, Rourke sipped brandy and grinned like a fool as he watched her on a monitor. He imagined she'd replace the droid's face with his. "Go ahead, darling," he murmured. "Pound me into dust." It was good progress, he mused, after she'd left the mangled droid on the mat, stripped off her sweat-soaked suit, and stomped into the pool house. He counted 30 strong, steady laps when Somerset hailed him. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but a Detective Baxter is at the gate. He wishes to see Lieutenant Dallas." "Tell him she remains unavailable." "No." On impulse, Rourke shifted gears. He was more than a little tired of doing nothing himself. "Let him in, Somerset. I'll see him. I have a few words for the NYPSD. Send him to my office." "I'll be happy to." Baxter was doing his best not to gawk. The place was like something out of a video. One of his favorite pastimes had been to razz Eve about the unlimited credit well she'd fallen into with Rourke. Now he had all this new material and didn't have the heart to use it. He got another eyeful when he walked into Rourke's office. The equipment alone was enough to make his eyes want to pop out of his head. "Detective?" Rourke remained seated behind the desk, the position of power. "Your identification?" They'd met more than once, but Baxter simply nodded and took out his badge. Couldn't blame the guy for being tight-assed under the circumstances, Baxter decided. "I need to interview Dallas regarding the Bowers homicide. I believe you were informed yesterday that my wife is unavailable at this time." "Yeah, I got the message. Look, it's got to be done. I've got a job to do here." "Yes, you have a job." Not bothering to disguise the threat in his eyes, Rourke got to his feet, every movement precise, like a wolf stalking prey. Eve doesn't, because your department is quick to turn on their own. How the hell can you stand here with that badge in your hand? You come into her home prepared to interrogate her? You son of a bitch. I ought to make you eat that fucking badge and send you back to Whitney on a pike. You've got a right to be upset, Baxter said evenly, but I've got an investigation going and she's part of it. Do I seem upset, Baxter? His eyes glinted like a sword turned edge up in the sun as he came around the desk. Why don't I show you right now what I am? Fast as a lightning strike, Rourke's fist shot out. Eve walked in just as Baxter went flying. She had to leap forward to get to Baxter and block his body with hers before Rourke could follow up. Jesus, Rourke, are you crazy? Back off! Back off! Baxter! She tapped his cheeks, waiting for his eyes to roll back into their proper position. You okay? I feel like I got hit with a hammer. You must have slipped. She cast aside pride and put the plea in her eyes. Let me help you up. He shifted his gaze to Rourke, then looked back at her. Yeah, I must have slipped. Shit. He wiggled his aching jaw and let Eve pull him up. Dallas, I guess you know why I'm here. I think I can figure it out. Let's get it over with. You don't speak to him without your lawyers, Rourke said. We'll contact them and get back to you, Detective, as to when it's convenient for my wife to speak with you. Baxter? As she spoke, she kept her eyes on Rourke. Give us a minute here, will you? Sure, yeah, no problem. I'll just, wait out there. Thanks. She waited until the door shut. He's just doing his job. Then he can do it properly when you're suitably represented. With a frown, she moved closer, took his hand. Your knuckles are going to swell. Baxter's got a head like a rock. It was worth it. It would have been even better if you hadn't interfered. Then I'd be laying bail for you. Intrigued, she cocked her head. She'd seen him furious often enough to recognize it simmering in his eyes. Less than an hour ago, you were telling me to stop whining, and now I walk in and watch you deck the primary on the investigation that's put me here? Just where the hell do you stand, Rourke? With you, Eve. Always. Why did you kick at me like that? To piss you off. He smiled a little, cupped her chin. It worked. You're going to need some ice on your knuckles as well. She linked her aching fingers with his. I killed your droid. Yes, I know. I pretended it was you. Yes, he said again. I know. He took her hand, curled it into a fist, and brought it to his lips. Want to hit the real thing now? Maybe. She stepped to him, into him, wrapped her arms tight around him. Thanks. For knowing me well enough to understand what I needed. She closed her eyes, pressed her face to his neck. I think I understand you well enough to know it wasn't easy for you to do. His arms came hard around her. I can't stand to see you hurt this way. I'm going to get through it. I'm not going to be less than you expect, or less than I expect of myself. I need you with me. She let out a breath, eased back. I'm going to let Baxter back in. Don't hit him anymore, okay? When Eve let Baxter back into the room, he gave Rourke a long, wary look. I figure I'd have done the same, was all he said, then turned to Eve. I've got something to say before we go on record. Okay. She stuck her hands in her pockets, nodded. Go ahead. This bites. Her lips twitched, her shoulders relaxed. He looked a great deal more uncomfortable and unhappy than she felt. Yeah, it does, so let's get it over with. You call your lawyer? No. She shifted her gaze to Rourke's. He's my rep for this little party. Oh, fine. On a sigh, Baxter rubbed his aching jaw. "If he hits me again, I expect you to take him down." He pulled out his recorder, then just held it gripped in his hand. Misery was all over his face. "Damn it! We go back some way, you know, Dallas." "Yeah, I know. Just do the job, Baxter. It'll be easier all around." "Nothing easy about it," he muttered, then switched the recorder on, set it on the desk. He read off the time and date data, the revised Miranda. "You know the drill, right?" "I know my rights and obligations." Because her legs were a little weak, she sat. It was different, she thought dully. So very different to be on this side of the line. "I want to make a statement. Then you can go for the details." It was like a report, Eve told herself, like any of the hundreds of reports she'd written and filed over the years. Routine. She would think of it that way, had to think of it that way to keep that icy ball out of her gut. Facts to be recorded, observations to be made. The rest was form, and they both knew it. Standard questions with standard responses. She agreed to make herself available for truth testing the following afternoon. When Baxter left, she put the unpleasantness of that upcoming event out of her mind. "You handled that very well," Rourke commented. "He went easy on me. His heart wasn't in it." "Perhaps I should have apologized for punching him," Rourke smiled. "But my heart wouldn't have been in it." She laughed a little. "He's a good cop. I need good cops right now." And thinking of them, she engaged the link and put a transmission through to Peabody's personal portalink. "Dallas." Peabody's square face glowed with relief, then immediately a cloud of concern and guilt darkened her eyes. "You okay?" "I've been better." "Does your schedule allow for a meal today, Peabody?" "A meal?" "That's right. This is a personal call on your personal unit." Eve spoke carefully, trusting Peabody to read between the lines. "And a request, if time and inclination permit, for you to join me at home for a meal. You're free to bring a couple of dates. If you can't fit this in, I understand." Barely 3 seconds passed. "It so happens I'm hungry right now. I'll just round up my dates and we'll be there in less than an hour." "It'll be good to see you." "Same goes," Peabody murmured, and broke transmission. After a moment's hesitation, Eve turned to Rourke. "I need data, as much as I can get, on Bowers. Her personal info, all job records and reports. I need to access Baxter's case files and bring up all he has so far on her murder. I need the Emmy's findings, the sweeper's reports, any and all interview records pertaining." While Rourke watched, she strode around the room. "They wiped my case log at Central, and here. I want that data back, and whatever Feeney's gathered since I got kicked. I don't want to ask him to copy it to me. He would, and I'm already going to ask him for more than I have a right to. I need everything I can on Wesley Friend's suicide, and who his closest associates were at the time of his death. It so happens I already have that information, or most of it, for you." Rourke grinned at her when she turned around and stared at him. "Welcome back, Lieutenant." He held out a hand to her. "You've been missed." "It's good to be back." She went to him, took his hand. "Rourke, however this turns out, the department may consider it more efficient damage control to... They may not reinstate me. That would be their very great loss. Whatever happens, I have to do this. I have to finish what I started. I can't walk away from the faces I see in my sleep. I can't turn my back on the job that saved me. If, after it's done, it's still over for me, I want you to know I'll get through it. I won't fall apart on you again. Eve," he cupped her face in his hands, "we'll make this right. Trust me." "I am trusting you. For God's sake, Rourke, I'm going rogue, and I'm taking you with me." He laid his lips firmly on hers. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Within 30 minutes, she had hard copies of specific data tucked in a drawer and had scanned reports to bring herself up to date. She was ready when Feeney arrived with Peabody and McNabb. "I've got one thing to say," Feeney began before Eve could speak. "We're not letting it go down this way. I've said my piece to Whitney, official and personal." Feeney, "Just shut up." His usually rumpled face was tight with anger. His voice clipped. When he jabbed his finger at a chair, Eve sat automatically without even the thought of protesting. "I trained you, goddammit, and I got a right to say what I've got to say about one of mine. You let them kick you around this way, I'll fucking kick you harder. You got a raw deal, no question, but now it's time to get your own back. If you haven't filed legal protest papers, I want to know why the hell not." Her brow knit. "I didn't think of it." "What? Your brain go on a holiday?" He stabbed a finger at Rourke. "What the hell's the matter with you? With all your fancy lawyers and your pile of credits, you gone soft in the head too?" "The papers have been drawn up and are waiting for her signature now that she's finished." Rourke shot Eve a bland smile. "Whining?" "Bite me," she suggested. "Both of you." "I told you to shut up," Feeney reminded her. "Get them in before the end of the day," he told Rourke. "Some wheels run slow. I've got my written statement as former trainer, former partner to add to it. Nadine's multi-part feature's going to generate a lot of nice heat on top of it." "What feature?" Eve demanded, and earned a scowl from Feeney. "Been too busy whining to watch any screen? She's put together interviews with survivors of victims from cases you closed. It's powerful stuff. One of the strongest came from Jamie Lindstrom. He talks about how his grandfather called you a right cop, one of the best, and how you put your life on the line to bring down the bastard who killed his sister. Kid was on my doorstep last night, giving me grief for letting them take your badge." Stunned, baffled, she only stared. There was nothing you could do. "Try telling that to a young boy who wants to be a cop, who believes the system should work. Maybe you'd like to tell him why you're sitting on your butt in this fortress doing nothing about it." "Jesus, Captain." McNabb mumbled it, and fought back a wince when Feeney pinned him with a look. "I didn't ask for comments, Detective." "Didn't I teach you anything?" he demanded of Eve. "You taught me everything." She got to her feet. "You're not usually so good at the bad cop routine, Feeney. You must have saved it up because it's damn effective. But you wasted it. I've already decided to stop doing nothing." "About damn time." He pulled a bag of nuts out of his pockets, dug in. "So, what angle are you playing?" "All of them. You need to know I intend to pursue the investigation, both on the case that was turned over to you and the Bowers homicide. It's not a reflection on any of you or on Baxter, but I can't sit on my hands anymore." "About damn time," Feeney said again. "Let me bring you up to date." "No." She said it sharply, moving forward. "I'm not having that, Feeney. I'm not putting your badge at risk." "It's my badge." "I didn't ask Peabody to get all of you here so you could leak data on the investigation. I asked you to come so I could let you know what I'm doing. That's bad enough. Until the department is satisfied, I'm a murder suspect. I believe the Bowers case is connected to the one you're investigating. You need everything I've got, not just what's in the reports, but what's in my head." "You think I don't know your head?" Feeney snorted, crunched a nut. "I guess not, since you haven't clicked to what's in mine. Get this, Dallas. I'm primary on this case. I make the decisions. As far as I'm concerned, you're key. And if you finish twiddling your thumbs, let's get to work. Either of you got a problem with that?" He asked Peabody and McNabb, and received a unified "No, sir." "You're outranked and outvoted, Dallas. Now, somebody get me some damn coffee. I'm not doing this briefing dry." "I don't need the briefing," Eve stated. "I've got all the data." Feeney quirked his brow at Rourke. "Well, Surprise, surprise. I still want the coffee. I'll get it. Barely restraining herself from dancing, Peabody headed for the kitchen. I heard something about food, McNabb commented. Get your own. With a sniff, Peabody disappeared into the adjoining room. Boy's got his mind on his stomach half the time, Feeney muttered, then grinned like a proud papa. Never had to worry about that with you. Where do you want to start? You're primary. Hell, I am. He said it comfortably and sat. You draft this fancy Irishman? He added, jerking his head in Rourke's direction. He comes with a package. Satisfied, Feeney smiled. It's a damn good package. It came back to routine. She set up a board, posted the stills of the dead. On the other half, she had Peabody tack stills of suspects, while she and Feeney dissected the transcripts of every interview. She leaned forward, studying the videos of the organ wing, the research lab, and its rows of samples. Did you cross-check these? All samples accounted for? Right down the line, Feeney agreed. Privately donated, brokered, or accessed through public channels. What do you get out of their data reports? How do they use the samples? It's thick going, Feeney admitted. Seems to be straight research and study on disease and aging. It's a lot of medical mumbo. Yeah, she thought, and the mumbo was heavy going. What do you think about using Louise D'Amato? It's touchy, Feeney admitted. We got the connection to Cagney and to the Canal Street Clinic, but all her background checks come through clean, and she cut through the muck of it when you used her. I'd risk it. I don't know if she'll find anything dicey. These people are organized, smart, and careful. But she'll save you time. Rising, she walked to the board, studied once again the picture of what had been left of Bowers. This looks, on the surface, like overkill. A frenzy, crime of passion. But if you look deeper and go over the autopsy report carefully, it's clear it was systematic. The killing blow came first, outside the building. A blunt instrument, long, thick, and heavy, struck once, precisely on the left side of the face and head. M.E. confirms that this caused death. Not instantaneous, but within 5 minutes, and the victim would not have regained consciousness. So why not leave her there and walk away? Peabody put in. Exactly. Job was done. The rest was staging. Drag her inside, take her ID. She was quickly identified through prints, as every cop's are on file. Then her uniform and ID are found a couple of blocks away in a broken recycle unit. Planted, by my guess. But it would appear on the surface that taking her uniform and identification was a ploy to slow or prevent her identification. You're too smart to have done that if you'd whiffed her, Peabody put in, then flushed when Eve gave her a hard stare. I just meant Detective Baxter would cop to that conclusion quick enough. Right, just more staging. Eve went on. Virtually every bone in her body was broken, her fingers crushed, her face battered beyond visual recognition. While it was structured to appear that it was a vicious, mindless attack, it was precise. Programmed, she said, turning back. A droid, Feeney nodded. Fits. There was no other human element. The sweepers and crime scene team didn't find any blood but hers. No skin cells, no hair, nothing. You can't use your fists like that and not split or bruise your own skin. Whoever ordered this missed that step or knew they wouldn't need it to get me out on a technical. They're not cops, but it's likely they own some. Peabody's eyes popped wide. Roswell. It's a good leap. Eve nodded in approval. He knew Bowers, worked out of the same house. He's connected to the other investigation, and he either bungled it or he's covering. Either way, he's earned a closer look. Peabody, you're on Roswell. McNabb, Find me some connection between East Washington and the Drake to explain the droid. Feeney, you contact Louise. See if she can find anything off in the organ records. There are likely other records. This time Eve turned fully to Rourke. What do you mean? I mean that if, indeed, there are illegal activities of a medical nature going on at the Drake, it's highly likely there are careful records of it somewhere. They wouldn't be on the facility's mainframe, but buried on another unit. How the hell do we find it? I believe I can help you there, but unless you have a specific target, it will take some time to go through this entire list of suspects. I'm not going to ask you how you'll do it, Feeney decided, but start with Tia Woe and Hans Vanderhaven. Woe was supposed to meet me today with a gold pin, and she never showed. Vanderhaven's taken an unscheduled leave. All we can get at this point is he's in Europe. Peabody and I were about to track both of them down when you called, Dallas. If the pin found on scene belongs to either of them, they'll try to replace it. Got that covered, McNabb assured her. I'm linked into all the sources in the city for that particular piece. Already doing a search on another source in Europe if that's where the other dough flew. We'll have a record of every sale made. Good coverage. We'd better get started. Feeney rose, looked at Eve. What are you going to do while we're busting our butts? Taking a quick trip. I'll be back tomorrow. Baxter's setting up a truth testing and evaluation with Mira. You could put that off. We'd get a break. You could be clear without it in a few days. The faint smile she'd worked up faded. I'll never be clear without it. You stick with level 1. They can't make you go higher. She kept her eyes on his. I'll never be clear unless I go the route. You know that, Feeney. God damn it! I can handle it. Aware that Rourke had gotten to his feet, she sent Feeney a warning look. It's just routine, and Mira's the best handler there is. Yeah. But there was a sick feeling in his gut as he turned to grab up his coat. Let's ride, people. We'll be in touch, Dallas. You can tag any of us, any time, on our personals. Well, fighting to steady her emotions, she turned back to Rourke. Looks like we've got a plan. His eyes fixed on her face. He came toward her. I didn't realize there were levels of this testing process. Sure, it's no big deal. Feeney seems to think otherwise. Feeney's a worrier, she said with a shrug. But when she started to turn away, Rourke took her arm. How bad is it? It's not a cruise on air skates, okay? And I can handle it. I can't think about it now, Rourke. It'll mess up my head. Just how quick can that spiffy transpo of yours get us to Chicago? Tomorrow, he decided. They could damn well deal with it. But for now, he gave her the smile he knew she needed. Just how quick can you pack? The sun was already dipping down into the western sky, sending shadows to droop over Chicago's jagged skyline. Because power clears paths and money waxes them smooth, they were through the jam shuttle terminal in minutes and out to the private valet area where Rourke had a car waiting. Wilson McCrae lived in a tidy white house in a line of other tidy white houses, all centered on thumb-sized lawns. Each driveway was a glossy black, and though the grass was winter-withered, it was trimmed neatly and uncluttered. It's like something out of a horror video, Eve commented. Darling, you're such an urbanite. She snickered and didn't feel the least foolish to have her hand linked with his as they started up the perfectly straight walkway to the white door. I got the personal background on him. Nothing jars. 8 years married, 1 kid, and another on the way. House is mortgaged and well within their financial scope. I couldn't find any sudden influx of income to indicate he'd been paid off. You're banking that he's straight. I've got to hope he is and can give me a handle. I don't have any authority, she added. He doesn't have to talk to me. I can't check in with the local cops. I can't use any cop-to-cop pressure. Try charm, Rourke suggested. She rang the bell. A pretty woman leading with her hugely pregnant belly answered. Hello? Can I help you? I hope so. We'd like to speak with Wilson McCrae. Oh, he's down in his workshop. Can I tell him what this is about? We've come from New York. Now that she was here, facing big, curious brown eyes, Eve wasn't sure how to begin. It's in reference to one of your husband's cases, before he retired from the force. Oh. Her dark eyes clouded. You're cops. Come in, I'm sorry. We so rarely see any of his associates anymore. I think he misses them terribly. If you don't mind waiting in the living room, I'll go down and get him. She didn't ask to see ID. Eve shook her head as she wandered the living room. A cop's wife, and she lets strangers into the house. What's wrong with people? They should be shot for being so trusting. She sent him a slanted look. This from the guy with enough security to keep alien invaders out of his house. She turned when she heard voices. She didn't have to see Wilson McCrae to understand he wasn't terribly pleased to have company. He came in just ahead of his now frazzled-looking wife, with his mouth set in a dissatisfied frown, his eyes wary. All cop, Eve decided on the spot. He was sizing them up, scanning for threat or weapon and braced to defend. My wife didn't get your names. Eve Dallas. She didn't offer her hand. This is Rourke. Rourke! It piped out of the woman just before color flooded her face. I thought I recognized you. I've seen you on screen dozens of times. Oh, please sit down. Karen. With one quiet word, he had her subsiding in obvious distress and puzzlement. You a cop? He asked Rourke. No, indeed not. He laid a hand on Eve's shoulder. She's the cop. Out of New York, Eve continued. I need some of your time. A case I've been working on crosses one you had before you retired. That's the operative word. She caught the resentment mixed in the wariness in his tone. I'm retired? Yeah. She kept her eyes steady and level on him. Just recently, someone's been wanting to see me retire, one way or the other. Could be a medical thing. His eyes flickered. His mouth tightened. Before he could speak, Rourke stepped forward and aimed a charming smile at Karen. Miss McCrae, I wonder if I could trouble you for some coffee. My wife and I drove straight in from the airport. Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. Her hands fluttered away from their resting place on her belly to her throat. I'll make some right away. Why don't I help you? With a smile in place that could have melted a woman's heart at 50 paces, he put a gentle hand on the small of her back. We'll let our respective spouses talk shop. You have a lovely home. As their voices faded, Will never took his eyes off Eve's. I'm not going to be able to help you. You don't know what I want or what I need. Yet. I can't show you ID, McRae, because they took my badge a few days ago. She watched his eyes narrow. They found a way to get me out, off the case. So I figure I was getting close to something. Or they just didn't like the heat. And I figure they found a way to get you out and have that asshole Kamiki take over the investigation. Will snorted, and some of the wariness faded. Kamiki can barely find his own dick with both hands. Yeah, I got that. I'm a good cop, McRae, and their mistake this time was another good cop's got the case now. We've got 3 bodies in New York with parts missing. You had one here, same M.O. There's another in Paris, one in London. We're still running light crimes. I can't help you, Dallas. What'd they use on you? I've got a family. He said it low and fierce. A wife, a 5-year-old son, a baby on the way. Nothing happens to them. Nothing. You get that? Yeah. She got something else, too. Fear that wasn't for himself. Frustration at being helpless against it. Nobody knows I'm here, and nobody's gonna know. I'm on my own in this, and I'm not letting go. He walked past her to the window, smoothed the pretty white curtains. You got kids? No. My boy. He's spending a couple of days with Karen's mother. She's due any day. The kid's amazing. Beautiful. He turned, gestured with a jerk of his head to a framed holoprint on the end table. They said they'd do him first. They contacted you? Set a fucking droid on me. Caught me by surprise, knocked me around some. I don't give a shit about that. He whirled back. Told him to tell his keepers to go to hell. I did the job, Dallas. Then the droid explains just what'll happen to my family. My little boy, my wife, the baby she's carrying. Scared me bloodless. So I figure I'll send them away. Do the job, get these bastards. Then I get pictures in the mail. Pictures of Karen and Will coming out of a toy store, the market, playing in the yard at my mother's where I sent them. And one of that fucking droid holding Will, holding him. He said in a voice pitched low but vibrating with vicious fury. He had his hands on my son. Message that came with it said the next time they'd cut out his heart. He's 5 years old.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 4. This is cassette number 4.
He had his hands on my son, McRae said. Message that came with it said the next time they'd cut out his heart. He's 5 years old. He sat, buried his head in his hands. Sometimes the badge can't come first. She understood love now, and the terror it could bring to you. Did you tell your boss? I didn't tell anybody. It's been eating at me for months. Nothing you tell me goes in a report, official or otherwise. Tell me about the droid. Give me a line here. Hell. He rubbed his eyes. For weeks he'd lived with doing nothing, with backing down, with the fear. 6'2", 210, Caucasian, brown and brown, sharp features, top-line model, combat-trained. What buttons were you pushing when the threat started? I'd shaken out some slime from the black market, but it wasn't going anywhere. Nothing I'd run on the victim turned up anything that made it look like a personal hit. I went in circles a while, but I kept coming back to how it was done. So goddamn neat, right? Yeah, very neat and tidy. There's a free clinic a few blocks from the crime scene. The victim had been in there a few times. I interviewed the rotation doctors, ran them. It looked like a dead end, too. But it didn't feel like one, he added, relaxing a little when Eve nodded. I started circling out, hitting the other med centers, cross-checking surgeons. I started scratching at the Nordic clinic. And the next thing I know, the boss calls me in and says that fathead Wayland's making noises about harassment, entrapment, Christ knows what, and demanding that we show some respect for the medical community. Shit. He dropped up on my watch, too, Eve said. Damn embarrassment to the state, Will began. Anyhow, I figured there was something there, too. What the hell does he care? Except he's got relatives in the AMA. I'm starting to check it out. Then I'm blindsided, flat on my back, and the goddamn droid's got a laser at my throat. He sighed, rose to pace. I was going to tell my boss, put it in the report, but on my next shift, I get called upstairs. Commander tells me that there's more complaints about the tone of my investigation. I'm not getting support from the brass. Instead, they're warning me to watch my step. Don't step on the wrong toes. Ease back. It was only scum that got taken out anyway. Don't hassle nice people, rich, powerful people, McRae said, turning back. Piss me off. That's when I decided to send my family away and dig in deeper. Until I got the pictures. Then I folded. Faced with the same choice, I'd do the same thing again. I'm not going to beat you up over it, Will. The way I look at it, you took it as far as you could, for as long as you could. I gave up my badge. His voice cracked, and she watched him suck it in. They took yours. He needed something, she thought, and worked up a smile for him. We got fucked either way, didn't we? Yeah, we got fucked royal, Dallas. I'm going to ask you to give me anything you can, McRae, and maybe we can return the favor. Did you copy any of your files? No, but I remember a lot of it. I've been going over the details in my head for months. I've written some of it down for myself. He glanced over his shoulder as he heard his wife's voice. Karen doesn't know anything about this. I don't want her upset. She glanced over, lifted a brow as Rourke strolled in, carrying a tray loaded with cups, plates. Looks great. She helped herself to a cookie, mildly fascinated by the way Karen had to maneuver her body, shift her spectacular belly in order to sit down. How, Eve wondered, did a woman function on any level hauling all that bulk around? Noting where Eve's gaze had focused, Karen smiled and stroked a hand over the mound. I'm due today. Eve choked on a cookie. If Karen had whipped out a laser on full and blasted it in her direction, she'd have felt less panic. Today? Like now? Well, not this minute, apparently. Laughing, Karen sent Rourke an adoring look as he served her tea. Quite obviously, they'd bonded. But I don't think she's going to wait much longer. I guess you'll be glad to, get it out of there. I can't wait to meet her, hold her, but I love being pregnant. Why? She laughed again at Eve's obvious puzzlement, then shared a tender look with her husband. Making a miracle. Well, since that dried up her pregnancy conversation, Eve turned back to Will. We don't want to take up any more of your time. I appreciate the help. If you could get me any of your old notes, I'd be grateful. I can dig them out. He rose, paused by his wife to lay a hand over hers, linking them over their child. There wasn't any point in pretending to unwind, nor was there any point in thinking about what she had to face the next day. Work was the answer. Before she could tell Rourke her intentions, he was making arrangements to have a meal sent up to his private office. It makes more sense to use that equipment, he said simply. It's faster, more efficient, and more thoroughly cloaked. He arched a brow. That's what you want, isn't it? Yeah. I want to tag Feeney first, she began as they started upstairs. Fill him in on my conversation with McRae. I'll input the disk he gave you while you're doing that. Do a quick cross-reference. You're almost as good as Peabody. He stopped at the door, grabbed her up in a steaming kiss. You can't get that from Peabody. I could if I wanted, but it made her grin as he uncoated the locks. But I like you better for sex. I'm relieved to hear it. Use the mini-link. It's fully jammed and untraceable. What's one more Comtech violation? She muttered. That's what I always say. He sat behind the console, slid into the U, and got to work. Feeney, Dallas. I'm back from Chicago. I was just about to tag you. We got a hit on the lapel pin. When? Just came in. Gold caduceus purchased less than 1 hour ago at Tiffany's. Charged to the account of Dr. Tia Woe. I'm picking Peabody up for a little overtime. We're going to go have a chat with the doctor. Good. Great. Everything inside her yearned to be there at the sticking point. You tracked Vanderhaven? He's skipping around Europe. He's not landing. You ask me? He's running. He can't run forever. I'm about to run some data I got from a source in Chicago. I'll see what else we can find on her. Anything looks like weight, I'll pass it through Peabody's personal. We'll fill you in when we're done. I gotta get moving here. Good luck." She plowed her way through a rare steak and delicate new potatoes while she studied the data on screen. The first thing we have is connections. Cagney and Friend in the same class at Harvard Medical. Vanderhaven and Friend consulting at the center in London 16 years ago, at the Paris Center 4 years ago. She chewed, swallowed, cut more beef. Woe and Friend serving on the same board and working the same surgical floor at Nordic in 55, then her continuing to be affiliated with that clinic to the present. Waverly and Friend, both officers of the AMA, and Friend regularly consulting at the Drake where Waverly is attached and has been attached for nearly a decade. And, Rourke continued, topping off their wine glasses, you can follow the pattern deeper and connect the dots. Every one of them meshes in some manner with another, links to links. I imagine you can expand and find the same incestual type of relationship in the European centers. I'm going to have McNabb do the match, but yeah, we'll find other names. The wine was cool and dry and perfect for her mood. Now, we have Tia Woe, who does regular consults at Nordic. McRae was checking public transpo to see if she'd traveled to Chicago on or around the date of his murder. He didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. I'm ahead of you, Rourke told her, and ordered up new data. No records of private or public transportation tickets in her name, but that wouldn't include the mass shuttle that goes back and forth hourly between the two cities. You just need credit tokens. I have her schedule at Drake showing she had rounds on the afternoon of that date. Should have been finished by 4 o'clock. I am pulling up her office log now. I won't be able to use it. Feeney won't be able to use that data. He'll need a warrant. I don't. Her security's rather pathetic, Rourke added as he finessed controls. A 5-year-old hacker with a toy scanner could break this. On screen, he ordered. Okay. Rounds until 4. Office consult 4:30. Logged out at 5 and has a 6 o'clock dinner with Waverly and Cagney. Feeney can check to see if she kept that appointment, but even if she did, it would give her time. She didn't have anything the next day until 8:30 a.m., and that's a lab consult with Bradley Young. What do we know about him? What would you like to know? Computer, all available data on Young, Dr. Bradley? Eve pushed away from her plate and rose while the computer worked. Vanderhaven rabbits to Europe rather than face a routine interview. So how many of them? Eve murmured. And when did it start? Why did it start? What's the motive? That's the hang-up here. What's the point? One rogue doctor who'd gone over the edge would be one thing. That's not what we've got. We've got a team, a group, and that group has ties to East Washington, maybe to the NYPSD, to weasels anyway in my department, maybe others, in health clinics. Somebody passing data. I need the why to find the who. Organs. Human. No real money in them today. If not for profit, Rourke mused. Then for power. What kind of power can you get from stealing flawed organs out of street people? A power trip? He said with a shrug. I can, therefore I do. But if not for power, then for glory. Glory? Where's the glory? Impatient, she began to prowl again. They're useless. Diseased, dying, defective. Where's the glory factor? Before he could speak, she held up a hand, eyes going to slits in concentration. Wait. What if they're not useless? If someone's figured out something that can be done with them? Or to them, Rourke suggested. To them? She turned back to him. Every bit of data I've scanned says that all research points to the impracticality or impossibility of reconstruction or repair of seriously damaged organs. Artificial are cheap, efficient, and outlast the body. The major facilities we're dealing with haven't funded research in that area for years. since Friend developed his implants. A better mousetrap, Rourke suggested. Someone's always looking for better, quicker, cheaper, fancier. The one who invents it, he added, gesturing with his wine, gets the glory and the profit. Okay, you take in billions every year on the manufacture of the implants. When Friend developed it, he got plenty of glory, tons of media hype, awards, funding, whatever it is these guys get off on. He got it in truckloads, and he got a cut of the pie, too. It's his, what did you call it? Mousetrap? So somebody, or a group of them, hits on a new technique, a new angle using flawed organs. They've found, or nearly found, a way to buff them up and pop them back in. But where do you get them? You can't use the property of health clinics. It's tagged, logged, assigned. Donors and brokers would object to their body parts being used for something other than what they've signed for. Big problems, bad press, plus there are probably federal restrictions. She stopped, shook her head. So you kill for them? You murder people so you can experiment? It's a hell of a stretch. Is it? Rourke toasted her. Look at history. Those in power have habitually found nasty uses for those without it. And often, all too often, they claim it's for the greater good. You could have a group of highly skilled, educated, intelligent people who've decided they know what's best for humanity. Nothing, in my opinion, is more dangerous. They would see the victims as casualties in the war on disease, in the quest for longevity, the quality of life for the many over the destruction of life for the few. If that's why, she said slowly, the answer's in the lab. I'll need to find a way into Drake. I should be able to bring Drake to you, right here. That's a start. She blew out a breath, took her seat again. Let's take a closer look at Young. Geek, Rourke said a few moments later, when they scanned the data. What? You really are behind on your retro slang, Eve. What we have here is your classic techno-geek, what McNabb might be without his charm, his affection for the ladies, and his interesting fashion sense. Oh, like most EDD guys. Got it. They'd rather spend time with the motherboard than breathe regular. 36, single, lives with his mother. Classic geekdom, Rourke explained. Educationally, he excelled, except in social areas. President of the Computech Club in high school. That would be a geek club. That would be correct. Ran the E-Society and newsletter in college, Princeton, where he graduated at the tender age of 14. Genius geek. Precisely. He added the med lab and found another niche. I employ hordes of his type. They're invaluable, happily laboring to develop those new mousetraps. I'd say if Mira did a profile here, she would find him a socially stunted, massively intelligent introvert with sexual phobias, an acute arrogance level, and an inherent predilection for taking orders from authority figures, even though he considers them inferior. Female authority figures should play in. He lives with his mommy. He works for WoW. Ties in. He's been employed at Drake for 8 years, heads the research lab on organs. He's not a surgeon, he mused. He's a lab rat, and likely doesn't interact well with people. He's more comfortable with machines and samples. Let's run the dates on all the murders, find out where he was. I'll have to dip into his logs for that. Give me a minute. He began to work, paused, frowned a little. Well, he's a bit more security conscious than our Dr. Woe. We have some layers here to get through. He swiveled the chair, slid out a keyboard, and began to work manually. Interesting. It's a lot of cover for a schedule log. What have we here? His brow creased as he studied what looked to Eve to be random symbols on the monitor. Clever boy, Rourke murmured. He's got himself a fail-safe device. Sneaky bastard. You can't get through it. It's tricky. She angled her head. Well, if you're going to let some geek beat your ass, I guess I need another partner. He sat back, eyes narrowed, and looked, she thought, amazingly sexy. "What is that expression you're so fond of?" "Ah, yes, bite me. Now, stop breathing down my neck and get me some coffee. This is going to take some time." Snorting out a laugh, Eve strolled to the auto chef. At his seat, Rourke rolled his shoulders, pushed up metaphorical sleeves, and began to wage his little war with the computer. Eve drank 2 cups of coffee, while his turned stone cold and sat untouched. His curses, delivered in a low, vicious voice, became steadily more inventive, and, she observed with some fascination, more Irish. "Bloody bugger in hell! Where did he get this?" Frustration shimmered in his eyes as he pounded out a new combination of keys. "Oh, no, you slippery bastard. There's a trap there. I can see that well enough. Oh, he's good. He's damn good. But I've nearly got him. Oh, fuck me!" He shoved back, snarled at the monitor. Eve opened her mouth, then, thinking better of it, shut it again and got another cup of coffee. It was so rare to see him out of sorts, she decided. Toying with another angle, she took a chair across the room and used the link to contact Louise. She was greeted by a slurred, "Dr. D'Amato," and a fuzzed video. "It's Dallas. I've got a job for you." "Do you know what the hell time it is?" "No. I need you to check the records on the main system at your clinic. Any and all incoming and outgoing transmissions to this list of clinics. Paying attention?" "I hate you, Dallas." "Uh-huh. The Drake, Nordic in Chicago. Are you getting this?" The video cleared, showing an image of a rumpled, heavy-eyed Louise. "I worked a double today. Did a Medivan run. I have the morning shift, so you'll excuse me for telling you to go to hell. Don't cut me off. I need this data. Last I heard, you were off the case. It's one thing for me to agree to a consult with a cop, and another to pass confidential data to a civilian." The word civilian stung a great deal more than Eve expected it to. "People are still dead, whether I have a badge or not. And if the new investigator asks for my help, I'll cooperate within the limits of the law. If I do what you want me to do and get caught, I could lose the clinic." Eve balled her fists, struggling with frustration. "Your clinic's an armpit," she tossed back. "How much would it take to rip it into the 21st century?" $500,000, minimum, and when I manage to break the limits on my trust fund, I'll get it. So to repeat myself, you go to hell. Just hold on a minute, 1 damn minute, okay?" She shifted the unit to mute. "Rourke!" She called out again, testily, when he ignored her, and she received an annoyed grunt in response. "I need $500,000 for a bribe." "Well, tap your account. There's plenty there. Don't talk to me until I get this fucker." "My account?" she repeated, but only hissed at his back, afraid Louise would disconnect and refuse another transmission. "I'll have $500,000 transferred anywhere you want the minute the data's accessed for me." "I beg your pardon?" "You want the money for the clinic? You get me the data I need. Here's the list of health centers." She tossed them up, gratified to see Louise shove herself up and grab a memo book. "If you're stringing me, Dallas—" "I don't lie. Get the data, don't get caught, and get it to me. We'll arrange for a transfer of funds, so don't string me, Louise. Do we have a deal or not?" "Damn, you play tough. I'll get the data and be in touch when I can. You've just saved hundreds of lives." "That's your job. I saved the dead." She broke transmission just as Rourke let out one pithy, "Ha! I'm in." "What the hell do you mean, dip into my own account? There's plenty there." "Plenty of what?" "Oh." He rose to stretch his shoulders. "You have a personal account that's been open for months. Don't you ever look at your finances?" "My personal account has about $200 in it since Christmas wiped out the rest." "That would be your professional account. You have your salary automatically transferred. I thought you meant your personal account." "I've only got one account." "No, you have 2 accounts, with the one I opened for you last summer. Do you want to see this log?" 1 damn minute." She slapped a hand on his chest. "You opened it for me? What the hell did you do that for?" "Because we got married. It seemed logical, even normal." "Just how much seemed logical, even normal to you?" He ran his tongue around his teeth. She was, he knew well, a woman with a temper, and what he often thought of as a screwed sense of pride. "I believe, if memory serves, the account was seeded with $5 million, though that certainly increased due to interest and dividends." "What is wrong with you?" She didn't punch. He'd been prepared to block a fist. Instead, she all but skewered her finger through his chest. "Jesus, you need a manicure." $5 million? She threw her hands up in the air, arms flapping in frustration. "What do I want with $5 million? Damn it all to hell and back again. Rourke, I don't want your money. I don't need your money." "You just asked me for $500,000, he pointed out with a charming smile that only widened when she let out a thin scream of frustration. Then he said, "Okay, marital spat or murder investigation. You choose." She closed her eyes, struggled to remember her priorities. "We're going to deal with this later," she warned him. "We are really going to deal with this later." "I look forward to it. For now, aren't you interested in the fact that our favorite geek happened to be visiting certain pertinent cities on certain pertinent dates?" "What?" She whirled to stare at the screen. "Oh, God, it's right there! Right there! Chicago, Paris, London, right in his goddamn log. I've got one of 'em. Son of a bitch, when I get him into interview, he'll roll over on the rest quick enough. I'll fry his sorry ass and then—" She trailed off, stepped back, felt Rourke's hands come down on her shoulders to rub. "I forgot for a minute. Stupid. Don't." He lowered his lips to the top of her head. "No, I'm okay. I'm okay with it." Had to be, she ordered herself. "I just have to figure out how to get this to Feeney without compromising him or the case. We can copy it to disk, drop the disk in an overnight mail drop. We need it to go through departmental channels to reach him. Need it documented. He can run it then, and he can use an anonymous tip to get a warrant to seize the logs and to bring him into interview. It'll take the best part of the day that way, but it won't screw up the case or put him in a bind. Then that's what we'll do. It's falling into place, Eve. You'll have what you need soon, and all of this will be behind you." Yeah, the case, she thought, and very likely her badge. Eve convinced herself she was completely prepared when she walked into Mira's office. She would do what needed to be done, then move on. And she knew very well that the results of what she did and what was done to her over the next few hours would weigh heavily in the department's decision. Her suspension could be lifted, or suspension could lead to dismissal. Mira went directly to her, took Eve's arms in her hands. "Eve, you're not required to submit to these tests and procedures until you're fully ready. I want it done." With a nod, Mira stepped back. "I understand that. Sit down first. We'll talk." "Dr. Mira, I'm not here for tea and conversation. The sooner it's over, the sooner I know where I stand." "Then consider it part of the procedure." Mira's voice was uncharacteristically sharp as she gestured to a chair. She wanted to soothe and would be required to distress. "Sit down, Eve. I have all your data here," she began when Eve shrugged and dropped into a chair. Arrogantly, Mira thought. That was good. A little arrogance would help Eve get through what was to come. "I'm required to verify that you understand what you've agreed to. I know the drill. You're submitting to personality evaluation, violent tendency ratio, and a truth test. These procedures include virtual reality simulations, chemical injections, and brain scans. I will personally conduct or supervise all procedures. I'll be there with you, Eve." You don't carry this weight, Mira. It's not on you. If you're here because an associate arranged or had a part in the circumstances that brought you to this point, put you in this position, I carry some of the weight. Eve's eyes sharpened. Your profile indicates an associate? I can't discuss my profiling with you. Mira picked up a disc from her desk, tapped a finger against it while her gaze remained steady on Eve's. I can't tell you what data and conclusions are on this copy of my reports, a copy of reports already filed to all appropriate parties. She tossed it carelessly back on the desk. I need to check the equipment in the next room. Wait here a moment. Well, Eve thought when the door closed, that invitation was clear enough. What the hell, she decided, and nipped the disc off the desk, stuffed it into the back pocket of her jeans. Mira opened the door again. She didn't come back into the room, didn't so much as glance at the desk, but nodded at Eve. We're ready to start. Saying nothing, Eve rose and followed Mira down one of the corridors that formed the maze of testing. This one was in pale green, the color of hospitals. Others would be glassed, with techs and machines lurking behind them like smoke. From this point, every gesture, expression, and word and every thought would be documented, evaluated, analyzed. This Level 1 procedure should take no more than 2 hours, Mira began. Eve stopped short, grabbed her arm. Level 1? Yes, that's all you're required to take. I need Level 3. That's not necessary. It's not recommended. The risks and side effects of Level 3 are too extreme for these circumstances. Level 1 is recommended. My badge is riding on this. Her fingers wanted to tremble. She wouldn't allow it. We both know it, just like we both know passing Level 1 is no guarantee of getting it back. Positive results and my recommendation will weigh very heavily in your favor. Not heavily enough. Level 3, Mira, it's my right. Damn it, Eve. Level 3 is for suspected mental defectives, extreme violent tendencies, murderers, mutilators, deviants. Eve drew in a long breath. Have I been cleared of any suspicion regarding the murder of Officer Ellen Bowers? You're not a prime suspect, nor is the investigation pointing in your direction, but I'm not clear, and I intend to be. Eve drew a breath in, let it out. Level 3. It's my right. You're making this harder than it has to be. Eve surprised them both by smiling. It can't be. It already bites. She moved into the room, closed the door. Mechanically, she removed her clothes, keeping her face impassive for the techs and machines who were monitoring her even now. She despised being naked in front of strangers, hated the vulnerability and lack of control. She refused to think. The light blinked over the opposing door, and another automated voice told her to step through for the physical exam. She went in, stood on the center mark, stared straight ahead while the lights blinked and hummed, and her body was checked for flaws. The physical was quick, painless. When she was cleared, she tugged on the blue jumpsuit provided, followed the directions into the adjoining room for the brain scan. The VR session plunged her into the dark, disorienting her so that she gripped the sides of the bench to keep her balance. She was attacked from behind. Huge hands shot out of the dark, hauled her off her feet and tossed her high. She hit the hard floor of what she saw was now an alley, skidded on something slimy. Her bones jarred, her skin burned as it was scraped away. She sprang up fast, one hand reaching for her weapon. Before she could free it from its holster, he was charging. She pivoted, breath grunting out as she spun into a back kick to catch him center body. "Police, you son of a bitch! Freeze!" She crouched, her weapon in both hands, prepared to shoot out a stunning blast when the program shoved her into brilliant sunlight. Her weapon was still out, her finger twitching on the trigger, but now it pointed at a woman holding a screaming child. Heart pistoning in her chest, she jerked the weapon up. She could hear her own ragged pants as she lowered it. They were on a rooftop. The sun was blinding, the heat enormous, and the woman stood swaying on a narrow ledge. She looked at Eve with eyes that seemed already dead, and the child struggled and shrieked. "Don't come any closer." "Okay, look, I'm putting it away. Watch." Keeping her movement slow, Eve holstered her weapon. "I just want to talk to you." "What's your name?" "You can't stop me." "No, I can't." Where the hell was her backup? "What's the kid's name?" "I can't take care of him anymore. I'm tired." "He's scared." Sweat rolled down her back as she eased a step closer. It was brutally hot, heat bouncing off the sticky tar of the roof in shimmering waves. And he's hot. So are you. Why don't we go back there in the shade for a minute? "He cries all the damn time. All night. I never get any sleep. I can't stand it." "Maybe you should give him to me. He's heavy. What's his name?" "Pete." Sweat poured off the woman's face, had her short dark hair sticking in ringlets to her cheeks. "He's sick. We're both sick. So what's the point?" The child was screaming, one shrieking wail after another. The sound of it sliced her head, her heart. "I know some people who can help." "You're just a fucking cop. You can't do shit." "If you jump, nobody can." "Jesus, it's hot out here. Let's go inside, figure this out." The woman let out a weary sigh. "Go to hell." Eve made the leap, caught the boy around the waist as the woman leaned forward. His screams were like razors scraping over her brain as she made one desperate grab. She hooked the woman under the armpit, dug in desperately while her muscles trembled and threatened to rip. The toes of her boots slapped hard into the wall of the ledge to keep the weight from sending them all to the sidewalk below. "Hold on! God damn it!" Sweat poured into her eyes, stinging, blinding while she struggled for better purchase. The boy was wiggling like a wet fish. "Grab onto me!" she shouted as the woman stared up at her with eyes already empty. "Sometimes you're better off dead. You should know, Dallas." The woman smiled as she said Eve's name, and she laughed as Eve's grip began to slip. Then she was in another alley, shivering, curled into a ball of pain and numb shock. And she was a child, battered and broken, without a name, without a past. They were using her own memories now, sliding them in from her early data records. She hated them for it, hated them with a rage that simmered nastily under a slick coat of panic. An alley in Dallas, a young girl with a bloody face, a broken arm, and nowhere to run. God damn you. Damn all of you. She's not part of this. She wanted to scream it, to fight her way clear of the influence and images being poured into her brain and crash through the glass wall. Her pulse began to race. Her rage began to rise, and with barely a blink, the program shifted her to the streets of Lower Manhattan on a frigid night. Bowers stood in front of her, leering. "You stupid bitch! I'll bury you in complaints. Everyone's gonna know what you are. Nothing but a whore who fucked her way up the ranks." "You've got a real problem, Bowers. Maybe after I finish writing you up for insubordination, threatening a superior officer, and being a general asshole, the department will find its balls and kick you clear." "You will see who they kick." Bowers shoved hard, taking Eve back 2 steps. The fury was there, right there, shooting out of her heart, trembling in her fingertips. "Don't put your hands on me." "What the hell are you going to do about it? Nobody's here but you and me. You think you can come down on my turf and make threats?" "I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you, keep your hands off me. Keep out of my face, keep out of my business, or you'll pay for it. I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to strip you bare and expose you, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop me." "Yeah? Oh, yeah, there is." Eve found the metal pipe in her hand, felt her fingers curl tightly around it, her muscles bunch and brace to swing. More annoyed than surprised, she tossed it aside, leaned in and grabbed Bowers by the front of her uniform coat. Put your hands on me again, and I'll knock you on your fat ass. File all the complaints you want. My rep will hold. But I promise you, I'll see you out of that uniform and off the streets before I'm done. You're a fucking disgrace." She released her in disgust, started to walk away. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a blur of movement. She ducked, spun, and felt the pipe whistle by her head and ruffle her hair. "I was wrong," she said in a voice gone dangerously cold. "You're not a fucking disgrace. You're just crazy." Bowers bared her teeth as she swung the pipe again. Eve leaped out of reach, then went in hard. She caught a glancing blow on the shoulder, used the pain and the momentum to push her body into Bowers. They went down in a tangled heap. Her hand closed over the pipe again, wrenched, twisted, and once again heaved it aside. She had her weapon out, her eyes glittering as she used it to jerk up Bowers's chin. "And you're finished." Breath ragged, she shoved Bowers over, yanked her arms behind her back, and fumbled in her pocket for restraints. "You're under arrest for assault with a deadly, you piss-faced, brainless bitch." Even as she started to smile, she found herself in the dark again, straddling a bloody mess, her hands thickly coated with gore. Shock, horror, and a bright silver fear slammed into her as she scrambled back. Jesus Christ, no, I didn't do this. I couldn't do this. When she covered her face with her bloody hands, Mira closed her eyes. That's enough. End program. Sick at heart, she watched Eve's body twitch as the session ended. Rourke paced the waiting area outside Mira's office. What the hell was taking so long? His head came up, and his eyes went to pools of ice when Whitney walked in. "Rourke, I'd hoped she'd be finished by now." "She doesn't need to see you here when she is. You've done more than enough already, Commander." Whitney's eyes went blank, and the shadows under them were deep. "We all follow orders, Rourke, and procedure. Without them, there's no order." "Why don't I tell you what I think of your procedure?" he began, stepping forward with blood in his eye. The door opened. He turned quickly, an arrow of shock piercing his heart when he saw her. She was pale as death. Her eyes seemed to be carved deep into the skull, the irises like gold glass, the pupils huge. Mira had a supporting arm around her, and still she swayed. "You're not ready to get up. Your system needs more time." "I want to get out of here." She would have shaken Mira off, but was seriously afraid she'd pitch forward onto her face. She saw Rourke first, felt twin surges of frustration and relief. He was across the room in 3 quick strides and pulling her away from Mira. "What the hell did you do to her?" What she was supposed to do. Eve made the effort to stand on her own feet, though it had the nausea swimming back, the clammy sweat popping out. She would not be sick again, she promised herself. She'd already been violently ill twice and would not be sick again. She needs to lie down. Mira's face was nearly as pale as Eve's, and every line of strain showed. Her system hasn't had time to recover. Please convince her to come back and lie down so I can monitor her vitals. I have to get out of here. Eve looked straight into Rourke's eyes. I can't stay here. All right, we're going. She let herself lean against him until she saw Whitney. Then it was instinct as much as pride that had her forcing her aching body to attention. Sir? Dallas, I regret the necessity of this procedure. Dr. Mira needs to keep you under observation until she's satisfied you're well enough to leave. With respect, Commander, I'm free to go where the hell I want. Jack. Mira linked her fingers together, felt useless. She took level 3. His eyes flashed, shifted back to Eve's face. Level 3 was not necessary. Damn it, it was not necessary. You took my badge, Eve said quietly. It was necessary. She forced herself straight again, praying Rourke would understand she needed to walk out under her own power. She made it to the door before the trembling started again. "Shit, Rourke. Sorry. I'm going to pass out." She never heard him curse as he swung her into his arms. She was out, unconscious or asleep, for 4 hours. She didn't remember getting home, being put to bed. Fortunately, for all parties, she didn't remember Rourke calling in Somerset or the butler using his medical training to examine her and prescribe rest. When she woke, the headache remained, but the sickness and the shakes had passed. "You can take a blocker." Still dim, she blinked her vision clear and stared at the little blue pill Rourke held out. "What?" "There's been enough time since your treatment for you to take a blocker. Swallow. Not more drugs, Rourke. It was as far as she got before he squeezed her jaw, popped the pill in her mouth. "Swallow." Scowling, she did so, more out of reflex than obedience. "I'm okay. I'm fine." "Sure you are. Let's go dancing." She squirmed into a sitting position and dearly hoped her head would stay in its proper place on her shoulders. "Did anyone see me go down?" "No." The hand on her jaw gentled. "Your kit-ass rep is intact." "That's something, anyway." "Man, I'm starving." "Not surprising. Mira said you'd probably lost everything you'd eaten in the last 24 hours. "I called her," he added when she frowned at him. "I wanted to know what had been done." She saw the anger in his eyes, and the worry. Instinctively, she lifted a hand to his cheek, stroked. "Are you going to give me grief about it?" "No. You couldn't have done anything else." Now she smiled, let her head rest on his shoulder. "How long will you have to wait for the results?" "A day, maybe 2. I can't think about it. I've got enough to keep me busy until—" "Shit, where are my clothes? My jeans! There's a disc in the pocket." "This?" He picked up one he'd set on the table beside the bed. "Yeah. Mira let me steal it out of her office. It's the profile. I need to read it." She tossed the covers back. "Feeney's got the disc we sent him by now. He should have picked up Woe, or be on his way to. If he's already interviewed Woe, but he might be able to slip me some data on how it went." She was already up, pulling on clothes. She was still very pale, with shadows like bruises under her eyes. He imagined the headache was beginning to dull from agony to simple misery, and there was no stopping her. "Your office or mine?" "Mine," she said, as she rummaged through a drawer and found one of her stash of candy bars. "Hey!" He snatched it out of her hand, jerked it out of reach as she made a grab. "After dinner." "You're so strict." Because her mouth was set for chocolate, she tried a soft-eyed smile. "I've been sick. You're supposed to pamper me." "You hate it when I do that." "I'm sort of getting used to it," she said, as he pulled her from the room. "No candy before dinner. We're having chicken soup," he decided. "The ageless cure for everything. Since you're feeling so much better," he continued as they turned into her office, "you can get it while I bring up Mira's profile." She wanted to be cranky about it. After all, her head was achy, her stomach raw, her system still slightly off. Any other time, she thought as she sulked in the kitchen, he'd have annoyed the hell out of her by keeping her in bed, guarding her like a damn watchdog. But when she'd actually maybe appreciate just a little hovering, he was giving her kitchen duty. And if she complained, damn him, he'd smirk at her. So she was stuck, she admitted, as she took a steaming bowl of impossibly fragrant soup out of the auto chef. And the first spoonful slid down her throat like glory, hit her abused stomach and nearly made her whimper in gratitude. She ate another, ignoring the cat who'd homed in on the scent and was wrapping himself around her ankles like a furred ribbon. Before she could stop herself, she'd eaten the entire bowl. Her head was clear, her system humming competently, and her mood wonderfully lifted. Licking the spoon, she eyed the cat. Why is he always right? Just a little talent of mine, Rourke said from the doorway. And damn it, he did smirk. He crossed to her, tapped a finger on her cheek. Your color's back, Lieutenant. And from the looks of you, the headache's gone and your appetite's just fine. He took out his own bowl, picked up a spoon, and strolled out. You've got a great ass, Ace, she commented when she followed him in. Now get it out of my chair. He grinned at her. Why don't you come sit in my lap? I don't have time for your perverted games. Because he didn't appear to be moving, she rolled a chair over beside his and studied the monitor. You have to skim through the shrink talk, she told Rourke. All the 50-credit words. Mature, controlled, intelligent, organized. That's nothing you didn't know. No, but her profiles are gold in court, and they confirm the direction of the investigation. God complex, high level of medical knowledge and surgical skill, probably duality of nature, healer, destroyer. Eve frowned at that, leaning forward as she scrolled down the text. In breaking his oath to do no harm, he has put himself above the tenets of his profession. He is certainly, or was certainly, a doctor. With the level of skill shown in these murders, it is probable that he is currently practicing his art, saving lives, improving the qualities of life in his patients on a daily basis. He is healer. However, in taking lives, disregarding the rights of the people he has killed, he has removed himself from the responsibilities of his art. He is destroyer. There is no remorse, no hesitation. He is, I believe, fully aware of his actions. He has justified them in some way that will be connected to medicine. He chooses the sick, the old, the dying. They are not lives to him, but vessels. The care he takes when removing the samples indicates it is the work itself, the samples themselves, that are of importance. The vessels are no more vital than a test tube in a laboratory, easily disposed of and replaced. Still frowning, Eve leaned back. Two natures. Your own Jekyll and Hyde, the doctor with a mission, Rourke went on, and the evil inside him that overpowered and destroyed. She pushed away, needing to move while her mind worked. We're back to the organs themselves, their use, and the glory. Reconstruction, rejuvenation, healing of what's considered by current science to be beyond healing. What else could it be? He's found a way, or believes he can find a way, to take a dying part and give it life. Dr. Frankenstein. Another mad, flawed genius who was destroyed by his own mind. If we move into that area, he's not just a surgeon, but a scientist, a researcher, a seeker, and a politician. Damn, I need to know more about Friend, and I need to know what Feeney got out of his interview with Woe. Why didn't you say so? Do you want hard copy or full video audio transcript? She stopped pacing as if she'd run into a wall. You can't do that. You can't get into interview files. He sighed lustily. I don't know why I tolerate your constant insults. It would, however, be simpler if you got the file number and time and date stamp, but I can work without it. God, I don't want to know how you do it, and I don't believe I'm going to stand here and let you do it. Ends and means, darling. It's just all ends and means. I'm getting coffee, she muttered. Tea. Your system's had enough insults for one day. And I'll have a cup myself. The data on Friend's suicide will be up on the wall screen. She walked to the kitchen window, away, back again. What was she doing, she asked herself. How far over the line would she go? As far as it took, she decided, and even as she turned to the link, it beeped. Dallas! Gotta make it fast. Peabody's face was set, her voice brisk. Louise D'Amato was attacked at the clinic early this morning. We didn't get the data until a few minutes ago. She's at the Drake.
I don't have details yet, but she's critical. I'm on my way. Dallas, woes at the Drake, too. Attempted self-termination is the current data. They don't think she's going to make it. Damn it. Did you get her into interview? No. I'm sorry. And Vanderhaven's still loose. We picked up Young. He's in holding until we can get to him. I'm on my way. They won't let you see Woe or Louise. I'm coming in, Eve said shortly, and broke transmission. She got as far as the nurse's station in intensive care before she was blocked. Eve took a deep breath, prepared to launch the dozen vile and frustrated curses dancing on the tongue, when Rourke stepped forward smoothly.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
She got as far as the nurse's station in intensive care before she was blocked. Eve took a deep breath, prepared to launch the dozen vile and frustrated curses dancing on the tongue, when Rourke stepped forward smoothly. "Nurse Simmons, Dr. Woe and I are on the board of this facility. I wonder if you could page her attending and ask him to speak with me. The name's Rourke." Her eyes popped wide. Her color rose. "Rourke? Yes, sir. Right away. The waiting area is just to your left. I'll page Dr. Waverly immediately." "Page Officer Peabody while you're at it," Eve demanded, and was met with a baleful look. "I don't have time." "If you'd be so kind," Rourke interrupted, and Eve thought resentfully that he should bottle the charm oozing out of his pores for the less fortunate. "We'd like very much to speak with Officer Peabody. My wife," he laid a hand on Eve's vibrating shoulder. "Both of us are quite anxious." "Oh." The nurse gave Eve a considering stare, obviously stunned to realize the disheveled woman was Rourke's wife. "Certainly. I'll take care of it for you." "Why didn't you ask her to kiss your feet while you were at it?" Eve muttered. "I thought you were in a hurry." The waiting room was empty, but for a view screen tuned to the latest comedy series. Eve ignored it, and the coffee pot that likely held the first cousin to mud. Dr. Waverly walked through the door. "How bad was it?" Eve asked. Her skull was fractured. There was considerable hemorrhaging, swelling. The surgery went quite well, all in all. We're scanning her at regular intervals for brain damage. We can't be sure yet, but we're hopeful. Has she regained consciousness? No. Can you tell us what happened? You'll have to get those details from the police. I can only give you her medical data, and I shouldn't be doing that. You'll have to excuse me. We're monitoring her very closely. Dr. Woe? His already weary face seemed to sink into itself. We lost Tia moments ago. I need to see her records, Eve muttered when she was alone with Rourke. How did she die? What did she take or do? Who found her and when? Damn it, I don't even know who pulled her case. Find a source. How the hell can I... She broke off. Hell, give me your Porta link. He handed it to her and smiled. Say hello to Nadine for me. I'll see if they'll page Peabody again. Such a smart guy, she muttered, and tagged Nadine at Channel 75. Dallas, for God's sake, you've been dodging me for days. What's going on? Are you okay? Those stupid bastards. Did you see my feature? We're flooded with calls on it. I don't have time for questions. I need data. Contact whoever you bribe at the ME's office and get me everything you can on Tia Woe, self-termination. She'll be coming in within the hour. I need method, time of death, who found her and called it in, who's handling the case, attending physician, everything. I don't hear from you for days, then you want everything. And who says I bribe anybody? She sniffed, looked insulted. Bribing public officials is illegal.
I'm not a cop at the moment, remember? The sooner the better, Nadine. And wait, can you dig any dirt on Senator Brian Whalen, Illinois? You want to know if I can dig any dirt on a U.S. Senator? She gave a low, rumbling laugh. You want a truckload or a tanker? Whatever there is. Emphasis on his stand on artificial organs. You can get me at home or on Rourke's Porta. I don't happen to have Rourke's private numbers. Even I have my limits. Have Somerset patch you in. Thanks. Wait, Dallas, are you okay? I wanna... Sorry, no time. She broke transmission and rushed to the doorway just as Peabody strode down the corridor. Where the hell have you been? I had you paged twice. Or just a little busy. Feeney sent me down to check on Woe, who kicked about 15 minutes ago. Her current cohabitant was there and got hysterical. It took me and 2 orderlies to hold her down so they could sedate her. I thought she lived alone. Turned out she had a lover, kept it quiet. She got home and found Woe in bed, pumped full of barbs. When? I guess it's been a couple hours. We got word after we came in on Louise. Cartwright hooked the suspicious death, but it looks like straight self-termination. I have to risk this coffee. She crossed to the counter, sniffed the pot, gagged a little, but poured a cup anyway. She didn't show for interview, Peabody continued. Feeney and I went to her place, got a warrant for entry. She wasn't there. We looked for her here and came up empty. We had a couple of confirmations that she'd been in her office and the organ wing. We picked up Young, and he lawyered up before he could swallow spit. We're holding him for formal in the morning, but he could dance on bail for the night. We were heading back to Woe's when we got word on Louise, so we came in, got her status. She gulped down coffee and shuddered. So, how was your day? It sucked. What can you give me on Louise? Peabody glanced at her wrist unit, then looked over before Eve could control the wince. Sorry. Damn, Dallas. Don't worry about it. You're on duty and pressed for time. I'm supposed to be having a fancy French dinner followed by what I figured might be some fancy sex. She tried to smile. But there you go. Louise got hit at the clinic. Blow to the head. Fractured right wrist indicates defensive wound. We figure she saw whoever bashed her. They used the desk link. Christ, that took some muscle. Yeah, and they did a number on her with it. She was in her office. Whoever did it left her there. There's a small drug cabinet in there for samples. It was broken open and rifled. It happened between 3 and 4 this afternoon. She was off shift at 3, logged her last patient at 3:10. A doctor on the next rotation found her just after 4. They called it in and started work on her there. What's your take on her chances? It's a damn good center. Some of the equipment looks like it should be at NASA, too. She's had a fleet of doctors in and out of her room. We've got a uniform on the door 24/7. She finished off the coffee. I heard the nurses saying that she's young and strong. Her heart and lungs are prime. The brain scans haven't shown anything to worry about yet. But you can tell they want her to come out of it. The longer she stays under, the more worried they look. I have to ask you to call me if there's any change. I need to know. You don't have to ask. I should get back. Yeah. Tell Feeney I'm working on a couple of angles. I'll pass along anything that looks worthwhile. Will do. She started out, hesitated. I think you should know. Word is the commander's been dogging the chief. He's taken some pokes at IAB, and he's breathing down Baxter's neck to close off on Bowers. He's been over to the 162 to do some digging on her on his own. Basically, he's busting his ass to get you reinstated. Unsure how to feel, she simply stared. I appreciate you telling me. One more thing. Roswell's personal account showed regular deposits over the last 2 months of $10,000 a pop, all e-transfers. Her lips curved when Eve's eyes narrowed and gleamed. He's dirty. Feeney's already sicked Webster on him. Ties in nicely with Spindler's murder. Nice work. Rourke waited until she was alone before he came back in. He found her sitting on the arm of a sofa, staring down at her hands. You've had a long day, Lieutenant. Yeah. She rubbed her hands on her knees, shook off the mood, then looked at him. I was thinking about topping it off with something special. Is that so? How about a little nighttime B&E? His grin flashed. Darling, I thought you'd never ask. A quick scan of the clinic showed her the sweepers had done their work, left behind their usual mess. The crime scene team's touch was evident in the sticky layer coating every surface. They've already lifted prints, swept for fibers, hair, blood, and fluids. Won't help much. God knows how many of the staff are in and out of this room in any given day. They've got their evidence bagged and tagged, but I don't want to touch or disturb anything that doesn't need to be. What you want's on the computer. Yeah, or on a disk if Louise had already found it. You start on the machine, I'll do the disks. When Rourke sat, making quick work of the pass lock feature, Eve went through the disks filed on the shelf, flipping through them by the corners. Each was labeled with the patient's name. Spindler's was missing. Frowning, she moved to the next file, scanning through. These appeared to be records of diseases, conditions, injuries. Straight medical shit, she thought, then stopped, eyes narrowing as she read. The label said simply, the Dallas Syndrome. I knew she was a smart-ass. Eve plucked out the disc. Damn smart. Got it. I haven't finished playing. Just run this, she began, then stopped to yank Rourke's portalink out of her pocket. Block video. Dallas. Lieutenant Peabody. Louise is awake. She asked for you. We're going to get you in, but it's got to be fast. I'm there. Come up the east side stairs. I'll get you through. Step on it. Close it up. Eve jammed the link back in her pocket. We gotta move. Already done. This time, I drive. It was just as well, Eve thought, as she bared her teeth and hung on. She had a rep for being nerveless and occasionally reckless behind the wheel, but compared with Rourke, she was a suburban matron manning a carpool. She did no more than hiss when he screamed into a parking slot in the center's garage. Saving her breath, she shoved out and pounded up the east side stairs. Faithful as a spaniel, Peabody yanked the door open. Waverly's going to be back with her in a few minutes. Just give me time to bump the uniform off the door and take over for him. Feeney's already inside, but she won't talk to anybody but you. What's her prognosis? I don't know yet. They're not talking. She looked up at Rourke. I can't let you in. I'll wait. I'll be quick, Peabody promised. Watch for it. She strode away, squaring her shoulders back to add authority. Eve moved smoothly to the end of the corridor, shifted slightly to bring Louise's door into view. She saw Peabody glance at her wrist unit, shrug, then jerk her thumb to indicate she'd take over duty while the uniform took a break. He didn't hesitate. Sprung, he hurried down the hallway toward food, coffee, and a chair. I won't be long, Eve promised. She made the dash, slipped through the door Peabody opened. The room was larger than she'd expected, and the light was dim. Feeney nodded and flipped the shield on the wide window, closing off the view from outside. Louise was propped in the hospital bed, the bandages wrapped around her head no wider than her cheeks. Scanners and IVs ran from her to machines and monitors that hummed and beeped and blinked with lights. She stirred as Eve approached the bed and opened eyes that were deeply bruised and blurry. A smile ghosted around her mouth. I sure as hell earned that $500,000. I'm sorry. Eve wrapped her fingers around the bed guard. You're sorry. With a weak laugh, Louise lifted her right hand. The wrist was cased in a clear stabilizer. Next time, you get your head bashed in, and I'll be sorry. Deal. I got the data. I put it on a disk. I've got it. Feeling helpless, Eve leaned over, laid her hand over Louise's uninjured one. Don't worry. You've got it? What the hell did you need me for? Insurance. Louise sighed, closed her eyes. I don't know how much good it'll do you, I think it goes deep. Scary. Christ, they gave me primo drugs here. I'm about to go flying. Tell me who hurt you. You saw them. Yeah. So stupid. I was pissed. Put the disc away for safekeeping, then figured I'd handle it myself. Confront the enemy on my turf. Ooh, fading out here, Dallas. Tell me who hurt you, Louise. I called her in. Let it rip. Next thing, caught me off guard. Never thought. Jan, faithful nurse. Get the bitch for me, Dallas. I can't kick her ass until I can stand up. I'll get her for you. Get all the bastards, she mumbled, then drifted off. She was coherent, Eve said to Feeney, hardly aware she still held Louise's hand. She wouldn't have been that coherent if there was brain damage. I'd say the lady has a hard head. Jan? He took out his memo pad. Nurse at the clinic? I'll pick her up. Eve slid her hand away, shoved it into her pocket as she battled impotence. Will you let me know? His eyes met hers over Louise. First thing. Good. Great. I'd better get out before I'm tagged. She stopped with her hand on the door. Feeney. Yeah? Peabody's a good cop. That she is. If I don't get back, ask Cartwright to take her. You'll be back, Dallas. God damn it, he muttered when she'd slipped out the door. God damn it. Rourke gave her the silence he thought she needed on the drive home. He was certain, in her mind, she was riding with Feeney and Peabody, standing beside the door of Jan's apartment, issuing the standard police order and warning. He closed his hand over hers and started upstairs. Best to use the unregistered equipment. I've had a unit working on searching for buried records at the lab. We may have hit. I've got the disc Louise made. I didn't give it to Feeney. She waited while he uncoded the door. He didn't ask for it. You've chosen your friends well. Ah, hard at work. He glanced at the console, smiling slowly as he scanned the readouts from his scan of the lab at the Drake. And it appears we found something. Some interesting megabytes of unregistered, unaccounted-for data. I'll need to work on this. He'll have covered this well as he did his own log, but I know how his mind travels now. Can you run this on the side? She handed him the disk. When he popped it into a secondary unit, then sat down at the main controls, she frowned. Pop the Wesley Friend information on one of the screens. No sulking, she reminded herself, and began to scan the link logs when the one beside her beeped. Dallas. She frowned as she saw Feeney's face. You get Jan into interview already? No. You've picked her up? More or less. She's about to be bagged and tagged. We found her in her apartment, dead and still fresh. Whoever took her out did it fast and neat, single blow to the head. Prelim time puts it less than 30 minutes before we got to her door. Hell! Eve closed her eyes a minute, shifted her thoughts. That puts it under the same amount of time after Louise regained consciousness. Defensive wound indicated she'd seen her attacker and could identify. Somebody didn't want Jan to talk. Feeney pursed his lips, nodded. Follows. That puts it back at the Drake, Feeney. Woe's out. We need to find out where the other doctors on the short list were in that hour period. You've got the security disks and logs from Jan's building. Peabody's confiscating right now. He wouldn't have done it himself. He's not stupid. You're going to find a droid, but somebody had to activate and program. Check the logs for security droids at the Drake. Wake up McNabb. He could run a systems check on them if you can get a warrant for it. Even if the program was wiped, he'd find the lag time. When you've... She trailed off, snapping back. Sorry, she said in a careful voice. Just thinking out loud. You think good, kid. Always have. Keep going. I was going to say that in some of the research I've done, I've found that Wesley Friend's self-termination used the same method as Dr. Woe. and they were both, along with some of our other cast of characters, involved in some classified project at the time of his death. It seems a little too neat. Someone might want to suggest to Morris that he consider that dose was forcibly administered. It was her pin, found on scene. Yeah, and it was the only mistake in this whole business. That's a little too neat, too. Smelling goat, are you, Dallas? Scapegoat? Yeah, that's what I'm smelling. Be interesting to find out how much she knew. If I had access to her personal logs. I think I'll just wake up McNabb. Keep the boy busy a while. You stand by. I'm not going anywhere. She ended transmission. I'm in, Rourke said mildly, and had her blinking. In what? In? What have you got? Let me see. Even as she dashed around the console, he ordered data on screen. When he pulled her neatly onto his lap, she was too distracted for even a token protest. Neat as a pin, she murmured. Names, dates, procedures, results. Jesus Christ, Rourke, they're all there. Jasper Mott, October 15th, 2058. Heart sample successfully removed. Evaluation concurred with previous diagnosis. Organ severely damaged, enlarged. Estimated period until termination, 1 year. Logged as donor organ K-489. Regeneration procedure begun October 16th. Eve bypassed the rest, focused on her case, her first victim, Snooks. Samuel N. Petrinsky, January 12, 2059. Heart sample successfully removed. Evaluation concurred with previous diagnosis. Organ severely damaged. Arteries brittle and clogged. Cancer cells stage 2. Sample enlarged. Estimated period until termination, 3 months. Logged as brokered organ S-351. Regeneration procedure begun January 13th. She skimmed down the rest, out of her depth with the medical jargon, but the last line was easily understood. Procedure unsuccessful. Sample terminated and disposed of January 15th. They stole 3 months of his life, then failed and tossed his heart away. Look at the last one, Eve. She noted the name, Jalessa Brown, the date, the sample removed. January 25th. Preliminary regeneration successful. Stage 2 begun. Sample responding to injection and stimulation. Noticeable regrowth of healthy cells. Stage 3 begun January 26th. Naked eye exam shows pinkening of tissue. Sample fully regenerated within 36 hours of first injection. All scans and evaluations conclude sample is healthy. No indication of disease. Aging process successfully reversed. Organ fully functional. Well, Eve drew a deep breath. Applause, applause. Now let's fry their asses. How to do it was problematic. She could copy the data and send it to Feeney along the same route she had the other information. He'd have it in hand the next day. It would be enough for a warrant for search and seizure to drag high-level staff members into interview. It was a way, a completely unsatisfying way. She could go to the Drake Center herself, punch her way into the lab, record the data, the samples, pound on high-level staff members until they spilled their guts. It was not the way, but it would have been very satisfying. She tapped the disk she'd copied on her palm. Feeney will close it within 48 hours once he has this. It may take longer to round up everyone involved on at least 2 continents, but it'll stop. We'll put it in overnight now. He laid his hands on her shoulders, massaged the tension and fatigue. I know it's hard not being there at the end of it. You can comfort yourself knowing there wouldn't be an end in a couple of days unless you'd found the answers. You're a hell of a cop, Eve. I was. Are. Your test results and Mira's evaluation will put you back where you belong, on the other side of the line. He leaned down, kissed her. I'll miss you. It made her smile. You managed to wiggle in, whichever side of the line I'm on. Let's get this data on its way. Which reminds me, we need to discuss this idiotic idea of yours about stuffing money in some account for me. I want you to take it back. All 5 million plus, or less the $500,000 you're donating to the Canal Street Clinic. Don't get smart with me, pal. I married you for your body, not your bucks. Darling Eve, that's so touching. And all the while, I thought it was my coffee connection. Love could swamp her at the oddest times, she realized. That didn't hurt. Tomorrow, you do whatever it is you do to zap it back out and close it down. And next time you... Louise. Oh, Christ. Head to the Drake. Head there now. Damn it. How did this slip by us? You think they'll go after her? They took out Jan. They can't let Louise talk. Ignoring jams and privacy, she used the car link and tagged Feeney on his communicator. Get to the Drake, she told him. Get to Louise. I'm on my way. ETA 5 minutes. They'll go for her, Feeney. They've got to go for her. She had data. We'll head out. She's under guard, Dallas. It won't matter. The uniform won't question a doctor. Contact him, Feeney. Tell him not to let anyone in that room. Confirmed. Our ETA, 15 minutes. We'll be there in 2, Rourke promised her as he flew across town. Waverly? Current president of AMA, chief of surgery, organ specialist, board member, affiliated with several top-level centers worldwide. She slapped a hand on the dash to keep her balance when he swung into the garage. Cagney. He's her uncle, but he's chief of staff, chairman, and one of the most respected surgeons in the country. Hans Vanderhaven, international connections. God knows where he is right now. If not them, there are others who can walk right in and get to her without anyone blinking twice. There must be a dozen ways to off a patient, then cover the tracks. She sprang out of the car, raced for the elevator. They don't know she's talked to me. She's smart enough to have kept that to herself, maybe to play dumb if anybody tries to pump her. But they might have gotten something out of Jan before they killed her. They've got to know by now she has data on the calls, asked questions, made accusations. She watched the numbers light above the door, willed them to hurry. They'd wait until the floor was quiet, until the change of shifts, most likely. We won't be too late, she promised herself, and sprang out of the elevator the moment the doors opened. Miss! A nurse came scrambling around the desk as Eve rushed by. Miss, you're required to check in at the desk. You're not authorized. Racing after them, she dragged out her beeper and called security. Where's the uniform assigned to this door? Eve demanded, shoving and finding the door itself secured. I don't know. Grim-faced, the nurse moved over to block them from the door. This is a family or authorized personnel-only area. Unlock this door. I will not. I've called security. The patient in this room is not to be disturbed as per doctor's orders. I'll have to ask you to leave. Rearing back, Eve broke the door open with 2 vicious kicks. Her clutch piece seemed to leap into her hand as she ran through. Oh, God. God damn! The bed was empty. The nurse sputtered when Eve whirled on her, grabbed her by the collar of her pale peach uniform smock. Where's Louise? I don't know. She's supposed to be here. She was logged out as not to disturb when I came on shift 20 minutes ago. Eve, here's your uniform. Rourke was crouched on the other side of the bed, testing the unconscious cop's pulse. He's alive. Sedated heavily, I'd say. Which doctor logged her as not to be disturbed? Her attending, Dr. Waverly. Do something for that uniform, she ordered the nurse. Cops will be here in 10 minutes. I want you to order this building sealed, all exits. I don't have the authority. Do it, Eve repeated. She spun on her heel. Organ wing, best guess. We'll have to separate when we get there. We can't cover the whole wing in time unless we do. We'll find her. They hit the elevator together. Here, take my piece. Thanks, Lieutenant, but I have my own. His face was cold and set as he drew out a sleek 9mm, a weapon like all handguns that had been banned decades earlier. Shit, was all she had time to say. I'll go east, you take the west side. Don't fire that weapon unless...
She began, but he was out and gone. She got her bearings and moved down the corridor, sweeping with her weapon as she came to a turn or a door. She fought the urge to rush. Each new area had to be carefully searched before she moved to the next. She knew she was being led when the doors that should have been locked gave way as she approached. "Okay, you son of a bitch," she whispered. "You want a one-on-one? So do I." She made another turn, faced double doors fashioned of heavy opaque glass. There was a palm plate, a cornea scanner, timed locks, a computerized voice activated as she stepped forward. "Warning, this is a secured area. Authorized level 5 personnel only. No entry without authorization." The doors slid smoothly open. "I guess I've just been authorized." "Your tenacity is admirable, Lieutenant. Please come in." Waverly had removed his lab coat. He was dressed as if for an elegant evening engagement, in a perfectly cut dark suit with a silk tie. His gold caduceus glinted in the bright lights. He smiled charmingly and held a pressure syringe against the pulse in Louise's throat. Eve's heart bumped once, hard against her ribs. Then she saw the gentle rise and fall of Louise's breasts. Still breathing, she thought, and she intended to keep it that way. "You got sloppy in the end, Doc." "I don't think so. Just a few loose ends needing to be tied off and snipped. I suggest you put down your weapon, Lieutenant, unless you want me to administer this very fast-acting, very lethal medication to our young friend here." "Is that the same stuff you used on Friend and Woe?" "As it happens, Hans treated Tia, but yes, it's painless and efficient. The drug of choice for discriminating self-terminators. She'll be dead in less than 3 minutes. Now put down your weapon." "You kill her. You've got no shield." "You won't let me kill her." He smiled again. "You can't. A woman who risks her life for dead derelicts will swallow her pride for the life of an innocent. I've made quite a study of you in the past couple of weeks, Lieutenant, or should I say, former Lieutenant Dallas." "You saw to that, too." She would count on her wits now, Eve thought, as she laid the gun on the counter beside her. And on Rourke. "You made that simple, all in all, or Bowers did." "Close doors and secure," he ordered, and she heard them snick together at her back, locking her in, locking backup out. "Did she work with you?" "Only indirectly. Move away from your weapon, slowly, to the left." "Very good. You have a good mind, and we won't be disturbed in here for some time. I'm happy to cooperate and fill in the blanks for you. It seems only fair under the circumstances." To brag, she realized. He needed to brag. Arrogance, God complex. "I don't have too many blanks yet to fill, but I'm interested in how you roped Bowers in." "She walked into it. Or you did. She turned out to be a handy tool to get rid of you, since threats didn't do the job, and bribery seemed absurd, considering both your record and your financial situation. You cost this area of the Drake a very expensive security droid." "Well, you've got more." "Several. One is even now dealing with your husband." The flash in her eyes delighted him. "Ah, that concerns you, I see. I've never been a believer in true love, but the two of you do make a lovely couple." "Did." "Rourke isn't easy to deal with. He doesn't trouble me overmuch." The arrogance seeped through as Waverly shrugged. "Now, the two of you together were an irritant, but... Well, you were asking about Bowers. It simply fell into place. She was a paranoid, violent tendency that slipped through the system and ended up in uniform. There are others, you know." "It happens. Every day. You being assigned to the investigation on... what was his name?"
Petrinsky. Snooks. Yes, that's right. Roswell was supposed to be assigned to that matter, but there was some slip-up in dispatch. How long have you owned him? Oh, only a few months. If all had gone according to plan, the entire business would have been filed and forgotten. Who have you got in the ME's department? Just a mid-level clerk with an affection for pharmaceuticals. He smiled slowly, winningly. It's a simple matter to find the right person with the right weakness. You killed Snooks for nothing. You failed with him. A disappointment to us. His heart didn't respond. But there must be failures in any serious search for progress, just as there are obstacles to be overcome. You've been quite an obstacle. It was clear very quickly that you dig hard and deep and uncomfortably close. We had this problem in Chicago, but we handled it quite easily. You weren't so quickly dispatched, so it took other means. A little cooperation from Roswell, a bit of ruffling of Bowers's feathers, false data planted, then, of course, we arranged for both of you to meet on another murder scene. She reacted very much as predicted, and while you were admirably controlled, it was enough. So you had her killed, knowing procedure would require my suspension and an investigation. It seemed that had solved our little problem, and with Senator Whalen putting pressure on the mayor, we'd have time to finish. We were so very close to complete success. Organ regeneration, Eve said. Exactly. He all but beamed at her. You have filled in blanks. I told the others you would. Yeah, I've filled them. Dr. Friend screwed up your cushy circle with his artificial implants, knocked away your funding. She hooked her thumbs in her pockets, moved a little closer. You'd have been pretty young then. Maybe just getting your toehold must have pissed you off. Oh, it did. It took me years to establish myself enough to gather the resources, the team, the equipment, to competently continue the work we'd been doing when Friend destroyed it. But Tia, she believed in me, in my passions. She kept me well informed. Did she help you kill him? No, that I did unassisted. Friend had gotten wind of my interests, experiments, didn't care for them. He intended to use his influence to cancel my funding, pitiful as it was, to research the regeneration of animal organs. I canceled him and his little project first. But then you had to go under, she said, easing forward with her eyes steady on his. You planned to move to human organs eventually, so you covered your tracks, and covered them well. Enlisted some of the very best hands and minds in the medical field, and all's well that ends well. Watch your step. She stopped at the foot of the gurney, laid a hand casually on the guardrail. You know they've got Young. He'll roll over on you. He'd die first. Waverly chuckled. The man is obsessed with this project. He sees his name shining in medical journals for the ages. He believes I'm a god. He would bite through the artery in his own wrist before he'd betray me. Maybe. I guess you couldn't count on that kind of loyalty from Woe. No, she was always a risk, always on the outskirts of the project. A skilled doctor, but a fairly unstable woman. She began to balk when she discovered our human samples had been appropriated without permission. She didn't expect you to kill people. They're hardly people. And the others? In this arena? Hans believes as I do. Colin, he moved an elegant shoulder, he prefers to wear blinders, to pretend not to know the full extent of the project. Well, there are more, of course. An undertaking of this magnitude requires a large, if select, team. Did you send the droid after Jan? You found her already. He shook his head in admiration, and his hair gleamed like gold under the bright lab lights. My, that was quick. Well, of course. She was one of those loose ends. And what will Cagney say when you tell him Louise was another loose end? He won't know. It's very simple if you know how to dispose of a body in a health center. The crematorium is efficient and never closed. What happened to her will remain a mystery. What do you hope to gain? Is that the blank you can't fill? My God! We have done it! Now his eyes sparkled, emerald green and full of power. We can rejuvenate a human organ. Within 1 day, a dying heart can be treated and brought back to health. Not just health, but strength, youth, vigor. Excitement had his voice rising, deepening. Better in some cases than it was before it was damaged. It can be all but reanimated, and that, I believe, is possible with a bit more study. Bring the dead to life? The stuff of fiction, you're thinking. So were transplants once, cornea replacements, in vitro, repair. This can and will be done very soon. We're nearly ready to go public with our discovery. A serum that, when injected directly into the damaged organ through a simple surgical procedure, will regenerate the cells, will eradicate any disease. A patient will be ambulatory within hours and will walk out, cured, in under 48, with his own heart or lungs or kidneys, not some artificial mold. He leaned toward her, eyes gleaming. You still don't understand the scope. It can be done over and over again to every organ. And from there, it's a small step to muscle, to bone, to tissue. With this beginning, we'll draw in more funding than we can possibly use to complete the work. Within 2 years, we will be able to remake a human being using his own body. Life expectancy can and will double, perhaps more. Death will essentially become obsolete. It's never obsolete, Waverly. Not as long as there are people like you. Who will you choose to remake? She demanded. There's not enough room, not enough resources for everybody to live forever. She watched his smile turn cagey. It'll come down to money, then, and selection. Who needs more aging whores or sidewalk sleepers? We have Whalen in our pocket, and he'll push his influence in East Washington. The politicians will jump right on this. We've found a way to clean up the streets over the next generation, to employ a kind of natural selection, survival of the fittest. Of your selection, your choice, Eve said. And why not? Who better to decide than those who've held human hearts in their hands, slid into the brain and gut? Who understands better? That's the mission, she said quietly. To create and mold and select. Admit it, Dallas. The world would be a better place without the dregs that weigh it down. You're right. We just have a different definition of dregs. She shoved the gurney hard to the right and leaped over it. Something ripped as she tackled him and sent them crashing onto the floor. He wasn't soft, and he was desperate. She tasted her own blood, felt her bones jar, saw one quick burst of stars when her head cracked against the wheels of the gurney. She didn't use the pain. She didn't need it. She used her rage. Half blind with it, she straddled him, slamming her elbow into his windpipe. He gagged, strained for air, and she twisted the syringe he'd nearly pumped into her side out of his hand. Wheezing, eyes huge, he went still as she tipped it against his throat. Scared, you bastard? Different on the other end, isn't it? Move the wrong way and you're dead. What did you say? Within 3 minutes? I'll just sit here and watch you die, like you watched all those people die. Don't. It was a rusty croak. I'm choking. Can't get air. I could put you out of your misery. She smiled as his eyes wheeled in his head. But it's just too damn easy. You want to live forever, Waverly? You can live forever in a fucking cage. She started to climb off him, sighed once. I just have to, she muttered, and rammed one short-armed jab into his face. She was just pulling herself to her feet when the doors swung open. Well, she swiped the back of her hand across her swollen mouth. The gang's all here. Cautiously, she turned the syringe upside down. You might want to seal this, Peabody. Poison precautions, it's lethal. Hey, Rourke, you're bleeding. He stepped to her, gently wiped her lip with his thumb. You too. Feeney, you can interview me when you clean up this mess. Somebody ought to take a look at Louise. He must have sedated her. She slept through this whole thing. And pick up Roswell, would you? Waverly rolled over on him. It'll be a pleasure. Anybody else? Cagney and Vanderhaven, who happen to be in the city, according to Dr. Death here. There'll be more, here and there. She glanced back where Waverly lay unconscious. He'll give it up. He's got no balls at all. She picked up her clutch piece, stuck it in her back pocket. We're going home. Good work, Dallas. For a moment, her eyes were absolutely bleak. Then she grinned, shrugged. Yeah, what the hell? Sliding her arm around Rourke, she walked away. She was dead asleep when the link beeped. For perhaps the first time in her life, she simply rolled over and ignored it. When Rourke shook her shoulder, she just grunted and yanked the cover over her head. I'm sleeping here. You just had a call from Whitney. He wants you in his office at Central in an hour. Shit, that can't be good. Resigned, she pushed the covers back, sat up. The test results and evaluation can't be in yet. It's too early. God damn it, Rourke. I'm busted. Let's go in and find out. Whitney stood behind his desk and gestured her inside. His gaze shifted briefly to Rourke. Sit down, Dallas. I'll stand, sir. They weren't alone in the room. As before, Tibble stood at the window. Others sat silently. Feeney with his morose face, Peabody with her lips clamped tight. Webster eyeing Rourke speculatively. Before Whitney could speak again, Mira hurried in. I'm terribly sorry to be late. I was with a patient. She took a seat beside Peabody, folded her hands. Whitney nodded, then opened the center drawer of his desk. He took out her badge, her weapon, laid them in the center. Her gaze lowered to them, lingered, then lifted without expression. Lieutenant Webster? Sir. He rose. The Internal Affairs Bureau finds no cause for sanction or reprimand or for further investigation into the conduct of Lieutenant Dallas. Thank you, Lieutenant. Detective Baxter is in the field, but his investigative report on the homicide of Officer Ellen Bowers has been written and filed. The case has been closed, and Lieutenant Dallas is cleared of any suspicion or involvement in that matter. This confirms your evaluation, Dr. Mira. Yes, it does. The test results and evaluation clear the lieutenant in all areas and confirm her aptitude for her position. My reports have been entered into the subject's file. So noted, Whitney said, and turned back to Eve. She hadn't moved, hadn't blinked. The New York Police and Security Department offers its apologies to one of its finest for an injustice done to her. I add my own personal apology to it. Procedure is necessary, but it is not always equitable. Tibble stepped forward. Your suspension is lifted and will be expunged from your record. You will not be penalized in any way for the enforced time away from the job. The department will issue a statement to the media detailing what facts are deemed pertinent and necessary. Commander? Sir. Whitney's face remained passive as he picked up her badge, her weapon, held them out. Emotion sparked in his eyes when she simply stared at them. Lieutenant Dallas, this department and myself would suffer a great loss if you refuse these. She remembered to breathe and lifted her gaze, met his, then reached out and took what was hers. Across the room, Peabody sniffled audibly. Lieutenant. Whitney offered his hand across the desk. A rare grin broke out on his face when she clasped it. You're on duty. Yes, sir. She turned, looked straight at Rourke. Let me get rid of this civilian. Watching him, she tucked away her badge, shrugged into her harness. Can I see you outside a minute? Absolutely. He sent the sniffling Peabody a wink and walked out after his wife. The minute they were out of view, he spun her around, kissed her lavishly. It's nice to see you again, Lieutenant. Oh, God. Her breath hitched in and out. I gotta get out of here without, Yes. He wiped a tear off her lashes. I know. You have to go or I'll fall apart, but maybe you could be around later so I could. Get to work. He tapped a finger on her chin. You've been loafing long enough. She grinned, swiped the back of her unsteady hand inelegantly under her nose as he walked away. Hey, Rourke! Yes, Lieutenant. She laughed, rushed at him, leaped, and gave him a hard, smacking kiss. See you. You certainly will. He flashed her one last devastating grin before the elevator doors closed him in. Lieutenant Dallas, sir. Peabody snapped to attention, a dopey grin on her face when Eve turned around. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm ordered to return your communicator. She dashed forward, shoved it into Eve's hand, and bounced her up and down in a hug. Hot damn! Let's maintain a little dignity here, Peabody. Okay. Can we go out later to celebrate and get drunk and stupid? Eve pursed her lips in thought as they headed for the glide. Got plans tonight, she said, thinking of that last flashing grin of Rourke's. But tomorrow works for me. Frigid. So look, Feeney said I should tell you we've still got some details to wrap up to close this case good and tight. It'll take some time, but we'll clean it up. Vanderhaven? Still at large. She sent Eve a sidelong look. Waverly's out of the health center. He's cleared to be interviewed any time, and he's already singing out names, hoping for leniency. We figure he'll spit out Vanderhaven's hole. Feeney figured you'd want to take the interview. He figured right. Eve hopped off the glide, changed directions. Let's go kick some ass, Peabody. I love it when you say that, sir.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Conspiracy in Death by J.D. Robb. Copyright 1999 by Nora Roberts. Read by Susan Erickson. Performance copyright 2002 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved.